Chapter 2842, The Agreement. Let's not talk about this. Seeing Yang Jiadi's expression darken, Tan Xuanxi quickly turned away, pretending to gaze at the placid river while steadying his own emotions. He forced her image from his mind. A few more glances and he might waver in his decision. When the North is liberated, or when I no longer have to go into battle, I'll come home for matchmaking and settle into a peaceful life. Though I don't know what else I'd be good for. Perhaps even the salt drying work won't have me anymore. Tan Xuanxi let out a sudden laugh as he spoke, still not turning back. The two sat in silence, each watching the calm river beyond the window. Dusk had begun to fall and the Wenlin River glittered with golden light. Someone, neither knew who started it, chuckled softly. Then they exchanged knowing smiles. Today's matchmaking had undoubtedly failed, yet there was a kind of beauty in this moment that neither had ever experienced before. Leaving the tea house, though the matchmaking had ended, something lingered between them. Xuanxi Ji, Yang Jiadi broke the silence as they walked along the riverbank, Eastgate Market's public carriage station already visible in the distance. Since you don't want to marry and I don't want to be married off, going home like this just means our families will arrange more meetings. What if we told them that we too are? She couldn't finish the last few words. Her voice had shrunk to a whisper. The meaning was simple enough. Tan Xuanxi understood immediately, yet he couldn't find the right word for it either. What should he call it? Seeing each other, together. His limited family education had only ever spoken of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. And though Fubo army training did include social reform content about marriage freedom, to them those lessons had been like monks chanting sutras. The words passed through without truly landing. Dating? All right. Tan Xuanxi finally found the word in his mind. Intuition told him this word represented feelings between two people, something that transcended mere suitability for living together. That's exactly what I mean. This way, Mother won't pressure me anymore. Yang Jiadi nodded with her head bowed, hands fidgeting with her clothes. Hearing Tan Xuanxi's affirmative answer, she finally looked up and smiled brightly. On the side of her face turned toward him, a small dimple appeared. Jiadi, Yang Jiadi. A woman in a checked cloth jacket waved at them from across the road. Sister May, Yang Jiadi waved back excitedly, then explained to Tan Xuanxi, "This is Sister May from my accounting class. She's the class beauty, you know." She gave him a meaningful wink. Yang Jiadi clearly wanted to walk along with Sister May, but Tan Xuanxi had no interest in meeting her, so they parted there. After exchanging the usual courtesies of "see you again," Yang Jiadi still added hesitantly, "Come find me at the farm when you have time. I'll show you the experimental fields. I guarantee you've never seen anything like them." With that, she skipped across the road, and the two women walked arm in arm toward Eastgate Market, chatting warmly. The setting sun was sinking toward the distant horizon. The Wenlin River stretched like a golden ribbon, winding around this fertile land. Sunset light pierced through the leaves, falling warm upon Tan Xuanxi's face, filling him with peace. The world had never seemed so beautiful. Fate had never felt so unpredictable. In this new world created by the Senate, Tan Xuanxi and Yang Jiadi no longer followed the rigid trajectory of life and death that could be seen at a glance. Before them lay a vast world and infinite possibilities, and fate at last had smiled upon them. Tan Xuanxi returned home and slept soundly. He'd been running around for days. Lingao itself wasn't large, but he'd covered every corner of it. Now he desperately needed proper rest to settle his nerves. He woke to find the sun already high. Seeing sunlight on the whitewashed lime walls, he panicked. So late. Years of military life had given him the habit of rising early. Even on leave at home, sleeping past dawn left him feeling guilty. He got up and dressed. Beneath the bed, his mother had set out a pair of cork-soled rattan sandals, another new thing from recent years, though farmers rarely wore them. After all, cork soles wore out quickly. One day of farm work would ruin them. It seemed his family was treating him as a guest. Tan Xuanxi shook his head and walked to the main hall. Breakfast sat on the table beneath a bamboo cover, a bowl of dried rice noodles with prepared sauce for mixing. Tan Xuanxi smiled. Indeed, they were treating him like a guest. He took his rinse cup and towel to the courtyard, scooped water from the jar, and washed up. Though toothbrushing was an important part of the Senate's New Life movement, the habit remained uncommon in rural areas. Besides, toothbrush and tooth powder cost money, so those mainly affected were soldiers, workers, and relatively well-off families with children in school. After washing, Tan Xuanxi sat in the courtyard with his large bowl, chopsticks stirring the rice noodles to mix in the sauce. The day was bright and sunny, the warmth gentle, yet a cool breeze made the courtyard quite comfortable. He set his bowl and chopsticks on the courtyard table, picked a fresh, crisp cucumber from the vegetable washing tub, shook off the water, and ate alternating bites of cucumber and noodles. The pumpkin flowers on the fence were in full bloom. White cabbage butterflies fluttered up and down. The road beyond the fence lay quiet. Everyone had gone to work. Only he remained this leisurely, this idle. He hadn't known such moments in a long time. His family's house had been rebuilt not long ago, following the new village planning model home blueprints. Roughly 3 main rooms, left and right wing rooms with front and rear courtyards. Convenient for living and good for the courtyard economy too. His parents clearly hadn't put much effort into the courtyard. Besides a few vegetable beds for their own use and pigs raised in the back, there weren't really any projects. With father, mother, and his brother, 3 people tending over 100 mu of land, they were busy enough as it was. Their home wasn't far from Maniao. Under Senate administrative divisions, it belonged to Maniao town, but they weren't stove households. They had no salt pans or salt troughs. Fortunately, the family still owned a few mu of farmland. During the dry season's salt field busy period each autumn, they would do odd jobs. When spring rains came, they'd return home to tend the fields. Except for those few years when Master Gu had seized the salt fields, life had been marginally bearable. After the Australians came, land and tax records were cleared up and the Heavenly Land Society established. Though the Tan family's annual taxes weren't any lower, all the miscellaneous fees were swept away, lightening the burden considerably. After Tan Xuanxi joined the army, they enjoyed many benefits. His father and brother now ran the family business smoothly. They no longer went to do odd jobs at the salt fields. That hard labor was now performed by new migrants from the mainland. His family hadn't contracted their land to the Heavenly Land Society. Instead, they gradually bought up land from other village families, all thanks to Tan Xuanxi sending back his military pay and wartime bonuses. His parents saved these remittances bit by bit, seizing opportunities whenever others sold their land. No matter the era, what rural people lacked most was cash. When selling land, they often couldn't get fair prices. The elder Tans, thanks to Xuanxi's remittances, had comfortable cash reserves. And with more and more people heading to the city to work these past few years, many selling their land cheaply and moving to towns, the Tan family had gradually accumulated over 100 mu. Old Tan and his wife were just past 50, still in their prime and able to work. Tan Xuanxi's brother, Tan Xuanqing, was 17 or 18. For farming, they'd taken out a loan to buy 2 Simmental cattle. By rural standards, this counted as a flourishing family business. The newly built house, the lumber stored away, everything indicated the family was planning a happy occasion. Naturally, the main figure of this celebration was him. To say Tan Xuanxi didn't want to marry would be nonsense. He was a normal man, a strapping fellow in his mid-20s who'd spent years in an all-male military. How could he not think about women? As the saying went, 3 years in the army and even an old sow starts looking pretty. Tan Xuanxi had been in for more than 3 years. Yellow tickets provided temporary release, but as he grew older, he always felt something missing at his side. In the military, life was tense and orderly. This sense of emptiness easily filled. But during these days home on leave, waking in the middle of the night, loneliness and emptiness were like a pair of strong hands constantly kneading his heart. Perhaps it's time to start a family. Tan Xuanxi found himself caught in contradiction. On one hand, He didn't want extra worries at home when going into battle, nor did he want to burden a good woman if he died or was maimed. On the other hand, the thought of having a woman who knew his warmth and cold by his side, someone waiting when he came home on leave. Thinking of this, Yang Jiadi's every smile seemed to float before his eyes again. He suddenly realized what his careless promise yesterday truly meant, and silently regretted it. That little minx was too clever by half. Though he understood this agreement held no benefit for him, Yang Jiadi's flower-like smile still kept him from feeling any real resentment. Forget it. What was done, no use crying over spilled medicine. Tan Xuanxi set down his bowl and chopsticks and swallowed the last bite of cucumber. He thought about doing something useful around the house. The courtyard was swept clean. The vegetable beds were watered. Even the clothes and bedding he'd brought back, Mother had washed them spotless and hung them out to dry. The pigs and chickens in the back were already fed. Tan Xuanxi walked around but found nothing left to do. His parents' diligence he'd witnessed since childhood. But that diligence hadn't brought the family much benefit in the past, just barely enough to maintain their livelihood. Compared to now, it truly was new sun and moon, vast heaven and earth. Since there was nothing to do at home, he might as well stroll around the village, see if the elders were still around, find out how his childhood companions were faring. End of chapter. Chapter 28, 43, strolling through the village. Tan Xuanxi's village bore the straightforward name, Outside the Field Village, a designation that told everyone it lay close to the salt field without actually belonging to it. Outside the Field Village was an administrative village comprising 10 pagia, each roughly equivalent to a natural village. The first pai, where the Tans lived, was the largest and housed the village office. Because the original population here had been greater, fewer migrants had been settled in this area. 2/3 of residents were still old households. As Tan Xuanxi walked down the streets, the Hokkien dialect common around Maniao filled his ears. He had heard from the elders that his people and the salt field stove households had all come from Fujian. The difference was that the stove households had arrived by imperial decree and received salt pans and troughs. His ancestors, by contrast, had come, seeking a living as migrant farmers, able only to reclaim whatever wasteland they could find in the surrounding area. Lingao had plenty of wasteland, but unfortunately no decent rivers. The rainy season brought floods, the dry season parched the crops. Those who came seeking a living could barely sustain themselves by drawing water from the Maniao River for irrigation. Tan Xuanxi's childhood had been hard, though not the hardest. His family could afford to build irrigation channels. During dry seasons, they could draw river water to their fields. The worst off had to haul water from the river by ox cart or shoulder pole every day. The labor was so grueling that people often coughed up blood or passed bloody urine from the strain. After the Australians came, initially only the salt field benefited. Great windmills went up, and the villagers watched salt cellars grow rich. The people of Outside the Field Village were green with envy, but without salt pans and troughs, they couldn't join the cooperative. They could only continue selling their labor and doing backbreaking work, watching as stove households bought new clothes and built new houses, their wives and children all looking presentable. Everyone envied them deeply. Women wanted to marry into the salt field. The village boys seethed with resentment. Only after the senators sent people to clarify taxes and establish the Heavenly Land Society did life in Outside the Field Village begin improving day by day. Tan Xuanxi didn't know much about the specifics. He had joined the army after the first county-wide assembly. But every time he came back, his hometown always gave him that feeling of old face, new appearance. Most houses were newly built, white walls and black tiles, with the wall bases painted dark. The effect was both elegant and practical for hiding dirt. Every household had a courtyard enclosed by hedges, planted with vegetables and fruit trees. The village roads were even paved with stone, something only the most prosperous salt field villages had possessed in the past. Since he was back after so long, Tan Xuanxi wanted to visit old acquaintances. The village had many childhood playmates and teenage friends, but as he asked around, he found that these people had either left for work or moved their entire families to town. Very few remained, yet every household he visited stood empty. It made sense. With such fine weather, all the able-bodied adults would be in the fields. Who would stay home? He walked and stopped, eventually reaching the small river at the village entrance. In the past, when security was poor and bandits roamed frequently, a fortress gate had been built here. It was locked every evening with someone keeping watch around the clock to raise the alarm. But today when he arrived, no militia stood guard. Only some old folks and women sat in the gateway doing odd tasks, watching children and chattering. Seeing Tan Xuanxi approach, they all greeted him. Tan Xuanxi knew his return had made him a notable figure in the village. The village's news center would absolutely not let him escape without conversation. He didn't mind being the focal point, or rather, he quite enjoyed it. Tan Xuanxi had been one of the crowd for decades. Even in the military, only recently had he become the focus of attention for an entire platoon. He quietly tugged at his shirt hem, making his old uniform look more pressed. In truth, he had already bought himself a new blue national dress suit and a fashionable Dutch fine linen white shirt in Bern town. But every time he went out, he deliberately wore his old uniform. Military uniforms were replaced twice yearly during peacetime. A year of crawling through mud, training, and standing duty wore them to tatters by the time they were retired. But anyone who could bring back an old uniform on leave would immediately become the village's center of attention. So before each trip home, soldiers would wash their uniforms clean and have the women workers at the barracks service center carefully mend them. Some even had them re-dyed. Such an old uniform, whether given as a gift or worn as casual clothes at home, looked imposing. Speaking carried more weight too. As for veterans, they wore their old uniforms at every opportunity, symbols of their past glory, and hung their medals and commendations from them. Even those without combat medals could at least display the service to the Senate and the People Commemorative Medal and length of service pins that every veteran received. A chance to show off a bit. Tan Xuanxi naturally didn't need such medals to pad things out. He had 2 second-class merits and 1 second-class valor. As for third-class merit and valor awards, he had several. Other medals, too. He could hang a whole chestful if he wanted. To avoid seeming too deliberate or showy, he had simply sewn a Chiang Mai campaign commemorative armband onto all his old uniforms. When everyone greeted him, he sat on the long bench by the fortress gate. Smiling, he waved off the big production cigarette the old man offered. "I'm the junior here. How can I smoke your cigarettes? Have mine instead." He pulled out a pack of white holy ship and passed them around. Unlike the women who were merely chatting for companionship while doing chores, the old men gathered at this news center. By the fortress gate were all village prominent figures, mostly respected elders, whose families were well off enough to support them gathering daily for old pa tea. The elder who had offered the cigarette was called Old Chen. His family had originally been small landlords in the village, 50 or 60 mu, prospering because they had 3 sons and plenty of labor. They counted as a leading household. But in those days, they too had been tormented by officials and bandits. After the Australians came, they had thrived by becoming model households for the Heavenly Land Society. Those in the village who resented his family said the Chens were always first to eat whatever's hot. Of course, what he had eaten wasn't shit, but the dividend of being first to take a risk. Because they produced more grain and earned more money, the Chen family had flourished in recent years. First, through the model household connection, he had become village head. Then his somewhat literate second son earned a C-grade diploma, and through the Heavenly Land Society's recommendation, entered the Maniao Agricultural Training Center. After graduating, the young man became a manager at Nanbao Farm. Now Old Chen was quite puffed up. With his son a cadre, He was practically a titled elder. Though he was no longer village head, nearly every village cadre, besides the resident policeman, deferred to him and consulted him on matters both large and small. "White holy ship, eh, Xuanxi, you've really moved up in the world." The lead elder smiled as he spoke, pulling a box of matches from his pocket. He lit up and took a deep drag as if savoring the taste of money embodied in this luxury product. "What moving up?" Tan Xuanxi laughed. "Been out fighting for years. Come back and my farming skills have gotten rusty." "Farm work is nothing to be proud of," old Chen said. "Break your back for a year and it can't match 3 months of city work. Folks in the village are all thinking about transferring their land and heading to the city for jobs. Take yourself. A few years of soldiering and you've built up quite a family estate. If you relied on your parents and brother working the land, several generations couldn't have earned this much." "It's all thanks to the Senate," Tan Xuanxi said. "Without the Senate, we'd still be scraping dirt and hauling salt water. They used to say good iron doesn't make nails, good men don't make soldiers. But once the Australians came, soldiering became a fine occupation," another old man remarked. "Join the Ming army and you couldn't even get a complete uniform." Old Chen sighed. "The military men in the local garrison dressed like beggars, couldn't even get enough to eat. That kind of soldiering really was pointless. Not like now, they leave as mud monkeys and come back polished into proper people." He looked at Tan Xuanxi with envy and resentment mingled in his eyes. Tan Xuanxi had seen such looks plenty of times. This village wasn't like others composed of migrants from various places. Most were old families who knew each other's roots. Envying those who had and mocking those who didn't was simply the norm. In a sense, Tan Xuanxi's very existence had greatly affected Old Chen's prestige in the village. But Old Chen absolutely didn't dare defy Senate authority, and Tan Xuanxi was the physical embodiment of that authority in the village. He wasn't an ordinary soldier, he had returned with platoon leader duties. According to the local policeman, he would soon become a full officer. So alongside his envy and jealousy, Old Chen had to show some deference. Feigning concern, he asked, "Xuanxi, you're 25 now, right? Not young anymore. Hasn't your family arranged a match for you? Even your younger brother is almost settled." "They've been trying, but I need military approval to marry now," Tan Xuanxi deflected. "Besides, with just a few days of leave, there's not enough time for matchmaking and dating." "Dating and all that, that's newfangled stuff," a woman doing chores nearby chimed in. "When my father found me a family, we didn't even meet. Not 3 days later, I was married. Until the veil was lifted, I didn't even know if my groom had a long face or a short one. It was supposed to be parents' orders and matchmakers' words," the village's old scholar said with a laugh. "This matchmaking and dating is new fashion the directors brought. Though it changes our customs, it's actually a good thing. If the marriage turns out badly later, the couple can't blame parents or matchmaker." "If they're unhappy, nowadays people can divorce," someone added. "Just go to the town office together and that's that." Wang's wife married less than a year and she's already making a fuss about divorcing. Her family came to counsel her, but it was no use. Wang is usually so honest and upright. He's never done anything shady. His family's conditions aren't bad either. Tan Xuanxi was puzzled. Wang was one of the few childhood friends still remaining in the village. On this visit, he had only heard from his parents that Wang was still farming here, unmarried. He hadn't expected there was such a story behind it. End of chapter. Chapter 28, 44 childhood friends just like that divorced. Tan Xuanxi still hadn't recovered from the shock, murmuring to himself. The word divorce was nothing new to him, he heard it often enough. But someone he actually knew getting divorced, this was a first. What else could they do? Old Chen exhaled a smoke ring and sighed. Her parents both came to counsel them, her brother and sister-in-law too. They said Wang was honest and proper, a solid farmer, the family was doing fine and his in-laws weren't nasty people. What was wrong with him? But they couldn't override her decision. After all, it's the Senate's law. If one party wants a divorce, both can separate. Even if the family disagreed, if she made a scene at the county court, it would come to the same result. Better to preserve some dignity. Tan Xuanxi remained too stunned to speak. He could only nod in silence. In the military, some men always had "your wife dumped you" and "get divorced" when you go back on their lips. But the Senate had policies protecting military marriages, so actual divorces were rarely heard of. Could this woman have had someone on the side? Tan Xuanxi suddenly thought of the puppet drama A Flower Coin he'd once seen, which promoted freedom of marriage. The heroine had been exactly like this. Probably, the old scholar said. Only she wouldn't admit to having an affair. Just kept saying she and Wang weren't compatible, that they couldn't live together. A woman still has some sense of shame. If she had any shame, she wouldn't have filed for divorce. I say she's just greedy for money. She's got herself a wild man. The news center immediately erupted in denunciations of former sister-in-law Wang. Everyone agreed that Wang himself hadn't done anything wrong. In short, the consensus was that he'd simply been unlucky. Not only did his wife run off, he lost a big sum of money too. The bride price. Exactly, the bride price. Old Chen stubbed out his cigarette, which had burned down to his fingers. $60. Her family would only refund half. His father went begging everywhere. I helped speak on their behalf. Finally, the village put together a group to file a complaint at the town office. The town's justice section mediated, and in the end, 2/3 was refunded. Think about it, a solid $20 just gone like that. Wang's family works the dirt. How many dollars can they save in a year? That woman, just 1 year of marriage and she made off with $20. The world is going to hell. The old scholar was indignant. Tan Xuanxi didn't know what to say. In the military, he rarely heard of such jarring things, and now he found them difficult to accept. Suddenly, he remembered his agreement with Yang Jiadi. An unpleasant feeling rose in him, like having swallowed a fly. Could that girl be playing some trick to deceive and use him? He immediately sank into anxiety and suspicion. His expression darkened. He made a few hasty responses and walked away. Tan Xuanxi wandered aimlessly along the small river, calming his emotions. Thinking it over, Yang Jiadi hadn't actually deceived him about anything. As for that promise, it didn't really matter. After all, no one had come to ask whether things had worked out. If they did ask, he could give a vague answer. Besides, he could simply report to the political department in a month or two that the two of them had broken up. If married couples could divorce, why couldn't people who were merely dating part ways? And anyway, his marriage was guaranteed by the Senate. He really had no need for such worries. At this thought, his gloomy mood lifted somewhat. With lighter spirits, his steps grew lighter too. Just as he was passing a stretch of fields, a familiar figure appeared before him, repairing a leaky section of a channel bank. Looking closer, who else but Wang? Wang's silhouette in the sunlight seemed somehow lonely. His movements were practiced and strong, yet Tan Xuanxi could sense a trace of weariness emanating from him. Tan Xuanxi quickened his pace and walked up behind him. Wang, he called softly. Wang's body tensed. He turned around, surprise written across his face. A flash of complex emotion passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Xuanxi, you're back. His voice was a bit hoarse, but more than that, it carried surprised joy. The two embraced tightly. Then Wang stepped back, looking Tan Xuanxi up and down. Look at you, more and more like a soldier. He laughed, then studied him again. Everyone says you got promoted. Acting platoon leader, still just an enlisted boss. Tan Xuanxi laughed as well. He patted Wang's shoulder. And you look more and more like an old hand at farming. Wang was a year older than him, already past the green of youth. Field labor had made his frame husky and had also etched lines into his weathered skin. The two exchanged smiles. Wang pointed at a rock on the channel bank. Come sit. They sat down. Wang pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Tan Xuanxi, then took one for himself. Tan Xuanxi noticed that his cigarettes were the cheapest Whiteshell Big Production brand. He wanted to offer his own, but worried about giving the wrong impression, so he simply took out his matches and lit up. Fixing channels. Rain's been light lately. Good time to do repairs. Wang nodded. The family took on another 10+ mu this year, planning to go all out next year. Tan Xuanxi knew the situation. Wang's family didn't have much labor. Besides his parents, Wang had a married-off older sister and a younger brother still only around 10, not really a worker yet. Your family's short on hands. Can you farm all that? Wang lowered his head and smoked in silence for a few puffs. Then he looked up. Originally, we had over 40 mu. This time I talked it over with Dad. We'll take on another 10 plus and round up to 60 mu. We already have 1 ox. I've agreed with the Heavenly Land Society to take out a loan for another. While grain prices are good these years, we'll grow more grain and earn more money. That's a lot of hard work. Can you manage? Whether we can manage or not, we've got to grit our teeth and do it. No choice, we have to make up the losses, Wang sighed. By the way, any plans now that you're back? I heard from old Chen that veterans can be discharged this time. Tan Xuanxi sighed. Not planning to come back yet. There's still fighting to do. For now, I'll just spend time with the family. He paused. What about you? Any plans? Wang gave a bitter smile. What plans could I have? Just keep going like this. His gaze fell on the distant fields, his eyes carrying a trace of confusion. Tan Xuanxi watched him, feeling uncomfortable. He knew these past 2 years hadn't been easy for Wang. He wanted to help but didn't know where to start. I heard your wife. Tan Xuanxi hesitated but still brought it up. Wang took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Yeah, she left. His voice carried a trace of helplessness. Tan Xuanxi was silent for a while. Finally he said, having this happen to you, rotten luck. Rotten luck, Wang shook his head. When we were matchmaking, they said she'd graduated from Fangqiati Elementary and even self-studied to pass the A-class diploma. I thought that was pretty good, having a wife who could read and do math. How could the family not prosper? She didn't object during the meeting. After the meeting, the matchmaker said the girl was willing. The first days after marriage were fine. Later she said she wanted to try for the agricultural technical vocational school. I thought that was fine too. Knowledge isn't a bad thing. Look at the agricultural technicians in the Heavenly Land Society. They're all from the agricultural school. They really know how to farm. So I told her to study hard. We'd handle the housework. Then what? She passed the exam and immediately asked for divorce. Wang's eyes reddened slightly. Xuanxi, you probably don't know, it was a bolt from the blue. Never in my dreams could I have imagined. The day before, everything was fine. Tan Xuanxi didn't know what to say. Before, when watching plays and listening to storytelling, there were often plots about passing the exams and abandoning the wife who shared your hardships. He'd never expected such a reversed version to befall his childhood friend. He suddenly thought of those puppet plays and booklets with their inspirational stories, now unfolding before his eyes in real life. But in those stories, the man was always ignorant and brutal, arrogant and self-important, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Wang was just an ordinary farmer. Perhaps not clever, perhaps not interesting, but he was absolutely not the bad man of puppet dramas. Don't be too upset. He squeezed out a comforting phrase that even he found weak. Wang shook his head. It's all right, it's all in the past. He turned to look at Tan Xuanxi. How's the military treating you? I heard you've made quite a few achievements. Tan Xuanxi smiled. At least I'm still in one piece. Wang said, people say casualties have been heavy at the front. 3 salt field villages together, we've already had 4 killed. This village alone has lost 1. And recently 2 badly wounded men came back, both crippled. War means casualties. Tan Xuanxi was somewhat wistful. He didn't like talking about the battlefield. Though everyone wanted him to share war stories after returning to avoid spoiling the mood, he always picked amusing anecdotes and foreign sights to tell instead. Last recruitment, I was actually thinking of going. They said military pay was high, plus combat bonuses. I figured 3 years of soldiering could pay off the debts I've piled up these past years. Wang said. Then I thought again. If I died or got crippled, even with compensation, my dad and brother couldn't hold this family together. Tan Xuanxi didn't know what to say. He could only offer, you thought it through. To lighten the heavy atmosphere, he began talking about military life, relating various amusing stories from the northern expedition. Wang listened with relish. Time slipped away in their conversation. The sun gradually rose higher and hot sunlight bathed the land. "Let me help with the work." Tan Xuanxi felt that sitting and chatting was delaying Kai Wang's tasks. "Sure, you can help me." Kai Wang didn't decline. The two worked together repairing the channel. Tan Xuanxi soon broke a sweat. He simply stripped off his outer shirt, wearing just his short jacket underneath. Having been long away from farm work, he was rusty at first. But as he continued, memories deep in his body seemed to return. He grew more and more skilled. Tan Xuanxi felt refreshed and much more at ease. End of chapter. Chapter 28, 45. Uncle Huang. The two men worked and chatted as they went. Between laughter and conversation, they had tidied up over 100 meters of channel in just over an hour. "You haven't forgotten your skills." Perhaps the conversation with Tan Xuanxi had lifted his spirits. Kai Wang's expression had relaxed as well. "At the end of the day, we're still farmers." Tan Xuanxi sat down on the channel bank, gazing at the section they had just repaired. The sun fell warm on his skin without being oppressive. He could feel sweat trickling down his body. The fatigue and satisfaction of honest labor left him feeling mentally refreshed. "Xuanxi, do you remember when we used to herd cattle together as children?" Kai Wang asked. Tan Xuanxi laughed. "Of course I remember. We were always sneaking off to swim in the river. Old Chen would spot us and stamp his feet, cursing up a storm." They both laughed. Those childhood memories felt like just yesterday. "The ox belonged to Old Chen back then," Kai Wang said wistfully. "I used to dream about when our family might have our own big water buffalo. I would have happily herded it every single day." Tan Xuanxi nodded. "Yes, our dreams were simple back then, just hoping to have an ox of our own." Kai Wang laughed. "That wasn't your dream, though. You used to say, when would you get the chance to visit Guangzhou Prefecture and look around? That alone would satisfy you." Tan Xuanxi laughed a bit sheepishly. "So naive back then. I thought Guangzhou Prefecture was like heaven itself. I didn't even know about Guangzhou, just knew there was a provincial capital somewhere out there. Now you've even been to Guangzhou. In the future, perhaps you'll travel to the capital or to even more distant places." Kai Wang spoke earnestly. "You've achieved your dream." Tan Xuanxi looked at him, his heart growing heavy. He knew Kai Wang harbored no grand ideals, just 30 mu of land, an ox, a wife and children. If he could have more land and cattle, if he could build a presentable house, so much the better. Under Senate rule, such modest wishes shouldn't have been difficult to achieve. How cruelly fate toyed with people. Seeing that noon was approaching, Tan Xuanxi said goodbye to Kai Wang and headed home. His parents had not yet returned from the fields. Xuanxi was back, though, loading lunch into a basket to carry out to them. When Tan Xuanxi had left to join the army, Xuanxi had still been a teenager. Now he was a proper young man. Yet compared to other village youth, he still seemed rather slight in build. Tan Xuanxi glanced at the dishes in the basket and shook his head. "No meat," Tan Xuanxi laughed. "Meat is expensive. It's not the busy farming season right now, no need for extra nutrition. Just eat your fill of rice. At least boil some eggs. The human body needs protein. Father says to save the eggs to sell. He can't bear to eat them. How much can an egg fetch? Don't tell me they're trying to squeeze your bride price out of the chicken's rear end." Tan Xuanxi laughed. "Tell me, how much bride price does the girl's family want?" The mention of his life's great matter made Tan Xuanxi flush with awkwardness. $60. The family can't scrape it together all at once. Nothing's been formally settled yet. Hearing $60, Tan Xuanxi felt a jolt. Was this the going rate? "Where is the girl from?" "Saltfield 3rd Village," Tan Xuanxi said. "She has an elementary school education, can read and do arithmetic. She can work the fields too." Tan Xuanxi felt another jolt and nearly blurted out, "She doesn't want to continue her studies, does she?" Afraid of dampening his brother's spirits, he kept his tone casual as he asked, "What's her name? I have quite a few comrades from the salt fields. I might even know her family." Tan Xuanxi looked surprised. "She's from the Hu family. Her pet name is Beihua." "Hu Beihua." Tan Xuanxi silently repeated the name several times, committing it to memory. He planned to visit the salt field tomorrow, pretending to call on old comrades while secretly making inquiries. He changed the subject. Doesn't anyone come around to collect eggs here? Does mother still have to take them all the way to Maniao to sell? Because the Senate vigorously promoted village chicken raising, nearly every rural household kept a few chickens. Eggs had become the most common source of affordable protein on the market. But rural consumption was limited, most still had to be sold in the towns. No need to go to Maniao anymore, Tan Xuanqing said. Old Chen's family is now an agent. They collect chicken and duck eggs throughout the village. An agent for the Senate. Not the Senate, some merchant from outside. I heard he purchased a patent from the Senate and opened an egg factory. It specializes in processing eggs. Once the factory treats them, they can last a long time and be shipped far away to sell. They're even planning to supply the military. Such talk would have sounded like fantasy to Tan Xuanxi a dozen years ago. Now it didn't surprise him in the least. After all, the conviction that the Senate could accomplish anything had long taken root in his mind. Old Chen really knows how to make money. He's clever like that, isn't he? Tan Xuanqing picked up the food basket and water jug and departed. Tan Xuanxi had just turned back inside to eat lunch when someone called from outside. Brother Xuanxi, Brother Xuanxi. He hurried out to look. It was Uncle Huang from the village. Uncle Huang was not old in years, but he already looked quite aged. In the village, he counted among the poorest. In the past, his family had owned no land and had long rented from others. Later, when the Heavenly Land Society organized collective land clearing, they sold reclaimed plots to his family at low prices with long-term, low-interest loans, 30 mu in all. Only then did they finally have land of their own. Though they now had land, Uncle Huang's family had not improved much. They had risen from cold and starving to merely, barely getting by. Misfortune seemed to hover constantly over his household. First, the ox that the Heavenly Land Society had loaned them died. Not 2 years later, the wife they had nearly bankrupted themselves to secure for their son also died of illness. Then last year, Aunt Huang passed away too. Of over 200 households in the village, even refugees who had arrived with nothing, once they had been settled for a year or two, were living better than his family. Seeing him, Tan Xuanxi sighed inwardly. Before the mainland expedition, he had come home on leave. Uncle Huang had visited to borrow money for his daughter-in-law's medical treatment. Originally, his father had not wanted to lend it, but Tan Xuanxi felt that, as a military household, their family should set an example in the village. He had persuaded his father to lend $6. Yet when he returned a few days ago, his father mentioned that not a cent had been repaid in all these years, and naturally, the family's situation had not improved much either. Looking at Uncle Huang now, his complexion seemed passable, but his eyes were evasive. Clearly, he was not here to repay. If he was not here to repay, then he was not here for idle conversation either. Being poor and in debt, villagers had almost no dealings with his family. For him to come visiting, he was obviously here to borrow money again. But Tan Xuanxi always remembered the military's teachings. Military and civilians are one family. He could not bring himself to turn the man away. He could only smile and say, "Uncle Huang, have you eaten lunch yet? If not, come in and join us." He made to invite him inside. But Uncle Huang waved his hand, saying quietly, "No need. I'll just stand here and say what I've come to say." He glanced around as though he had something unspeakable to discuss. "What is it?" "I want to ask you about something," Uncle Huang said. "You're in the military and you're an officer now. You surely know more than the rest of us." "I'm not any kind of officer," Tan Xuanxi disclaimed quickly. "Just ask. Whatever I know, I'll certainly tell you. The village is recruiting for the autumn draft. My son signed up too." Tan Xuanxi was surprised. "Dalo, isn't he an only son? He doesn't need to serve. Not soldiering means there's no way out staying home." Uncle Huang's face was bitter. The recruiter said if he's willing, he can volunteer and receive an extra $10 in settling in money. Why put yourself through this? Tan Xuanxi grew almost incoherent. He was about to say that there's fighting now. New recruits would very likely be sent to the front to fill the ranks. What if he were wounded or killed? But he thought better of it, realizing that such words might be considered undermining morale. He was preparing to apply for candidate officer. He could not afford to say the wrong thing now. After thinking it over, he took a more tactful approach. Well, your household has only 3 people, grandfather, father, and son. If Dalo goes off to soldier, what about your land? What about your grandson? The land, I'm not farming it anymore. Uncle Huang lowered his head. The way things are going for my family, we'll never be able to repay the Heavenly Land Society debt. He said no more on that subject, then asked, I just want to ask you something. Please go ahead. This draft old Chen's youngest boy is also on the enlistment list. A few days ago he came to discuss something with me. He says he's willing to switch places with Dalo. Switch? Tan Xuanxi was puzzled. Switch what? It turned out that for volunteers like his son, they could choose to serve in National Army units stationed in relatively stable areas. This batch of National Army soldiers was being assigned to Taiwan, a comparatively safe posting. But correspondingly, the settling in money was only half of what the Fubo Army offered. Even with the volunteer bonus, it came to only $22. This batch of Fubo Army recruits, rumor had it, was being assigned to the 2nd Battalion in Sanya. That battalion had always served as a reserve force there. Now old Chen was approaching him with a proposal. If they were willing to swap enlistment slots, he would give them $100. I just want to ask, that battalion in Sanya, will they be sent to fight on the mainland? Tan Xuanxi's heart churned with mixed feelings. He thought of the scene at the Daya village banquet and what Zhang Leikai had said. His heart felt blocked up. I don't know the 2nd Battalion's situation. I can't say whether they'll fight on the mainland. He spoke rather reluctantly. I can only tell you that any unit might be sent to the front. This answer clearly did not satisfy Uncle Huang, but he did not press further. He simply lowered his head with a long sigh, apparently unable to decide. Tan Xuanxi could not help advising, if you truly want to soldier, it would be better to join the National Army. Uncle Huang shook his head with resignation. If he joins the National Army, the settling in money won't even be enough to clear the loan. The Heavenly Land Society land loan came due next year. 7 years of principal plus interest, over $93. That sum he naturally could not produce. If the land is seized, then let it be seized. You and Dalo could work as farm laborers and still have food and clothes. Why take such a risk? If nothing else, the Nanyang Company is recruiting migrants for the South Seas. Go there and they'll give you land plus settling in money. Tan Xuanxi had abandoned all caution now and was urging him earnestly. End of chapter. Chapter 2846, Riding the Train, and there are all the debts that have piled up over the years. Uncle Huang shook his head stubbornly. Times have been hard. I've borrowed over $20 from various families in the village. Your family alone, I owe $6. If I truly become a farm laborer, I'll probably never be able to pay any of it back. Going to the South Seas is even worse. Running away from debts is something I simply cannot bring myself to do. If he agreed to the swap, the Fubo Army settling in payment alone would be $24, plus a $10 voluntary enlistment bonus, plus the $100 from the Chen family. He could not only clear the land loan but also settle his village debts. There might even be a little left over. I've thought it through. At this point there's nothing left but to gamble. Uncle Huang spoke quietly. I've worked it all out. Once the debts are cleared, the land is mine. I can contract it out to village folk. There would be a small income each year. I can still work myself. Supporting my grandson won't be a problem. If he comes back safely from service, we take back the land and our family's fortunes will have turned around. If his luck runs out, he paused. Between the death benefits and the land rent, I can still raise my grandson and leave him an inheritance. Tan Xuanxi couldn't think of anything to say that might dissuade him. He could only offer a few hollow phrases. Better to think it over carefully, and the debts can be paid back slowly. Weak and ineffectual words. After seeing Uncle Huang off, Tan Xuanxi's mood took an inexplicable blow. The joy of reuniting with his childhood friend had vanished completely. From Uncle Huang's words, this deal would more likely than not go through. In truth, he understood. If they didn't do it, their family's land would have to be returned to the Heavenly Land Society. Farmers viewed land as their very lives. Tan Xuanxi understood what was at stake. Forget it. Better to just focus on studying. Try to get that Class A diploma, he thought to himself. Tan Xuanxi would never be called brilliant. Years in the military had earned him the Class B diploma, but Class A represented a major leap in depth of knowledge. Fangqiati students took 5 years of study to obtain the higher elementary diploma. The Class A diploma, as an equivalent qualification, wasn't as broad or deep as the school diploma, but for someone without proper schooling, it still posed a formidable challenge. Looking at the self-study series Class A, he had specially borrowed from the Maniao Fort Library. Tan Xuanxi sighed deeply. This material was too difficult. What gave Tan Xuanxi the biggest headache was mathematics. Chinese, natural science, social studies, those were all manageable, requiring only memorization. But math didn't work that way. He recognized every word in the math book, yet when strung together, he couldn't grasp the meaning. Come to think of it, the 4 arithmetic operations on the Class B exam had already made him miserable enough. Better to just sign up for a training class. After struggling with self-study for a while, Tan Xuanxi finally made up his mind. Spend some money and get it done. Go directly to Fangqiati and enroll in the equivalent qualification training class. The Senate's main educational institutions. The Women's College of Arts and Sciences went without saying. Along with the vocational schools, Normal College, and the National Schools Elementary, Higher Elementary, Middle School, and study departments all had separate campuses within the Fangqiati Education Park, each with strict access control. They did not accept overage students, nor was it convenient to openly admit continuing education students. So the education sector had long ago built an independent building not far from Fangqiati, establishing adult education classes for equivalent qualifications. Sharing faculty with the National School, vocational schools, Normal College, and Women's College, it served backbone naturalized citizen cadres and employees from Senate-affiliated enterprises and institutions seeking to improve their cultural literacy. Various aspiring local youths who wished to enroll could also participate, provided they could afford the tuition. This tuition was not cheap. The Senate's knowledge was valuable. Moreover, once you obtained an equivalent qualification diploma, it meant you had unlocked passage to employment within the Senate's system. Even if you had no intention of working for the Australians, this diploma carried considerable weight. You could easily become a teacher at some large trading house. He checked the sun, just past noon. If he left for Bairn Town now, he could still make it back before dinner. His decision made, Tan Xuanxi grabbed his military ID, gathered his things, and hurried out the door. Outside the field village lay within the Lingao City Rail Network's coverage. After walking just over 20 minutes, Tan Xuanxi reached Maniao Station and caught the train bound for Bairn Town. The locomotive, belching black smoke, slowly pulled away from the platform, heading toward Bairn Town. It wasn't rush hour, so there should have been few people in the carriage. Instead, it was 50 or 60% full. All young, able-bodied men, some in uniform, others in civilian clothes. But one look at their posture and bearing revealed they were all soldiers home on leave. Tan Xuanxi chose a window seat and sat somewhat bored, watching the scenery flash by outside. The soldiers in the carriage were in high spirits. From their freshly shaved blue-shadowed chins and newly trimmed short hair, they must have returned from the mainland recently. Pockets stuffed with silver dollar certificates, they were ready to have themselves a proper, wild time in Bairn. This kind of indulgent pleasure Tan Xuanxi had already tasted in full. Now he felt only the weariness that came after indulgence. Years of military life had instilled in him a constant tension, keeping his mind and body perpetually strung tight. Relaxing after coming home actually left him somewhat uncomfortable. He really needed to adjust his state quickly, he thought. Passing the exam in one go within 3 months would be quite the challenge. After signing up for the training class, should he rent a room in Bern town to stay? His home wasn't far from Bern, and the city rail connected them. Transportation was very convenient. But studying at home meant constant distractions. Villagers came to chat with him almost every day. Xuanqing's happy occasion was approaching, with more people coming and going, every day something or someone demanding his attention. It seemed he would have to spend a bit more money and go study elsewhere. But this rare leave would then mean being separated from his family once again. Nearby, several soldiers were debating whether contracting land counted as buying it. I paid real money. How doesn't that count as buying? Buddy, if you bought it, where's the deed? Did the land office issue you a deed? They did, some kind of land business license. You know what business rights mean? One soldier laughed. Means the land isn't yours, but you can farm it. Whatever grain or cotton you grow is yours. But I'm also the one paying the grain taxes. They let you farm it, who else would pay the tax? Think about it, doesn't the contract have a term? Should be 25 years, right? What you call buying is actually just leasing 25 years of business rights. So, this buying is actually pawning. Exactly, it's pawning. That deed they issued you can't be resold. That's no fun. All this fuss in the land isn't even mine. Whether the land is yours doesn't matter. What matters is whether the produce from the land is yours. Tan Xuanxi half listened to their conversation. The city rail began to slow. He knew Bern Station was still 3 stops away and paid no particular attention. Suddenly a graceful figure appeared before him and spoke softly. "Excuse me, General, is this seat taken?" Locals rarely called soldiers General. Tan Xuanxi was quite surprised. Looking up, he saw a woman. Women riding the Lingao city rail was nothing unusual, but this one stood apart. The dress she wore was called something like Han Elements, actually a hybrid of original Ming Dynasty clothing and Australian-style garments. This style preserved traditional clothing forms while fully demonstrating the advantages of Australian-style clothing in cutting and fit. It was very popular among local wealthy families, especially wealthy immigrant families. Though he had only glanced at her briefly, the woman's appearance had already left a deep impression. He couldn't help looking a second time. She was around 30 and strikingly beautiful. She lacked the shoulder-length hair or braids common among female naturalized citizens, wearing instead a reformed hair bun. Combined with her outfit and the small leather handbag in her hand, she was clearly some wealthy family's lady. But such a lady going out would usually have accompanying servants or maids. She had no one with her. This immediately put him on guard. He unconsciously shifted his body and said, "No one. Sit wherever you like." The woman thanked him and settled into the opposite seat. Tan Xuanxi couldn't help glancing at her a few times. He saw her brow furrowed, eyes downcast, as if worrying over something. A mysterious, beautiful woman was most alluring. But the rational voice in Tan Xuanxi's mind told him clearly, something about this woman was off. So he simply gazed out the window, refusing to look at her again lest she try to start a conversation. But the more you fear something, the more it comes. He heard the woman's voice once more. General, does this train go to Bern?" Now he couldn't pretend not to notice. He had to turn and say, "Yes, it goes to Bern." I need to go to Wanzi Pavilion," the woman said with a touch of anxiety. "Which station should I get off at?" Tan Xuanxi had never heard of any Wanzi Pavilion. Eastgate Market and Bern Town together had hundreds if not thousands of shops. How could he possibly remember them all? He shook his head. "I don't know that place." The woman seemed slightly disappointed. Bern Town had grown quite large now, with a city rail transfer station and 4 different stops altogether. Getting off at the wrong station meant walking an extra li or 2. For ordinary people that was no trouble, but for this woman who clearly had liberated feet, such a walk would prove difficult. Considering this, Tan Xuanxi kindly added, "In that case, just get off at Bern Main Station. There's a rickshaw waiting area there. Getting a ride anywhere won't cost much." "How? How much would that cost?" "You're asking me this too," Tan Xuanxi thought. But having already spoken up, he couldn't refuse to answer. Within Bern Town, at most just a few cents. A few cents? The woman's expression wavered. She glanced down at her handbag. He wondered to himself, this woman clearly came from a wealthy family. Could she really not have even a few cents in her bag? End of chapter. Chapter 2847. New turmoil at Wanzi Pavilion. There was a bitter irony in the fact that the handbag Zhou Xinsheng carried, reportedly crafted from meticulously stitched dragon, crocodile skin, was worth more than an ordinary naturalized worker earned in an entire year. Inside it, the vanity case, comb, lipstick, and eyebrow pencil. Any single item would cover a month's expenses for a common family, perhaps several months. Yet she had no money. The family always bought on credit at the established shops. For places that did not extend credit, a steward would accompany them to settle the bill. As a mistress, she never carried money herself. The coins she had spent traveling from her residence to the city rail station had come from what she had managed to save from her 2 yuan monthly allowance. 2 yuan a month was roughly what an entry-level local employee earned, but in a wealthy household like the family, such a trivial sum hardly amounted to anything. Unfortunately, the 2 yuan and change she had carefully budgeted for her expenses had been picked from her pocket the moment she boarded the city rail. Zhou Xinsheng usually went out with a retinue of servants and maids, at least 2 or 3 people accompanying her. Lingao appeared to be such a peaceful and prosperous place that it had lowered her guard. Moreover, her attire was simply too conspicuous. Fortunately, a conductor passed by at that moment, and she learned she needed to disembark at Barging East. The station was not far from Wanzi Pavilion, so there would be no need to hire a carriage. Hearing this, she finally allowed herself a sigh of relief. As long as she reached Wanzi Pavilion, everything would be fine. She could simply borrow a yuan or 2 from the counter. The city rail arrived at Barging East, and Zhou Xinsheng stepped off. She was relatively familiar with this area and quickly recognized the direction to Wanzi Pavilion. It was actually less than half a li from the station to the shop, but for a woman with liberated feet like Zhou Xinsheng, feet that had once been bound and later released, walking even this short distance proved strenuous. Barging East was a bustling station. Aside from the time she had accompanied the master and madam on the city rail shortly after arriving in Lingao to experience Australian luxury, this was her first time riding alone, and her first time arriving at Barging East by herself. The square before the red brick station building teemed with people. Peddlers wearing licensed operation badges on their chests hawked food and miscellaneous goods. Zhou Xinsheng had visited Barging many times before, but usually she had hurried past in a carriage or rickshaw. The lively market scene before her now filled her with both delight and a vague apprehension. After all, her money had just been stolen. She stood at the exit of the Barging East City rail station, her heart a tangle of emotions. Her hand unconsciously touched her handbag, where the 1 yuan and change she had carefully calculated should have been, but now there was only cold air. She drew a deep breath, trying to calm her unease, yet the clamor of the square only heightened her agitation. Her gaze wandered through the crowd, searching for a trace of familiarity, but all she found were unfamiliar faces. The vendors hawking, children's laughter, and pedestrians' conversations wove together into a vivid urban tapestry. Zhou Xinsheng felt as though she were being swept into a vast vortex, drawn inexorably toward an unknown destiny. Her feet moved of their own accord toward Wanzi Pavilion, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. Her liberated feet seemed somehow out of place in this era. Every step felt like a farewell to her past. Though her clothes were magnificent, she appeared strikingly incongruous amid the crowd, attracting many curious gazes. A nameless fear welled up within her. She quickened her pace, but her footing grew increasingly unsteady, as though she might stumble at any moment. On the western side of the square stood a gate-like frame. Locked to it were pickpockets and thieves caught at the station and in the surrounding area, these minor offenders. After being sentenced by the public order court, they were publicly whipped in the square and then locked here for display. Men and women of various appearances squatted or sat beneath the frame, their expressions varied. To Zhou Xunyan, these people seemed no different from wild beasts. She tried to walk faster, eager to leave this noisy, crowded place behind. Fortunately, Wanzi Pavilion was not far from Bern East Station. After walking a short distance along the street, she spotted its storefront sandwiched between two larger shops. It was unassuming. One might easily overlook the Wanzi Pavilion signboard without paying close attention. The moment she pushed open the spring door, a wave of coolness washed over her. The heat and anxiety that had filled her body and mind instantly faded and her steps steadied. Zhou Xunyang is here. Xiaoyu was surprised. That's right, it's her. Guo Zier nodded emphatically. But she didn't make an appointment and she hasn't ordered any clothes in the last 2 months, Xiaoyu said. Is she here to rest her feet? Wealthy women who were regular customers did indeed have the habit of stopping by Wanzi Pavilion to rest and enjoy a cup of tea when they grew tired from shopping. I'm telling you, this is a big matter. Guo Zier lowered her voice and leaned close to her ear. She's run away. Xiaoyu, having served as a women's cadre for a long time, naturally thought of this possibility. Although she had changed professions, she had witnessed cases of wives and concubines from wealthy families running away several times. As a women's cadre, she had even participated in handling the aftermath. Since joining Wanzi Pavilion, she had heard of similar incidents. Take the family where Zhou Xunyang lived, for instance. Not long ago, someone had run away, causing quite a stir for a while. If she were still a women's cadre, Xiaoyu would naturally think good for her. Wonderful escape. Run until the masters scream. But right now, she was a designer at Wanzi Pavilion, and her primary concern was business. It didn't matter if Zhou Xunyang ran away, but if she got Wanzi Pavilion involved, they could forget about doing business with the family in the future. This would be a tremendous loss for her. After all, the female members of the family particularly appreciated her designs and were currently her biggest clients. Xiaoyu still remembered how Jiu had helped Sister Lion escape, angering the family and causing her father's Ruihexiang shop to lose a major customer. Very likely, Guo Zier said. She came alone and it looks like she walked quite a distance. She looks exhausted. She looked at Xiaoyu. What do we do now? If Zhou Xunyang was truly running away and had come seeking their help, they should help her, both emotionally and logically. The Senate actually tacitly encouraged such escapes. After all, this was also part of the New Life movement. However, from a business perspective, if Wanzi Pavilion really became involved, the commercial consequences would be severe. Not only would they lose the family as a major client, but it would also affect a large number of related wealthy families. This was also the main reason why Xinsheng had been transferred away in the first place. If she really ran away, we still have to help, Xiaoyu said hesitantly. Otherwise, the chiefs won't be happy. That's what I think too. If we lose some business, so be it. Guo Zier suddenly made up her mind. Perhaps she isn't running away, Xiaoyu said. Let's invite her to the lounge to sit for a while and feel out her intentions. The two of them went to the VIP room together and found Zhou Xunyang leaning against the sofa, her face haggard, looking as though she had aged several years. Xiaoyu was secretly startled. Had she suffered some terrible grievance at home? However, unlike Sister Lion, who had appeared beaten and fearful, Zhou Xunyang was burdened with heavy thoughts, her beautiful eyes burning with an intense flame. As for what weighed on her mind, it was most likely related to a man. Before Xiaoyu could speak, Zhou Xunyang opened her mouth and said, "Miss He, I want to find Xinsheng." Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, just as she had suspected. Reasonably speaking, the Senate had always supported mutual affection between men and women and the pursuit of free love. But the fact that the man haunting Zhou Xunyang's dreams turned out to be Xinsheng was somewhat unexpected for both Guo and he. Xinsheng was plain-looking, an old man in his early 30s, and missing an arm to boot. What exactly did Zhou Xunyang see in such a man? For a moment, Xiaoyu felt that Master was being shortchanged. He's already been transferred, Guo said hurriedly. Last time you came asking about him, he had already been transferred to the Nancha textile mill in Xinsheng to serve as a manager. Xiaoyu couldn't help but glare at Guo, thinking, why are you telling her so much? Sure enough, Zhou Xunyan produced a letter from her handbag. I wrote to the Nancha mill. They wrote back. They said Master Wu brought workers back to Lingao for training at the end of last month. When Xiaoyu saw the Nancha model textile mill stamp on the envelope, she groaned inwardly. Your factory is just as meddlesome. What business is it of yours? Zhou Xunyan had risked running out alone just to see him. Xiaoyu felt even more strongly that it wasn't worth it for her. But he hasn't come here, Xiaoyu said. He's no longer a Wanzi Pavilion employee. Even if he returns to Lingao, he won't come to Wanzi Pavilion. Doesn't he live here? Well, he used to live in the Wanzi Pavilion dormitory when he worked here. He's not one of us anymore, so how could he still live here? Xiaoyu tried hard to distance the shop from Wu Xinsheng. Zhou Xunyang's eager eyes dimmed for a moment, then instantly lit up again. He worked here for so long, if he returned to Lingao, he would certainly come back to visit. The factory said he was bringing people to Wanzi Pavilion for training this time. As she spoke, disregarding their reluctance, she pulled a letter from her bag. If he comes, please give this letter to him. Xiaoyu cried out internally. Why is this happening again? Just as she was about to refuse, a female shop assistant rushed in, flustered. What is I? Before she could finish, a tremendous uproar erupted outside. Guo and he were both startled. Setting Zhou Xunyang aside for the moment, they hurried to the door and looked out. They saw a dark mass of people standing in the foyer corridor, shouting and clamoring, while 2 or 3 shop assistants struggled to manage them. An ominous premonition surged in Xiaoyu's heart. Suddenly, the noise in the corridor rose sharply. With a bang, the door burst open and another salesgirl rushed over. Designer Guo, it's bad. Someone. End of chapter. Chapter 2848. Barging in, what's going on? A fight. Xiaoyu looked outside and saw a group of maids and servants clustering around a woman dressed in luxurious traditional clothing, charging angrily toward them. The salesgirl hurried to close the door, but a sturdy woman at the front was quick to react. She rushed forward in 2 or 3 steps, jammed her foot into the gap to block the door, squeezed half her body through and peered inside. She immediately shouted, "Madam, I found her. She's right here." The door slammed open with a bang. Guo screamed. 2 sturdy women had already pinned Zhou Xunyang to the ground, twisting her arms and hauling her upright. The luxuriously dressed woman strode in immediately after. She cast a swift, dismissive glance at the stunned he and Guo, snorted coldly, then turned to Zhou Xunyang and slapped her hard across the face. "I wonder where you'd run off to, you little slut. It turns out you took the master's money to buy these bizarre clothes to seduce men. Kneel down, Taozhai hit her." A maid smiled apologetically. "Madam, look, this is a public place." "Hit her." The madam's voice rose an octave. At their mistress's command, the servants immediately rushed forward. Though they bore no weapons, the slaps rained down one after another, hands yanking at hair. Within moments, a beauty like Zhou Xunyang had been beaten until her cloud-like hair hung askew. Blood ran from her mouth and nose, and she looked utterly ruined. Still unsatisfied, the madam noticed her servants using only their bare hands and holding back. Knowing they still had reservations, she roared again, "Beat her to death. If I see anyone not putting in effort, I'll reward her with 40 strokes of the board when we get back." Now the servants dared not slack off. Fists and palms rained down on Zhou Xunyang's body, drawing scream after scream. Fire blazed in the madam's eyes. She had waited far too long for this day and couldn't wait a moment longer. Ever since the master had bought this slut from the brothel 5 years ago, he had barely set foot in her room, making her gnash her teeth day and night, yet she had been helpless to do anything about it. If the master hadn't gone to Jiangnan on business this time, she truly wouldn't have had the chance to move against Zhou Xunyang. Heaven has eyes. She had finally caught hold of evidence that the woman was stealing a man. If she didn't destroy this little bitch this time, She might as well throw herself into the Wenlin River. He Xiaoyu hurried forward to intervene, but the madam was blinded by rage and lashing out indiscriminately. Just as her fist was about to land on He Xiaoyu's face, a slender figure suddenly leaped forward. Bending her left knee while simultaneously pushing out with both hands, she struck solidly against the madam's chest and shouted, "Halt!" It was Guo Zier, executing the chest expansion movement from the Aramascal broadcast calisthenics. The madam felt a pair of jade palms press against her chest. The force wasn't great, but it carried an indomitable courage and youthful vigor. She stumbled back several steps. Guo Zier withdrew her stance and stood firm, her feet planted steadily. Even the guards standing nearby couldn't help but secretly admire her skill. "What do you think you're doing?" Guo Zier shouted sternly. Everyone watched as the false Kun stepped in to confront them. Knowing it was time to stop, they quickly stepped aside, waiting for the outcome of this clash. The madam steadied herself after retreating 2 steps and regarded the 2 women before her coldly. Since coming to Lingao, she rarely went out, but she had heard from the steward before coming that these were the Kun's seamstresses and also the shop's managers. Looking at the 2 girls again, they both appeared to be young ladies. The one who had just pushed her was no more than 16, yet she showed her face in the shop all day long. These Kun were indeed uncivilized overseas barbarians. Look at what they wore. Not only were their necks exposed, but even their calves were laid bare. White belts cinched at their waists, making their figures look graceful, their legs long and buttocks perky. Instead of concealing their forms, they deliberately flaunted their curves for men to see. Shameless, lewd barbarians. No wonder that little bitch Zhou Xinsheng had taken to their ways. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but say coldly, "Zhou Xinsheng has committed adultery and ruined my family's reputation. I am disciplining her. What does it have to do with you 2 young ladies? Please do not interfere." "Disciplining? Who do you think you are to discipline someone here? Is this how you discipline people, beating them to death?" Guo Zier was so flustered and furious that her words became incoherent. He Xiaoyu held her back and simply sneered. "Madam, I have no interest in your relationship or grievances with our customer. However, Wanzi Pavilion is an enterprise belonging to the planning committee. You barged in here with your people without any justification. What do you intend? To start a rebellion?" The word rebellion struck like a sedative. 70% of the madam's anger vanished instantly. She remembered the master saying that Wanzi Pavilion was opened by a senator of the Australians, and that its customers were mostly people close to the senators. How could she have impulsively barged into official Kun property? Fear suddenly gripped her heart, and she found herself at a loss for words. Just as she stood there uncertain, her personal maid Taozhai jumped forward. "What do you know? We are catching a thief. Besides, what rule have we violated? We have studied Lingao's laws. Since coming in, we have merely struck this vixen a few times and done nothing else. Don't speak nonsense." Still unrepentant, "If you're not convinced, let's call the police. We can argue it out at the station." Just as the atmosphere grew tense again, someone suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to look. A man dressed like a private advisor pushed the door open, beads of sweat still on his forehead. He appeared to be 30 or 40 years old, not tall, with a genial smile on his face. Seeing Guo and he looking at him, he bowed deeply in the Kun manner. "Greetings to the 2 managers." Then he bowed to the madam. "Madam, leave this to me." Out of the corner of her eye, He Xiaoyu saw that Zhou Xinsheng had been helped to a table by 2 attendants. She signaled Guo Zier to watch over her and stepped forward. Upon the man's arrival, the corners of the madam's mouth twitched. She turned her head slightly away and said nothing. "I am Zia Zhang, a steward of the family." The man maintained his genial smile. "This is a long story. Please allow me to explain. Zhou Xinsheng was originally a Yangzhou thin horse, whom master had bought for a hefty sum, and she had been greatly favored. But after coming to Lingao, Zhou Xinsheng's heart had run wild. Relying on the master's favor, she often disguised herself and went out secretly, doing unknown things. When questioned at home, she would prevaricate. Madame had grown increasingly suspicious. This morning, she secretly searched Zhou Xunyang's belongings and discovered a stack of letters proving secret correspondence with some other man. So she had brought the servants to catch the adulteress. Although the Senate advocates freedom of marriage and love, Zhou Xunyang's secret correspondence with someone is suspected of destroying a marriage and family. Madame's action today is also intended to rectify morals and support the New Life movement. Hearing Xia Zhang's explanation, He Xiaoyu nearly exploded with anger. What kind of ridiculous explanation was this? Rectify morals. Support the New Life movement. She retorted sharply. Fine, fine. Even if everything you say is true, one clause of the New Life movement is refusal of concubinage. The family openly keeps concubines, yet you dare talk about supporting the New Life movement. About that Miss may not be aware. Since arriving in Lingao, my master has heeded the Senate's call, so Zhou Xunyang is no longer the master's concubine. Civilly, the relationship has been dissolved, Xia Zhang explained without missing a beat. Since she is a free person, her romantic life is her own. How can it be adultery? Well, Ms. Zhou signed a love prohibition contract with my master's company. During the contract period, she does not have freedom of love or marriage. This is all in accordance with the laws of the Senate. Xia Zhang spoke in measured, unhurried tones, leaving He Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. She studied his face, 70% serious, 30% genial, when she suddenly heard a sneer. Turning around, she saw Zhou Xunyang casting a sidelong glance at Xia Zhang, her eyes full of both disdain and knowing. He Xiaoyu asked, "Is what he said true? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Zhou Xunyang threw out the cold sentence and looked away. Intuitively, He Xiaoyu sensed something was off, but Xia Zhang's words were watertight. She couldn't very well meddle in someone else's family affairs. She gave a cold laugh and said nothing more. "Don't think this is over," He Xiaoyu added, unwilling to let him gloss over matters so easily. She was determined to dampen the arrogance of these petty tyrants. "Whatever your justifications, you disrupted normal business operations. You will be dealt with according to the Public Security Act. The police have been called. Prepare to face the public order court." Madame's expression shifted. She suddenly grabbed Taozhai and slapped her twice. "Pa, you reckless little slut, who told you to talk nonsense in front of me? This mess is all because of you. Go accept your punishment." Taozhai's eyes reddened, her face full of disbelief. Madame, this servant. But Madame was all smiles now, as though she had become a different person. She beamed at He Xiaoyu. "Shopkeeper, we didn't intend to barge into Wanzi Pavilion." It was the careless servants leading the way who said only that Zhou Xunyang was in the clothing store. "If we have offended you, please forgive us, please forgive us. We will certainly come to apologize properly another day." Xia Zhang piled on the smiles. Yes, we handled this poorly. We deserve criticism, we deserve criticism." He studied the expressions of He Xiaoyu and Gu Zier and added, "Of course, Taozhai is not solely at fault. These people who charged through the door and spoke rudely also committed a serious offense. Naturally, they too must be severely punished." With that, his gaze swept over the servants. Two sturdy women immediately dropped to their knees, repeating, "We deserve to die, and we shouldn't have violated the shop's rules." Watching them bow and scrape like this, appearing as completely different people from their arrogant selves just moments before, He Xiaoyu felt none of the secret satisfaction she had imagined. Instead, she felt as nauseated as if she had swallowed a fly. It was this very habit of pushing all responsibility onto the powerless, making them accept punishments that their superiors should have borne. In the past, she would have been relentless, insisting that Madame herself receive a whipping, but having worked here for some time, she had learned a degree of discretion. Setting aside matters that couldn't be brought into the open, just fighting a public order lawsuit would consume half a day. Several life secretaries and important clients were coming this afternoon. She couldn't afford the delay. End of chapter. Chapter 2849. A dilemma of a letter, and so the matter was resolved through the summary procedure. much like the countless petty disputes that arose daily in Eastgate Market. Once the police arrived, the family offered their apologies, paid compensation for the damaged store items, and accepted a 50 yuan fine for disturbing business order. With that, the incident was officially closed. He Xiaoyu and Guo Zier did warn the family contingent that this was Australian song, not the Great Ming. Should they do anything excessive to Zhou Xunyan upon returning home, they would face legal sanctions. Beyond this, however, there was truly nothing more they could do. As Zhou Xunyan was leaving, He Xiaoyu glanced at her, struck by the thought of how this woman had taken such an enormous risk to come here for Wu Xinsheng's sake, while she herself had tried every possible means to decline helping. A pang of guilt struck her. She opened her mouth to offer some words of comfort, but before she could speak, Zhou Xunyan turned and walked away. He Xiaoyu watched her disappear at the end of the corridor, surrounded by several maids. What a mess! Guo Zier let out a long sigh. Zhou Xunyan really is something else. What's so special about old Wu anyway? Why does it have to be him? He Xiaoyu said nothing. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about today's events had been inappropriate, something that left her conscience unsettled. Now that Zhou Xunyan had returned, she would inevitably suffer for this. Even though she was favored, a female family member venturing out without permission was a grave offense in any wealthy household. The madam had every justification to punish her, and to make matters worse, her protective talisman master was away. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. If she had known this would happen, she should have simply accepted the letter, sparing Zhou Xunyan the need to make these dangerous trips again and again. Yet if she truly helped connect her with Wu Xinsheng, wouldn't the aftermath be even more difficult to untangle? She sighed inwardly. Actually, if the two of them simply eloped, that would settle everything cleanly. The family could only fume in helpless rage. While she was caught in this internal tug-of-war, a perceptive salesgirl brought fresh tea for the guests to help them calm their nerves. The fragrance wafted through the studio, rich and soothing, easing their momentarily troubled states of mind. A perfectly good day ruined, Guo Zier continued muttering. I had planned to finish 2 more sketches this afternoon. He Xiaoyu had no desire to chat. She casually pulled up the blinds. The sunlight poured in, blindingly white, making her feel dizzy. A familiar fear suddenly gripped her, memories from her childhood, when her own mother had been ostracized by the first wife in their household. That feeling of being helpless, alone, and trembling with terror. The fear that others would stop loving her, would no longer want her, that she would have to abandon all dignity and kneel just to survive. He Xiaoyu sensed vaguely that she shouldn't dwell on such thoughts anymore. She drew a deep breath, shook her head, and was about to return to the design room when something caught her eye, a paper edge protruding from a crevice in the reception room sofa. The color and pattern. It appeared to be the letter Zhou Xunyan had just asked her to deliver to Wu Xinsheng. Without further thought, He Xiaoyu hurried over and pulled the paper free. It was indeed the letter. The envelope was the kind custom-made for wealthy families, with subdued tones and elegant patterns. Not a single word graced the cover, only Zhou Xunyan's personal seal affixed to the closure. The envelope felt very thin. There was likely just a single sheet of letter paper inside, with no other enclosures. Zhou Xunyan must have deliberately tucked it there. He Xiaoyu understood at once. She still harbors that intention. With an inward sigh, she found herself no longer feeling as repulsed by the matter as before. After a moment's thought, she slipped the letter into her pocket. She didn't tell Guo Zier about it. Not only would Guo be unable to offer any useful ideas, but she would also probably chatter about it until the whole world knew. Back in the design room, He Xiaoyu immediately threw herself into work. Recently, Wanzi Pavilion had hired Senator Liu Shuixin as a consultant and was promoting new fashion. Beyond catering to wealthy households, they had also begun considering the light luxury demands of the upper middle class among naturalized citizens. Following this creative direction, He Xiaoyu had been racking her brains over new design drafts. Ever since the drizzle on duckweed design she first led had performed well, both the long and short versions had achieved considerable success, though orders for the short version came mostly from female senators and those in their circles. The matter of skirt length simply couldn't be rushed. Nevertheless, He Xiaoyu had since become a prime candidate for Liu Xuexin's personal cultivation. Anyone could read fashion books. Copying styles from the old timeline would provide enough material for decades. But cultivating genuine fashion sense, that was a discipline both scientific and intuitive. Designers like Guo Zier, who relied on flipping through reference materials and cobbling things together, would be a dime a dozen in the future. But individuals with natural fashion intuition were rare indeed. Talents like He Xiaoyu likely existed in abundance among the naturalized citizens. They simply hadn't been discovered yet. When Pei Lixiu had been in Lingao, she mentioned bringing fashion magazines to Guangzhou to spark a new wave of style and unearth fashion talents. At the time, Liu Xuexin had merely echoed the sentiment, but now she was giving it serious consideration. Liu Xuexin understood well that changing clothing habits couldn't happen overnight. She had always scoffed at the rhetoric of those who claimed changing customs must start with skirt length. The conservatism or openness of women's clothing was directly tied to social environment and women's status within it. Women in the civilized world of the old timeline could unabashedly wear short skirts and off-shoulder tops because, in that environment, such attire was unremarkable in others' eyes. They faced neither moral criticism nor physical attacks for their choices. In today's Lingao, women's clothing had become considerably more open over the past decade. While the trend-following effect driven by the Senate's influence played a role, the fundamental reason was the improvement of women's social standing. He Xiaoyu's own transformation was the clearest proof of this. Changing customs was easy to proclaim but difficult to achieve. Lingao was a blank canvas, simple to paint upon, but Guangzhou had deep-rooted traditional culture, and its public order couldn't compare to Lingao's. Liu Xuexin had pondered at length how to crack open the market and how to change customs. Promoting through Purple Ming Pavilion was the wrong approach. These were ordinary clothes, and they shouldn't be too closely associated with the special services of Purple Ming Pavilion, lest women be afraid to wear them in public. Opening a shop in the great world. It seemed straightforward but presented significant problems. Who would actually buy these things? The female family members of Guangzhou's wealthy households. They couldn't be counted on. Liu Xuexin thought long and hard. Apart from opening a Guangzhou version of Wanzi Pavilion, which held some practical promise, she couldn't devise any other methods, so the matter had been shelved for now. Though no clear strategy had emerged yet, talent cultivation could proceed in the meantime. Under her direction, He Xiaoyu had been formally appointed by Wanzi Pavilion as an assistant designer and enrolled in systematic design studies. Assistant designer represented a step up from her previous position as trainee designer. This afternoon, Liu Xuexin was coming to Wanzi Pavilion to guide the work and incidentally review the homework she had assigned to He Xiaoyu. The outfit currently taking shape on He Xiaoyu's drafting board was a women's ensemble intended for sale in new areas like Guangzhou. Thematically, it fell under Han element fashion. This type of design was a common project for Wanzi Pavilion. He Xiaoyu had created several before. But this time, Liu Xuexin had pointedly raised the concept of sales regions. It must fit the needs of customers in new areas like Guangzhou. That statement was worth pondering. It meant the design not only had to be attractive, fresh in style, and incorporate traditional elements, it also had to cater to demand. Yet this demand was the most elusive aspect of all. Liu Xuexin had discussed concepts like customer personas and cultural conflict with her, but for He Xiaoyu, truly understanding and applying these ideas remained somewhat beyond her grasp. No matter how she pondered, the resulting drafts always seemed to be missing something. This Australian newspeak is really hard to understand. Xiaoyu gazed at the sketch on her drafting board and sighed. Never mind Liu Shuixin, even she herself was dissatisfied with what she saw. While she was fretting over this, the salesgirl pushed open the design room door again, peering in tentatively. "What is it?" Yu Zier looked up, startled. "Master Wu is here." At this, both He Xiaoyu and Yu Zier's expressions turned incredulous. Did those two arrange this? After Wu Xinsheng had returned, he had sent a liaison letter. Originally, besides escorting the female workers from the Nancha mill back for training, he had also brought two others. They were scheduled to learn lace-making techniques at Wanzi Pavilion's garment factory, with plans to promote it as a household sideline industry upon their return. But when he had contacted them regarding business matters that time, Wu Xinsheng had shown nothing unusual, nor had he expressed any interest in a certain customer. Could this simply be coincidence? He Xiaoyu was filled with suspicion. Should she give him the letter? In her heart, she sympathized deeply with Zhou Xunyang. The woman had gone to such extraordinary lengths, risking danger time and again to transmit that letter. If she received no response whatsoever, wouldn't that be too cruel? But if she handed it over, the situation could spiral beyond anyone's control. If it caused a scandal, Zhou Xunyang and Wu Xinsheng would suffer, and she herself would be implicated as well. She struggled internally for a long while, unable to decide whether to surrender the letter. Before she could make up her mind, Wu Xinsheng had already arrived. Since leaving for Nancha, he had grown thinner and more sun-darkened, but his features appeared sharper than during his days at Wanzi Pavilion. Upon entering the design room, he greeted them with warm enthusiasm. "Sister Xiaoyu. Oh, my brother Xinsheng." Yu Zier didn't have the letter, nor did she carry as many worries as He Xiaoyu. Seeing an old acquaintance, she immediately welcomed him with open arms. "What brings you here?" "Coming to catch up." Judging by Wu Xinsheng's expression, he seemed quite pleased without a trace of worry clouding his features. "Also coming to ask a favor." End of chapter. Chapter 2850. Wu Xinsheng returns. "You're a section chief now. What favor could you possibly need from us?" He Xiaoyu teased. She had seen in the internal reference that shortly after Wu Xinsheng went to the Nancha mill to guide operations, he had been formally appointed Deputy Section Chief of Nancha County's Industry Section, responsible for textile promotion and training throughout the county. "I lack everything except people," Wu Xinsheng said, casually removing his hat and reaching to hang it on the hook behind the door. It missed and slipped down. He hurriedly caught it with the stump of his left arm. In that moment, his sleeve slid back, revealing a patch of scars on the stump. He Xiao, you stiffened. Wasn't that the very scar Zhou Xunyang had described? Though she didn't know how Zhou Xunyang had learned of it, the fact that they were old acquaintances was now beyond doubt. He Xiaoyu grew attentive and asked with deliberate casualness, "Section Chief Wu, is your trip to Nancha something of a homecoming in glory?" "Oh," Wu Xinsheng seemed surprised. "How did you know I'm from Nancha?" That's a secret." He Xiaoyu studied him again. In a fleeting moment, she thought she detected a resemblance to Zhou Xunyang. "Tell us, what exactly brings you here? As I mentioned last time, I want to bring two girls over to learn lace making. Didn't the store manager already agree to that? Have them start work next Monday. Now I'd like to add one more person, a girl who wants to learn clothing design." "Adding someone is just adding someone," He Xiaoyu said, puzzled. "We don't make those decisions anyway. The store manager said she needs to ask whether you're willing to serve as mentor." He Xiaoyu hesitated. She wasn't keen on taking this on. Her own work already kept her too busy, and now she would have to train a newcomer from scratch. This newcomer was a complete blank slate. Starting from zero would consume a great deal of time. "Willing, absolutely willing." Yu Zier jumped in eagerly. "Another girl will make things livelier." "Haha, I knew you'd say that." Wu Xinsheng turned to He Xiaoyu, his gaze seeking her opinion. "Since Zier has spoken, I have no objection either." Seeing her enthusiastic stance, He Xiaoyu couldn't bring herself to refuse outright. She looked at Yu Zier and said, "In that case, you'll have to be a good master to her." "No problem at all," Guo declared. "I'll teach her everything I know." "Excellent, excellent," Wu Xinsheng beamed. "I knew you were all warm-hearted sisters." Enough of that." He Xiaoyu had developed a keen interest in the matter of Wu Xinsheng and Zhou Xunyang. She promptly brewed a pot of tea, pulled him to sit down, and suggested they catch up. Though Guo could be oblivious about many things, she was remarkably perceptive in this regard. Sensing that he Xiaoyu wanted to pump Wu Xinsheng for information, she quickly slipped out to fetch a mixed fruit platter reserved for guests. Wu Xinsheng was somewhat baffled by their enthusiasm. When they had worked together, their relationship had been cordial but not close. For one thing, there wasn't much common ground between general staff and designers. For another, Guo's status was relatively sensitive. They had always maintained a certain distance, but enthusiasm was always welcome. Even though he was now a section chief, strictly speaking, there were plenty of matters where he still needed their help. "Master Wu, you said you're from Nanxia. Do you have any family left there?" "There's been no one left for a long time," Wu Xinsheng said. "I only had a younger sister who was sold by human traffickers. Have you never tried to find her?" "I have, but where would I even look?" Wu Xinsheng smiled bitterly. "I only heard she was sold to somewhere very far away. After I arrived in Nanxia, I tried to track down the trafficker, but he was long gone. Besides, after so many years, even if she's still alive, her appearance must have changed considerably." He Zio, you felt a certain possibility growing stronger. She asked tentatively, "How many years younger is she than you?" "About 7 or 8, I think." Wu Xinsheng scratched his head uncertainly. He Zioyu's eyes lit up. She studied Wu Xinsheng carefully again, staring until he grew uncomfortable and asked uneasily, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." Realizing she had lost her composure, he Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. "By the way, didn't you have any tokens or keepsakes?" "We were destitute. What keepsakes could there have been?" At this, Wu Xinsheng seemed to recall something. "Actually, there was half a comb. When we were separated, I broke the comb our mother left us in half, one piece for each of us." His voice grew distant as he spoke, lost in memory. "It's been so many years I'd almost forgotten." "So, is the comb still around?" "It should be, I suppose." Wu Xinsheng frowned. "Before leaving for Nanxia, I packed up the odds and ends I didn't need and stored them at the cadre department's depot." "Take it out and let us see it," Guo blurted out. He Xiaoyu had intended to work the conversation around to the comb gradually, but she hadn't expected the girl to just come out and say it. "Half a broken comb, what's there to see?" Wu Xinsheng found the request strange. "We just want to see it, that's all." Wu Xinsheng looked puzzled but relented. "All right, I'll look for it when I go to collect my things in the next few days." Then he added, "About the girl we're sending over." Leave it to me, Guo agreed readily. "I'll teach her well." Seeing Guo agree so unreservedly, patting her chest in guarantee, he Xiaoyu quickly interjected. "What's the specific situation with this girl? Is she literate?" "She's the sister of our Nanxia textile mill's general manager. Her name is Chen Yue," Wu Xinsheng said. "She's literate and knows needlework and such." "If she's literate, that makes things easier." He Xiaoyu felt slightly relieved. "How old is she?" 16, I believe," Wu Xinsheng said. "She's quite bright. She should be able to learn." "The general manager's sister, so she's a young lady." Guo seemed to flinch slightly. "Well, yes, she is the general manager's sister, but she's very down-to-earth, not some pampered young lady," Wu Xinsheng assured her. "She's skilled at spinning, weaving, and needlework. General Manager Chen values his sister greatly and wants her to have a promising future." "What a wonderful brother," Guo said. Noticing the somewhat lonely expression that crossed Wu Xinsheng's face, she quickly added, "You're quite good too." He Xiaoyu found her disjointed speech both exasperating and amusing. She quickly steered the conversation elsewhere to smooth things over. The three discussed the upcoming training arrangements until a shop assistant came to announce the arrival of another customer, and only then did they part ways. After Wu Xinsheng left, they attended to customers and received guidance from Liu Xuexin. Time slipped past unnoticed until well after 6 in the evening. By the time they finished tidying the office, the sky outside had already grown dark. Both were single and lived in the dormitory, with decent incomes. After work, they usually paired up to dine out and browse the shops before returning to rest. Stepping outside, they found the moon already climbing the ink-dark sky. The straight streets were lined with brilliant lights on both sides. Pedestrians bustled about, orderly yet lively. To both women, it felt almost dreamlike. The past dozen years had whirled by like images in a spinning lantern, and the road of the new world now lay right beneath their feet. With the growing population and the transfer of some industrial capacity, the demand for labor in Lingao was no longer as acute as before. Working hours had been shortened, increasing the leisure time of naturalized citizens, which indirectly stimulated commercial development. The night market, once ending at 10, now extended until midnight. The two strolled leisurely into a medium-sized ready-to-wear shop. Naturally, they wouldn't purchase these so-called ready-made clothes like ordinary naturalized citizens. They came mainly to understand consumer preferences. Though neither was a stunning beauty, their Australian-style attire, combined with the quiet elegance cultivated through years at Wanzi Pavilion, attracted countless gazes the moment they entered. "Ladies, is there anything you'd like to see?" A salesgirl approached to greet them. Xiaoyu smiled and listened to her introduction, when suddenly she spotted a familiar outfit, a simplified version of the drizzle on duckweed. Though the fabric had been changed to cheaper civilian cloth and the effect was far inferior, the stylistic intent remained unmistakable. Noticing where her gaze had fallen, the salesgirl said, "Miss has truly excellent taste. This set is our shop's best seller. They say the designer received guidance from the weaver girl in a dream to create this outfit. Some even claim she is the reincarnation of the weaver girl herself." Guozir was already struggling to suppress her laughter. Xiaoyu managed to maintain her composure and continued nodding. Perhaps sensing these words weren't enough to sway them, the salesgirl brought out her trump card, a newly released copy of Lingao Spring, a recently published fashion magazine. "Miss, look, this outfit is the headline new style of the latest issue." The two women, who had been on the verge of bursting into laughter, suddenly fell silent in astonishment. Guozir snatched the magazine and flipped it open, momentarily speechless. Lingao Spring was the most authoritative fashion magazine published locally. The headline new style of each issue was carefully selected and voted upon by the relevant senators. It had to be unique in design and meet certain sales requirements, a true fashion weather vane. In the past, this honor had always been monopolized by senator designers. She had broken that record entirely. "What, really?" Xiaoyu asked anxiously. "Really?" Guozir exclaimed. "It's drizzle on duckweed." She thrust the magazine into Xiaoyu's hands. "Look, look!" Xiaoyu was flustered and nervous. In her urgency, her vision blurred and she couldn't make anything out. "Where? Where?" she kept asking. After finally calming herself, she saw it clearly. The headline new style really was her design. The accompanying photo showed a rendering of a female senator wearing it. Though she didn't recognize the woman, that figure and bearing were unmistakably beyond what any naturalized citizen could possess. Xiaoyu looked and finally burst out laughing. Once she started, she couldn't stop. She laughed until she trembled like a flower-laden branch swaying in the wind, her sides aching, barely able to support herself, wanting to crouch down. Since escaping from the chastity court, she had experienced many happy moments, but she had never wanted to laugh like she did today. A joy from the depths of her heart, like a volcanic eruption, surged violently from the very core of her being. End of chapter. Chapter 2851. Midnight outside, the night watchman struck the third watch. In the main room of a small courtyard deep within a Ming Australian fusion residence in Lingao's upscale district, Zhou Xinsheng knelt on the square brick floor, reflecting on her misdeeds. Her body had long since given out, slumping sideways against the 8 Immortals table. The candlestick on the table burned through the night. The madam had ordered that after the family discipline was administered, Zhou Xinsheng was to kneel until morning and reflect properly. The maid keeping watch yawned again. The candle flame flickered twice, nearly burned down to its base. Still groggy, she stood to fetch another candle when the door opened. Another maid entered carrying a hurricane lamp. "Ruilan, go back and rest. I'll take over for you." The newcomer was Faiyu, Zhou Xunyang's personal maid. The moment the first wife had returned, she had summoned every servant and maid in Zhou Xunyang's service for interrogation, one by one. Ruilan looked surprised. "They let you back. I told the steward's wife and the first wife that I was helping in the kitchen today. Everyone there can vouch for me. Concubine Zhou running out has nothing to do with me. Good that you're in the clear." Ruilan patted her chest in relief. She glanced at the sky outside. "What time is it?" "When I came over, the clock had struck 12 and the third watch had sounded outside." Ruilan laughed softly. "Forget it. At this hour, the night patrol stewardess will be making her rounds soon. I've already lasted half the night, might as well last the other half. If she catches me leaving, she'll nag me endlessly." "You're that afraid of her, aren't you? One word from her and you get a beating that keeps you from sitting for 2 days." Ruilan shuddered. "I won't court that kind of bad luck." Faiyu sat down beside her and looked at the drowsy Zhou Xunyang. "Asleep. Beaten and scolded, how could she hold up?" Ruilan sighed with sympathy. "The madam has been waiting to vent her anger on her for a long time. This time she caught her red-handed." Faiyu extinguished the hurricane lamp, replaced the candle with a fresh one, and settled in beside Ruilan. "Then I'll keep you company." She rose again, checked on Zhou Xunyang, went into the inner room for a thin quilt and draped it over her. Winter nights in Lingao still carried a chill. Ruilan had a thin blanket for the night watch, so the two huddled together and shared it between them. "You have a kind heart," Ruilan chuckled softly. "Taking care of her like this. She's the master's treasure. If something really happens to her, the madam can put on a stern face, but I'm the one who suffers." Faiyu sighed, her voice trailing off. She glanced at Zhou Xunyang again and lowered her voice. "I'm afraid her days ahead won't be easy." Ruilan nodded. "When the mistress's days are hard, the maid's are even harder. Living such a good life, but she just had to," Ruilan muttered. "Shh," Faiyu made a hushing gesture, glancing at Zhou Xunyang. "Don't run your mouth." Ruilan realized her mistake and quickly nodded. "Sigh, in this house we don't worry about food or clothing and the work isn't heavy. But day after day it's no different from being in prison," Ruilan said wistfully. "Living in fear all the time." Faiyu whispered, "Have you ever thought about resigning?" "Resigning?" Ruilan looked startled. "A slave's body, a slave's fate. They want you east, you go east, west, you go west. If you get slapped, you have to ask if the master's hand hurts. How would you dare say no? Didn't advisor Zia say last time that all the family's deeds of sale are void? Now we're all considered hired employees." She jutted her chin toward Zhou Xunyang. "Her deed is gone too." "That's what they say, Sister Faiyu," Ruilan sighed. "But so what if the deed is gone? We're still at the mercy of the masters to be molded round or flat as they please. If they're happy, you get a sweet date. If not, you get a slap. Look at her." She glanced at Zhou Xunyang again. "The master's favorite, right? One word from the madam, and last night she was beaten half to death. The bamboo board split in two. If they weren't afraid of killing someone," she trailed off, glancing toward the door. "Sigh, what does it have to do with us anyway?" "You're too honest, you silly girl," Faiyu snorted. "Sister Lion's debt, who is the master going to collect that from now?" "I couldn't do that. Having debt on my conscience, even if no one asks, I'd feel like I couldn't lift my head for the rest of my life," Ruilan said. "Besides, I haven't been pushed to that point yet." The two maids talked and sighed for a while. Whispering between themselves, they failed to notice that Zhou Xunyang, whose head had been hanging as if asleep, stirred slightly. They talked a while longer, yawning one after another, until finally, unable to hold on, they leaned against each other and dozed off. Hearing their breathing grow steady and regular, Zhou Xunyang opened her eyes. She braced her hands against the floor and slowly began to push herself up. Inch by inch, she lifted herself with her arms, working feeling back into legs and feet that had gone almost completely numb. A full 10 minutes passed before she managed to stand, gripping the table for support. Numbness, pain, and dizziness tormented her. She stood there another 10 minutes before her body, which had seemed to be falling apart, finally felt like her own again. She moved cautiously toward the door of the west room. This was her usual study, where she often read and wrote. By the faint candlelight, she could see the door standing open and the floor covered with scattered books and scrolls. During the interrogation last night, the first wife had unceremoniously searched her living quarters from top to bottom, determined to find evidence of her contacting outside men and adultery. Naturally, there was no evidence because she had no adultery to hide. As for contacting outside men, Xiaoyu had guessed correctly. She was looking for her brother. Zhou Xinsheng had been sold to Yangzhou by a trafficker. She had left her hometown at a young age, and now more than a decade had passed. She had long forgotten her surname and given name, who her parents were, or where they had gone. She only remembered that she had a brother. Her fate had actually been quite good compared to her sister's. She was redeemed while still young. Although she had been married off as a concubine to a merchant, she was deeply favored, and so the household naturally treated her with respect. Master had been in business for many years and possessed considerable assets and foresight. The whole family had moved to Lingao, this blessed land of the great song. No longer needing to worry about the chaos of war and enjoying many fresh and comfortable Australian conveniences, she lived a stable, wealthy life, ordering servants about. She felt she had nothing to complain about. What disturbed her peace of mind was a shopping trip to Wanzi Pavilion, where she saw a man named Xinsheng, and the mole under his eye. In an instant, all those long blurred memories came flooding back. Unfortunately, repeated attempts to inquire led nowhere. Xinsheng even left town. Fortunately, Guo had a loose tongue, and Zhou Xinsheng managed to learn the man's address. The family maintained strict security, making it difficult to go out, but asking someone to mail a letter wasn't hard. Zhou Xinsheng used various means to finally make contact with the Nansha cotton textile mill. She wasn't willing to give up such a rare opportunity. Taking advantage of the master being away on business and the first wife going to the temple for incense and fasting, she sneaked out and went straight to Wanzi Pavilion. Although Xiaoyu had rejected her request, Zhou Xinsheng could tell the other woman sympathized with her. Moreover, Xiaoyu possessed a more resolute and decisive character than Guo. At this moment, the most pressing matter was the correspondence with the Nansha textile mill. One of the letters, along with the one she had written to her brother, had been stuffed into the sofa crevice in the reception room of Wanzi Pavilion, but she still had to dispose of two other letters quickly. Zhou Xinsheng knew the first wife would never let her off so easily. The items would be found sooner or later. She struck a match and by its light made her way to the bookshelf. Squatting with some difficulty, she fumbled along the bottom shelf. Soon her fingers touched a book jacket stuffed inside. She pulled out the jacket. Inside were two letters sent from the Nansha textile mill, and of course half a wooden comb. End of chapter. Chapter 2852. Chance encounter. Guo watched as Xiaoyu laughed so long and hard that tears squeezed from the corners of her eyes. The shop assistant beside them looked terrified, clearly wondering if a lunatic had wandered in, and stood there feeling incredibly awkward. When Xiaoyu finally ran out of breath and squatted on the ground clutching her stomach, the assistant seized the moment to pull her upright, her face twisted with disgust. "What kind of fit are you throwing?" "A sheep-horn fit," Xiaoyu replied, still weak all over but unable to resist the joke. "Enough." Guo hurriedly covered her mouth and waved apologetically at the bewildered assistant. "It's nothing, really nothing. We'll just browse on our own." Xiaoyu had recovered some strength by now. Bracing herself on Guo's arm, she slowly rose to her feet. Sorry, I really couldn't help it." With that, she opened the magazine again, studying it over and over, poking and pointing at the page as if she wished she could swallow the picture whole. The two of them would look for a while, then burst into laughter for a while, making the shop assistant's hair stand on end. Had two madwomen arrived? And yet they looked quite respectable. "We've made it now," Xiaoyu declared. Promotion and a raise are right within reach. Xiaoyu was the lead designer for the Drizzle on Duckweed outfit, with Gu Zier as the secondary author. After all, designing and crafting an outfit entirely by oneself was rather strenuous. Together, they formed a freelance design team of sorts. Of course, Xiaoyu played the principal role, and Gu Zier was well aware of this. With Drizzle on Duckweed winning an award, Xiaoyu would certainly soar to great heights. But Gu Zier would benefit somewhat as well, much like what Prefect Liu had said about a fly riding on a horse's tail. Seeing her new sister rise so rapidly, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in her heart. However, Gu Zier was not a scheming person. Moreover, she felt she had her elder sister to fall back on, someone who had promised she would return to the senator's side in the future. And so her desire to fight for fame and profit had grown much weaker. As their friendship deepened over these past days, Gu Zier, who had never possessed much independent resolve, increasingly regarded Xiaoyu as her backbone. While Xiaoyu was the biggest beneficiary of this success, it was no small help to Gu Zier either. At the very least, in front of her sister, she was no longer a useless blunderer. She had actually achieved something. "Let's go have a big meal," Gu Zier proposed. Originally, this behavior was simply subconscious on Gu Zier's part, not carefully thought out. But her sister had intended for them to deepen their sisterly affection, and had told Gu Zier, whether intentionally or not, to treat Xiaoyu well. How should she treat her well? Interactions between young women mostly involved shopping and eating. Although Gu Zier's salary wasn't high, she had her sister as a backer, which kept her quite well off financially. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Where to? Apricot Blossom Tower, of course. Xiaoyu clicked her tongue. The predecessor of Apricot Blossom Tower was the Commercial Hall restaurant. Before the Longhiaoan Hotel opened, it had been the most luxurious and high-end restaurant under the Senate's rule. Senators typically chose this venue to banquet important guests. It was a place only people of status frequented. Too expensive, far too expensive. "What are you afraid of?" Gu Zier said. "I have the supplementary card my sister gave me." "Is that really okay?" Xiaoyu remained somewhat hesitant. This supplementary card was, needless to say, issued by Senator Liu Xiang, the prefect of Guangzhou. She was a cadre from Guangzhou, so naturally she knew about the affair between Liu Xiang and Gu Zier. The problem was that Gu Zier no longer held the status of a life secretary. Using such a thing to pay seemed somewhat unjustifiable. "There's nothing wrong with it. It's my sister's," Gu Zier said carelessly. "In that case, I shall sponge off the rich." Xiaoyu knew Gu Zier had no guile, so there was no need to be too calculating in their dealings. Both in excellent spirits, they turned to another rack to browse other clothes, not noticing the young man watching them from nearby. He lingered for a long moment, seeming to make up his mind. Then he approached with light steps, bowed slightly, and said politely, "Ladies." Both were startled. Though the social atmosphere in Lingao was ahead of the world and quite open by any measure, strangers striking up conversations on the street was still somewhat abrupt. Xiaoyu was bolder, however, and not as flustered as Gu Zier. She immediately swept her gaze over him. The man opposite appeared to be only about 20 years old. Not exactly handsome, but his features were regular and pleasant. His wheat-colored skin, short hair, and cadre suit all marked him as a naturalized employee. Moreover, the texture and style of his clothes, the cut of his shirt collar, and his shoes suggested the newcomer was a cadre engaged in office work. The temperament he exuded also carried a certain quality of authority. He likely had a relatively deep connection with a senator. Her attitude toward him softened considerably. She smiled and asked, "What is it?" "If I'm not mistaken, you two must be the designers of Drizzle on Duckweed featured in this issue of Lingao Spring." The young man spoke new speech with a slight Cantonese accent. "How did you know she's Xiaoyu?" Gu Zier widened her eyes and blurted out. "Although I haven't met you before, both of you are carrying Wanzi Pavilion bags, and your dress and demeanor are unlike those of seamstresses or shop assistants. The way you examine clothes in the store also differs from ordinary customers. The young man spoke calmly, without the nervous unease young men often displayed when meeting women. As far as I know, there are only 2 young female designers fitting this description at Wanzi Pavilion. Xiaoyu couldn't help glancing down at her own attire. This young man's powers of observation were truly impressive. You guessed exactly right. Xiaoyu saw no need to hide it at this point and admitted openly. What can we do for you? Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Xinsheng. I work in the Mass Arts Division of the Propaganda Department, and I'm currently interning at the Coconut Grove Photo Studio on rotation. Xinsheng paused. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I have 2 requests. I wonder if you ladies might agree. Seeing that he was polite, well-featured, and a naturalized cadre, Gu Zier had already formed a favorable impression of him. Just say it. Xiaoyu smiled helplessly. As long as it's within our power. First, I'd like to ask for your autographs. Gu Zier happily agreed upon learning his intention and tugged Xiaoyu to sign one quickly as well. The second request is a bit more forward, Xinsheng continued. I'm interning at the photo studio and want to take a few portrait photos for window display. Both of you are very photogenic. You'll look wonderful in photographs. As he spoke, he produced a propaganda department work identification. The work unit column indeed read internship at Coconut Grove Photo Studio. Although photography was a novelty that had only gradually appeared in recent years, it wasn't rare to them. The fashion industry itself maintained a close relationship with painting and photography, so the concept was far from strange. Taking photos is no problem, but displaying them in the window, Gu Zier hesitated. My sister probably won't agree. She says I might still. Here, her foot was stepped on by Xiaoyu and she quickly swallowed the rest of her words. I don't mind. Xiaoyu was quite comfortable with these public appearances. That's wonderful. Xinsheng nodded his thanks. Photography and photo studios are new things. People don't yet understand the principles behind them. With your assistance, everyone will come to accept this innovation more readily. It's a pity photos are only black and white. If only they could be colored like paintings, Gu Zier said with regret. Take that drizzle on duckweed outfit, such beautiful color matching, but the magazine doesn't capture it at all. Indeed, my master says the same. He claims that for photography to rival painting it will take another 100 years, but the chief says it won't take nearly that long. Your master is probably a senator, isn't he? Xiaoyu probed. Not at all, Xinsheng laughed. He's an Italian, Master Trini. So it's him. Both girls knew of this Italian. Master Trini was probably the most famous European in all of Lingao. Starting from doing renovations for the Senate, he had become the proprietor of Lingao's largest art training school. Not only had he paid off the enormous debt he owed after being tricked by Lando back then, but he had also made a fortune. Now he accepted commissions only from senators and the wealthiest individuals in Lingao. You're his apprentice. Xiaoyu looked him up and down in disbelief. Truly. Of course. Xinsheng nodded. Senator Huang recommended me for study there back then. Huang Huangnan, Gu Zier suddenly cried out. This surprised Xinsheng somewhat. This particular Senator Huang didn't have high visibility outside Lingao, and he had been stationed in Guangdong for the past few years, rarely returning. Xiaoyu seemed to be mulling something over. So you're also a painter? Xinsheng gave a slight nod. Barely one, I suppose. I can't compare with my master and senior fellow apprentices. Oh, don't be so modest. Gu Zier laughed even more happily, though it was unclear what exactly had delighted her so. We agree to the photo shoot, Xiaoyu said, suddenly speaking with newfound fluency, but I have a request of my own. Now it was Xinsheng's turn to look surprised. What might that be? Could you give us some guidance on painting techniques? This wasn't a whim on Xiaoyu's part. Since becoming a fashion designer, she had gradually come to feel that the painting skills she had learned in the garment craft training class were too shallow. Currently, when she drew fashion design renderings, she could only work on pre-printed figure templates. She couldn't sketch the human body and clothes freely, the way some senators did, to demonstrate various wearing effects. Xinsheng hesitated slightly. Painting, it's not impossible. Perhaps feeling his response seemed evasive, he quickly added, it's just that painting is a long-term endeavor, not something that can be explained in a few words. Of course, of course. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. How about this? Since you want us to be models and we'd like to learn from you, why don't you join us for dinner? We can talk over the meal. Guozier had little personal interest in painting, but she had formed a good impression of him and wanted to hear more about photography and art. So she chimed in with her agreement. Isn't that too forward? Xinsheng hesitated. It doesn't matter. Xiaoyu knew her invitation was quite bold. But if he wasn't boasting and truly was Trini's disciple, then her boldness today might yield new, perhaps very rich, returns. End of chapter. Chapter 2853. Mutual learning. Xiaoyu and her friend had originally planned to visit Apricot Blossom Tower, but since they had invited Xinsheng on impulse, that venue no longer seemed appropriate. The establishment was too grand. For a first meeting, its opulence might make him apprehensive and give rise to misunderstandings about their intentions. After a moment's consideration, she decided to find something more moderate. Such a place stood not far away, bearing the signboard South Country. Its owner had come from Guangdong to establish the restaurant. The business opened each morning with tea and dim sum, positioning itself as mid-range to specifically target middle-class families. The architectural decor was exquisite yet tasteful, the menu extensive, and the prices reasonable. Morning tea service ran through the forenoon, while a dedicated banquet hall accommodated larger feasts. This combination attracted a steady stream of local middle-class patrons, high-ranking naturalized cadres, factory technicians, farm owners, and small to medium merchants. Business flourished. The shop proudly advertised authentic Canton prefecture flavor, serving Cantonese cuisine and Cantonese dim sum. In truth, both differed considerably from their 17th-century counterparts in the old timeline. Many celebrated dishes and dim sum of Cantonese cuisine had been pioneered by senators in this timeline. Moreover, in the past, restaurants and tea houses belonged to separate trades, and by guild rules, restaurant proprietors could not simultaneously operate tea houses. South Country's two-in-one business model was unprecedented in the 17th century. Even in the 20th, this format only gradually took shape during the 1930s. So in essence, the establishment still carried a distinct Kun flavor. Rumor held that both the owner and the cook had received guidance from a senator named Li. South Country Restaurant's frontage was considerably more modest than high-end establishments like Apricot Blossom Tower, and its location somewhat more secluded. However, its facade was elegantly appointed, emphasizing an antique aesthetic, though this antique flavor was actually that of the old timeline. For a Guangzhou senator, the style would evoke nostalgic dreams of the city of Rams. But to the common people of the 17th century, this was unmistakably Australian flavor. South Country Restaurant rose 3 stories high. As night descended, its lights scattered like stars across the building. 2 red lanterns hung prominently on either side of the entrance, their glow illuminating a wooden signboard bearing 4 large characters, South Country Restaurant, painted in gold lacquer. The signature beneath read Huang. Marble steps led to the door, polished to a spotless shine. Evening service had just begun, and the restaurant's interior was gradually coming alive. 2 hostesses stood at the entrance wearing figure-hugging cheongsams with side slits and high collars, greeting guests with smiles and authentic Guangzhou Mandarin. Their voices were gentle and sweet. Xinsheng was a Guangzhou native, and Xiaoyu also hailed from Guangzhou Prefecture. Hearing the familiar dialect of their hometown, warmth stirred in their hearts. Even before stepping inside, they already felt favorably disposed toward the place. Entering the lobby, they were greeted by a stone feng shui pool with a rockery bonsai serving as a decorative screen. A school of colorful goldfish glided through the water. Along the walls, more than a dozen pots of orchids were tastefully arranged. Numerous octagonal palace lanterns hung throughout the hall. Round tables stood in neat rows, each draped with a red tablecloth embroidered with golden dragon and phoenix patterns, festive yet dignified. At this hour, evening guests were settling into their seats one after another. Families gathered together, pairs and trios of close friends chatted, and traveling merchants entertained clients. Some conversed in hushed tones while others laughed heartily. The air was rich with the aromas of cooking and oil, suffused with an atmosphere of ease and contentment. Since they needed to discuss business, the three went upstairs. The second floor consisted of semi-open private booths separated by screens, offering a measure of privacy without the minimum spending requirements of formal private rooms. They chose an elegant booth by the window and took their seats. Looking outside, they saw 10,000 lights glittering and crowds flowing through the street. The night scene was mesmerizing, and they remained entranced until a waiter came to take their order, breaking the spell. I don't know how many times I've seen it, but every time I can't help but stare, Xiaoyu remarked wistfully. Chen Shixin smiled. When I first came to Lingao, the streets were far less magnificent than they are now, let alone having such brilliant illumination. But back then, having just arrived from Guangzhou, when had I ever seen an entire street lit up? Standing on the street of Eastgate Market, I truly felt as if I had arrived in heaven. You two certainly know how to talk, Gu Zier said with a frown. Order, order. You know best about food and drink, we leave it in your hands. I rarely come here either, Gu Zier protested immediately. Even as she spoke, however, she lowered her head and began flipping through the menu. Within moments she had ordered several dishes. The signature offerings here were roast goose and clay pot rice. The ingredients were exquisite, considered top-notch among Lingao's mid-range restaurants, so she ordered both. Spotting a new item, rose lily water chestnut drink, which she had never tried before, she added that as well. Xiaoyu requested lotus seed red bean soup. As for Chen Shixin, he chose coconut milk sago. He observed the two young women seated before him. Xiaoyu wore a pink cross-collar waist-cinched cotton jacket above and white gauze song pants below. The ensemble was neither as boldly unrestrained as the usual song style, nor as loose and figure-concealing as Ming attire. She appeared graceful and ethereal, revealing a hint of femininity within a young girl's purity. Gu Zier, meanwhile, wore a sky-blue dress whose hem fell to her ankles, revealing a section of jade-white instep, its collar exposing a glimpse of collarbone. As a painter, he had seen many beautiful women. The models in Trini's studio were mostly senators' life secretaries, among whom S-class beauties were not uncommon. In terms of physical appearance alone, he and Guo were far from their equals, but in spirit and vitality they far surpassed them. Could Section Chief Fang have been right when he said, "Women are most beautiful when they're working"? The three chatted as they ate, ranging from fashion design styles to painting techniques, then to the principles of photography, growing more engrossed with each topic. Even Gu Zier, who usually struggled to string together a coherent sentence, listened with fascination. This man before her knew so much. Especially regarding matters of beauty, he could draw upon examples effortlessly and explain them with logic and clarity. For instance, though they understood the basic principles of color matching when designing clothes, in practice they mostly applied color schemes directly from clothing reference materials. Chen Shixin, however, could explain color coordination systematically and offered many insights on specific applications they had never encountered, some even completely contrary to what their training class textbooks taught. Did the Italian teach you all this? Some came from Mr. Trini, some from the chiefs. Seeing their growing captivation, Chen Shixin felt secretly pleased. Comrade Chen, you know so much, you must come from a family of painters, right? Not at all. My father was an oil painter craftsman, specializing in painting eaves, pillars, and furniture. I suppose that counts as a slight connection. Chen Shixin continued, although I loved painting, being a craftsman painter would only barely keep one fed and warm, So my parents supported my schooling, hoping a school bag would turn my fate around. But I simply wasn't cut out for it. I failed at studying in the community school and only loved reading Kun books. At this point, he caught himself and laughed. Slap my mouth, slap my mouth. Speaking of the past, I let the old slang slip out again. Never mind, it doesn't matter. What happened then? Guo gnawed on a chicken foot and asked eagerly. At that time, many Australian magazines and comic books circulated through Guangzhou's markets, available for rent at bookstalls. My childhood friends and I went to read them every day, growing more and more fascinated. Later, when construction of the Great World began along the Pearl River, many machines and ships arrived. To me, they were all novelties, so I often went to the riverside to sketch. One day, I was fortunate enough to meet a chief. He recounted how he had met the chief, how the chief had guided his painting, and how he was eventually sent to Lingao to study. Actually, regarding painting, both my father and I considered it something that couldn't be put on the table. For literati and refined gentlemen, it's an embellishment after obtaining an official degree. But to rely on it for a living places one in a lower class. When I came to Lingao, I still harbored the idea of learning a trade well so I could eat in the future. At this, Xinsheng grew somewhat emotional. Thinking back, I underestimated myself. Only after arriving in Lingao did I learn there was such a thing as art in this world. From that moment on, I truly began to study painting seriously. He spoke with mounting enthusiasm. Take fashion design, for example. What connection could there possibly be between tailoring and painting? But later, seeing the reference materials the chief gave me, I realized that to make good clothes, one must first possess a sense of beauty and keen eyes capable of discovering the beauty in life. Xiaoyu nodded to herself. This meal today was absolutely worth it. That's wonderful. I want to properly learn the tricks of the trade as well, Xiaoyu said. I wonder if Mr. Trini is still accepting apprentices. Xinsheng laughed heartily. He's in high demand right now, it's difficult even to sign up for his apprentice class. Then, how about I take you as my master? Xiaoyu boldly proposed once again. Me? Xinsheng was taken aback, then smiled immediately. You trust me that much, miss? Of course, my eye for people is very sharp. Xiaoyu was quite confident, having completely forgotten the past incident where she had been deceived by a man and sold. There's no need for a formal apprenticeship. If you truly want to learn, I'll teach you for free. Xinsheng's gaze swept across their faces. To have the opportunity to exchange ideas and learn alongside two rising stars of fashion design, I couldn't ask for more. Had this been said in the Great Ming, it would have implied flirtation. For them, however, it carried only the meaning of a compliment. Xiaoyu smiled radiantly. Guo, however, said, if you teach for free, we'd feel embarrassed. It doesn't matter at all. We'll be learning from each other, but I must say this up front. My time is limited, so we'll need to arrange the schedule carefully. What does your schedule look like? We're basically free after work. We can spare an hour or two each day. That works well. I'll arrange the time. Xinsheng took out a notebook and jotted down the details. He and Xiaoyu also exchanged correspondence addresses. For all naturalized cadres, their correspondence address was not a residential location or work unit but a numbered mailbox. This ensured that wherever they went, mail would reach them accurately. Just as they were talking, a loud call from a waiter announced the arrival of 3 clay pots, freshly removed from the charcoal fire and trailing wisps of white steam, carried over with iron tongs. The restaurant's signature clay pot rice had arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 2854. Bridging the gap the moment the pot lids were lifted, billowing white steam rose into the air, carrying with it the mingled aromas of oil, cured meats, seafood, vegetables, and scorched rice. The 3 of them were instantly captivated by the rich fragrance. Go on, try it. This is the shop's signature dish. They say all the ingredients come straight from Fujian. Old Cantonese absolutely love it. Guo's eyebrows danced with delight. The 3 began sampling the delicacy. The clay pot rice truly lived up to its reputation. The cured meat was deeply fragrant, the soy sauce perfectly balanced between savory and sweet, and the rice was cooked to an ideal texture. The scorched rice at the bottom proved especially satisfying, golden and crispy without a trace of bitterness. After they finished the clay pot rice, the waiter brought 3 bowls of sweet soup, perfect for cleansing the palate after such a satisfying meal. Guo hadn't found an opportunity to speak earlier, so she seized the leisurely moment while they sipped their sweet soup to ask about the photo studio. The subject fascinated her, and she grabbed Chen Shixin's attention with a relentless stream of questions. Chen Shixin was more than happy to oblige. He explained that he originally worked in the propaganda department of the Guangzhou municipal government and hadn't been required to intern at the photo studio at all. He had fought for the opportunity purely out of curiosity. Although photography is rendered in black and white and cannot capture the colorful hues of painting, there's an indescribable charm in its tones and the subtle grayscale transitions between them. The interplay of light and shadow during a shoot is especially captivating. This instantaneous art may appear simple, but compared to painting, it possesses an entirely different quality. Clearly, Guo had little interest in Chen Shixin's eloquent discourse on aesthetics. What truly fascinated her was how photographs printed people onto paper. The question was easy to ask but difficult to answer completely. Guo descended into a spiral of 100 whys, and Chen Shixin soon found himself at the limits of his vocabulary. "I'm merely parroting what I've heard. The chief's knowledge runs too deep, and I'm naturally slow-witted, so I truly cannot grasp it all," Chen Shixin said with modesty. "You really are too modest." You smiled, her fondness for the young man growing. "You mentioned you were originally in Guangzhou." "That's correct. I worked in the Guangzhou municipal government as a propaganda officer," Chen Shixin replied. "Besides propaganda work, I painted murals, wrote large slogans, and so forth." "So those big slogans and murals were all you're doing?" "Not all of them. My colleagues in the propaganda department worked on them together." Chen Shixin's eyes lit with sudden realization. "Is Miss He also from Guangzhou?" Though I worked in the civil affairs department." Xiaoyu immediately recounted her time at the shelter. "Oh my, I heard them speak of it. Later, the chief even organized a collective wedding. It was truly remarkable. I never imagined Miss He had personally participated in such a grand undertaking." Speaking of participation, as a member of the propaganda sector, Chen Shixin had naturally played an active role himself, though a clever young woman like Xiaoyu could surely deduce as much. "The propaganda department." Xiaoyu seemed to recall something and lowered her head, taking a few spoonfuls of sweet soup. After a moment, she finally could not help asking, "Since you've been working in the city, you must know quite a few people." "I'm acquainted with most of the staff in the municipal government," Chen Shixin said. "Then, do you happen to know a detective in the city police bureau named Li Ziyu?" Chen Shixin started, then broke into a sudden laugh. "Of course I know him. In fact, we're good friends." "Good friends?" "Yes, we were classmates in the community school. Back then, we spent our time together reading Australian books. After I came to Lingao, I didn't know his whereabouts for quite some time. It was only later that I learned he had taken the police examination." Xiaoyu was both surprised and delighted, pressing eagerly, "Really?" "Of course," Chen Shixin smiled. "I never expected that rascal would have such bright prospects in his career." "How is he now? Is he doing well?" "His prospects are bright, as I said. He earned merit in several consecutive cases. His current rank is several levels above mine. That puts my mind at ease." Xiaoyu touched her chest, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Amitabha, perhaps feeling she had lost her composure and fearing a misunderstanding, Xiaoyu hurried to explain. "This Officer Li, he is my benefactor. He saved me back then." She recounted the past events in detail. "Without him I would have. By this point she was on the verge of weeping. "So that's what happened." Chen Shixin nodded repeatedly. "Such a history between you. It seems Ziyu's bright career prospects are also due to the merit he accumulated through his everyday duties." I've always wanted to see him and kowtow to him in gratitude. That really isn't necessary. Chen Shixin waved his hands emphatically. As a police officer of the Great Song, serving the Senate and the people is Ziyu's fundamental duty. In truth, it wasn't him alone who saved you, it was our Senate, which is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. If heaven had not sent down the Senate, eternity would be like an endless night. Chen Shixin was a cadre from the propaganda sector, capable of composing speeches on the spot. The two young women could not help but silently admire him, truly a man of talent. "What you said is wonderful," Xiaoyu exclaimed. "What a phrase! If heaven had not sent down the Senate, eternity would be like an endless night." Guo Zier nodded vigorously. Seeing Chen Shixin respond with only a slight smile, she could not help asking, "And what about you?" "Me?" Chen Shixin laughed softly, then pondered for a moment. "I am unlike many of my comrades. Without the Senate, I would probably be an oil painter craftsman like my father, toiling in poverty, though likely managing to scrape by somehow. The Senate may not have saved my life, but it was as if it opened a new pair of eyes for me, allowing me to see a brand new world." "Yes, a world turned upside down," Yu Zier declared. Chen Shixin nodded, but Xiaoyu understood that his meaning lay elsewhere. Their gazes met across the table, and they smiled at each other without a word. Guo Zier, however, remained wholly absorbed by her interest in photography. As someone in the group closest to the senators, she had been photographed many times and was deeply curious about the principles behind it all. She continued to pepper Chen Shixin with questions. Chen Shixin did not actually know very much himself. Seeing her determination to get to the bottom of things, he finally said, "Since Miss Guo is so interested in photography, tomorrow happens to be my internship day. If it's convenient for you, why not come to the photo studio and have a look?" Yes, I'll definitely come." Guo Zier was elated. Xiaoyu quickly tugged at her sleeve. "Aren't you working tomorrow?" Right. Guo Zier suddenly remembered that the next day was a work day. According to the Senate's schedule, there were 2 rest days per month. Their next day off was still 3 days away. "It's no trouble, a few days later works just as well." Chen Shixin laughed. "I'll be interning in Lingao for a while. Once I've completely mastered the technology, I'll return to Guangzhou. They're going to open a photo studio there too." "So you'll be going to Guangzhou to manage the photo studio?" That won't be the case." Chen Shixin laughed again. "The one in Guangzhou will definitely be privately run. It will be put out to bid for merchants. Wealthy investors will compete for it. If any family has spare capital and wins that bid, they'll surely make a fortune." "Aren't you a Guangzhou local? Why not have your relatives bid for it?" Guo Zier asked casually. Chen Shixin shook his head. "My family is small and of modest means. Where would we find wealthy relatives? We can only watch others take this path to riches. Besides, I must avoid any appearance of impropriety." "That's true enough." Seeing Sister Guo about to speak again, Chen Shixin worried she might say something startling. He steered the conversation away from the photo studio and back to fashion design, complimenting the ingenuity of their work. Then, shifting the subject once more, he turned to the topic of fabrics. Looking at Lingao Spring, whether it's Wanzi Pavilion or other clothing societies, they carry garments in all manner of fabrics, yet they rarely make fur apparel. There's no market for it. Xiaoyu shook her head. "In Lingao, the coldest it gets is 5 or 6 degrees, and only for a few days each year. Wool is more than sufficient for elegance. Wearing fur would be unbearably hot. But across the strait, there's real demand in Guangzhou. Winters there are much colder than here." Both Guo and he had experienced winters in Guangzhou and knew he spoke the truth. In the 17th century, winter temperatures in Guangzhou often dropped below freezing, with ice and snow every year. The need for cold protection far exceeded that of Hainan. Compared to cotton-padded jackets and wool, fur offered superior warmth and was both moisture-proof and waterproof. For this reason, dignitaries during the Qing Dynasty, we've seen many Australian fur clothing designs in the reference materials, but they simply don't sell locally. We'd like to make them, but we lack the means. I heard in Guangzhou, Chen Shixin said thoughtfully, that Wanzi Pavilion plans to expand there in the future and open a branch. Right, I heard that too, Guo Zier nodded eagerly. He Xiaoyu hesitated before speaking. There is such a rumor. Once you're established in Guangzhou, won't there be a market for fur clothing? Chen Shixin continued. You could plan ahead and start making pieces now. Making them is certainly possible, he Xiaoyu said. Last time, the director mentioned we could design some fur garments first and have the factory produce patterns and samples. But right now, we don't even have the raw materials. Yes, I saw in the reference materials that there are dozens of types of fur. Mink alone has many distinctions based on body parts. It made my eyes blur. I don't even know what they look like or how they feel. The director said the finest mink fur is called soft gold, extremely precious. Chen Shixin smiled. Speaking of which, Brother Ziyu has a distant relative. His family was originally from Jiangnan and had been processing fur for generations. When the business couldn't sustain itself, they moved to Guangdong. Now they're preparing to open a factory in Hainan. If you're interested, I could ask him to send over some samples. That would be wonderful, of course, though we can't afford to pay for the goods. Since they're samples, naturally no payment is needed. You can try working with them first. And should you decide to make fur clothing in the future, you'll already have a connection. Chen Shixin added, I heard from Trini that wearing fur is quite fashionable in Europe these days. Dignitaries almost all purchase it, and the styles change very quickly. Chen Shixin spoke expansively, and Guo Zier listened with keen interest. He Xiaoyu, with her greater experience, recognized that Chen Shixin's words were bridging a gap, laying the groundwork for future cooperation. Yet she found nothing objectionable in what he was doing. After all, this could be a new avenue for growth. Moreover, this Huang he was said to be Li Ziyu's relative. She responded immediately, we can certainly give it a try. How do we contact him? Here is his calling card. Chen Shixin produced a small plum-red card from his pocket. It read, Huang He, New Jiangnan Leather Company. End of chapter. Chapter 2855. The case the group chatted merrily, not dispersing until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. He Xiaoyu and Guo Zier returned to the dormitory tired yet exhilarated, too stirred up to sleep. Since they lived next door to each other, they simply gathered in He Xiaoyu's room to talk. Over and over they planned out their future careers, until at one point Guo Zier realized she was harboring such inconceivable and rebellious thoughts as staying at Wanzi Pavilion like this is actually quite good, and Senator Liu is just an ordinary man. When the hour grew late, drowsiness finally crept over them and they prepared for bed. Then came a knock at the door, the dormitory administrator announcing that someone from Wanzi Pavilion had arrived. What is it? He Xiaoyu was surprised. Wanzi Pavilion was not a department store. It closed at 6 in the evening. Now it was past 10. What urgent matter could possibly require their attention? And even if something had come up, surely they would contact the manager. Why seek out the designers? Suddenly, an ominous premonition drifted into her mind. Could it be? Is it Xinsheng? Guo Zier had also been roused, draping a garment over her shoulders. He Xiaoyu felt her heart lurch with panic. Could Zhou Xinsheng have fled to Wanzi Pavilion in the night? She is my client, so the duty officer must have sent someone to find us. Probably. He Xiaoyu kept her voice low. Whether it is or not, don't speak unless I speak first. Though they didn't know the specifics, being summoned this late at night was certainly no small matter. They dressed hastily and found the night deep and the streets deserted. The two could not help feeling apprehensive. Fortunately, the duty officer who had come to notify them waited beneath a street lamp, having already called 3 rickshaws. The group climbed aboard and hurried toward Wanzi Pavilion. When they arrived, the duty manager on shift greeted them, his face stricken with alarm. What happened? He Xiaoyu asked before she could even set down her bag. The family's concubine, the duty manager whispered. Zhou Xinsheng. Though her guess had been close to the mark, He Xiaoyu was still shocked. However, when she walked inside, she found the room occupied not by Zhou Xinsheng, but by several policemen. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Seeing her enter, the lead officer displayed his identification. "We are from the Lingao Police Bureau. A case has arisen that requires your cooperation in the investigation." "Very well." Xiaoyu steadied herself slightly. "Let's talk in the reception room." The police did not object, and the group proceeded to the reception room. Guozir had hoped to slip away, but unexpectedly found herself on the inquiry list as well. Now somewhat alert, she quickly caught the duty manager's eye and whispered, "Make a phone call." Inside the reception room, the police came straight to the point, stating that a homicide case had occurred at the residence. "Is it Xinsheng?" Though Xiaoyu had just instructed Guozir not to speak carelessly, she blurted out the words the moment she heard this news. "You know her?" "Yes, she is a VIP client of our establishment." Xiaoyu saw no reason to conceal anything and gave a general account of Xinsheng's dealings with the shop. "Did she exhibit any unusual behavior recently?" The officer fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu's eyes. "For instance, unconventional actions or statements." Xiaoyu then recounted in full detail how Xinsheng had secretly come to the shop and asked to contact Xinsheng. The police listened with intense focus, occasionally jotting notes in their notebooks. "Is this Master Wu currently at the shop?" "Yes, he is in Lingao on a business trip at present. He is staying at the Golden Light Hostel. Please send someone to invite him here as well." They said invite, but in truth there was no room for negotiation. The duty manager immediately dispatched a handyman to fetch him. The officers then questioned Guozir and the others. When the questioning concluded, Xiaoyu could not help asking, "Officer, comrade, what happened to Xinsheng?" The policeman hesitated briefly. Before the mission, he had been informed that important figures were connected to the shop. "I cannot disclose the details of the case, but the Zhou Xinsheng you mentioned is a suspect." The word suspect struck like a thunderbolt. Xiaoyu stood stunned. Homicide case, suspect. Placing these two terms together, she understood what had happened without needing further explanation. She had never expected things to develop to this point. Though she did not know the specific reason or who had been killed, if only she had bridged the gap for Xinsheng back then and allowed her to meet Xinsheng, perhaps such a tragedy might have been averted. At this thought, regret and self-reproach flooded through her. If her insistence on doing business had forced Zhou Xinsheng into becoming a murderer, she could never forgive herself. She wanted to ask for more details, but the handyman outside announced that Xinsheng had been brought in. Xiaoyu had hoped to wait until the police departed before questioning Xinsheng for news. Unexpectedly, the officers did not interview him at Wanzi Pavilion but took him away directly. Guozir watched in a daze. Only after all the police had gone did she whisper, "Sister Xiaoyu, could this be a case of adulterers conspiring to murder?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiaoyu trembled from head to toe. "Can't you hope for something better for others?" Yes, Guozir stuck out her tongue. "But the police took Brother Xinsheng away. He was just called in for questioning, not arrested." Guozir wanted to say more, but the duty manager came over and informed them that the general office staff had returned the call, asking what the matter was. "I'll speak to him myself," Guozir said hurriedly and ran off. Xiaoyu thought, that's a useful channel. She grabbed Guozir's arm and whispered, "Ask them to inquire about what exactly happened." For the next several days, both women lost their enthusiasm. After work, they no longer went shopping or dined out. They simply ate something casual and returned to the dormitory to rest. Their conversation naturally revolved around Zhou Xinsheng's case. No news came about the case at all. Not only was there no word from Zhou Xinsheng, but even Xinsheng had not returned. Although Guozir had asked the general office to look into the matter, Liu Xiang was not in Lingao at the moment. Making inquiries was not as simple as lifting a finger, so no word came for a while. During these days, they received new orders. A wealthy family relocating from Zhejiang to Lingao had settled in and wanted garments made for all the women of the household, particularly the fashionable Australian new styles. Xiaoyu and Guozir were assigned VIP clients to serve, and they grew busy once more. After muddling through several days without receiving any news, they gradually set the matter aside. After all, Zhou Xinsheng was neither family nor friend, and they shared no special bond. It was simply that whenever her name arose, a measure of lamentation was inevitable. This particular day fell on the 14th. According to Senate regulations, there were 2 public rest days each month. Industrial and commercial enterprises could set the specific dates as they pleased, while public service departments fixed their holidays on the 1st and 15th of every month. The Wanzi Pavilion was a commercial establishment. It belonged to the category of state-owned enterprises, and so it followed the accepted convention and observed holidays on these 2 days. The end of each month and the 14th served as weekends under Senate rule. When there was no pressing work, most enterprise units could do as they wished after lunch. He and Guo had been busy for half a month and had encountered Zhou Xinsheng's affair in between. Both their nerves had been stretched taut, and they felt utterly exhausted. They had planned to spend the day resting in the dormitory, but when they checked the mailbox, they unexpectedly found a postcard. It was from Xinsheng, inviting them to visit the Coconut Grove photo studio the following day. Receiving the postcard reminded them of this invitation. They decided at once to keep the appointment tomorrow as a welcome distraction. Xinsheng, Huang called out to the interning lad. "The chemicals from the chemical plant have arrived. Go sign for them." "Right away, master." The young man in the cadre suit sprang lightly from the ladder and trotted toward the back. "Watch out you don't fall," Huang shouted after him, though in his heart he felt great appreciation for Xinsheng. Who wouldn't be fond of a young man who responded instantly and moved with such agility? Since the lad had come to intern, his own burden had lightened considerably. Moreover, this was no apprentice he had raised himself, but a genuine propaganda department officer. Such work enthusiasm, such consciousness. At this thought, he cast a somewhat resentful glance at his senior apprentice, who was wiping down the counter and equipment while huffing and puffing like an old ox. Hardworking, yes, but unfortunately half a beat slow in his reactions. His intelligence was also lacking. What had he been thinking when he took him on as an apprentice? As for the relatively sharper second apprentice, that one was a slippery fellow. When there had been plenty of dirty and exhausting work before the opening, he had found an excuse to go on a business trip. This Senator Huang was one of the few art practitioners among the Senate. Before crossing over, he had been a television worker employed at a TV station in Guangdong, engaged in videography and post-production. After working there for a time, he found that the golden rice bowl of the TV station was gradually running empty. The programs he helped produce had no ratings whatsoever. So he considered lateral development, taking private jobs under the station's banner, swindling parents into enrolling their children in training programs for the Spring Festival Gala and the like. Originally, he made quite a bit of money. Unexpectedly, things went wrong later. A group of parents sued him. With no way out, he had no choice but to flee. After crossing over, he could only serve as basic labor at first. When the situation opened up, he became a marginal figure. After all, producing TV programs and establishing a television station was far too distant a prospect. And while the broadcasting field had already developed, truth be told, he was not well versed in it. Fortunately, his mindset had grown peaceful. Usually he worked part-time at Trini's place teaching art. After photography technology was preliminarily restored, he worked as a photographer and trained several apprentices. In his spare time, he went out to collect folk songs and photographed Lingao's bustling construction scenes and citizens' daily lives to submit to newspapers and magazines. The executive committee had chosen him to head the Coconut Grove photo studio. Though this inevitably carried the implication of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, it was more about using this venture to explore the business model of commercial photo studios. In the future, opening photo studios in places like Guangzhou would use photographs to demonstrate the superiority of Lingao life more vividly to the people of the Great Ming, accelerating the process of cultural transformation. At first he refused, but after the commercial department sent over the project plan for private boudoir photography, Senator Huang surrendered. End of chapter. Chapter 2856. Coconut Grove Photo Studio. The moment Senator Huang took charge of the photo studio project, he threw himself into it with absolute dedication, organizing everything on a grand scale. He selected a location on a quiet side street in Bern Town, not far from the bustling main thoroughfare yet removed enough from its noise. Unlike other trades, photo studios depended less on impulse purchases and more on word-of-mouth reputation. Still, the location couldn't be too remote. If customers struggled to find the place, they'd lose considerable walk-in business. In the old timeline, marketing channels like the internet and television meant a photo studio's location mattered less. Strong customer outreach could make an office building or commercial center work just as well. But in this timeline, a commercial district location with a prominent storefront remained essential. As a former television worker who had once traveled for shoots every few days, Huang Yaomin had moonlighted in wedding videography and private photography, gaining intimate familiarity with the industry. He applied all that knowledge to his site selection. The photo studio's frontage wasn't large, only 2 bays. One served as the main entrance, while the other held a display window showcasing various sample photos. This followed the traditional photo studio model. Given the limitations of equipment, film, and personnel, wedding photography and artistic portraits couldn't yet achieve anything too elaborate. Marketing had to focus on everyday life instead, commemorative photos and candid shots. Without the need for fancy wedding photography or art portraits, there was no call for extensive sets and props, keeping the studio's scale modest. The ground floor housed the business hall and a small photography room for routine projects. The second floor, however, was more refined, and the centerpiece of Senator Huang's marketing strategy. To capture maximum attention, he adopted a greenhouse design for the upper level, carving out a terrace that occupied 2/3 of the floor space. Apart from a small open-air section, this expansive terrace featured glass panels set into iron frames, stretching from the roof down to the walls. Such a design was rather bold for Lingao. After all, the region's high average temperatures would likely turn the greenhouse into a hothouse most of the time. Yet Huang Yaomin's motivation wasn't purely aesthetic impact. It was primarily about satisfying photography's lighting requirements. The Senate's lighting industry could now mass-produce various fixtures: kerosene lamps, gas lamps, carbide lamps, carbon arc lamps, and the carbon filament bulbs that had emerged in recent years. Some produced considerable lumen output. However, in Senator Huang's judgment, most were unsuitable for indoor studio lighting and posed certain safety concerns. There was also a measure of personal aesthetic preference involved. So he decided to rely on natural light as much as possible. The greenhouse studio embodied this philosophy. Due to the shortage of lighting equipment, the Senate had invested considerable research into maximizing natural light, developing a sophisticated shading system of curtains, blinds, tracks, and reflectors. Coconut Grove Photo Studio incorporated this system, personally installed by Lin Hanlong, head of the optical factory. Through careful adjustment, the system could deliver satisfactory illumination under virtually any weather condition. This technology wasn't an original Senate creation. Leonardo da Vinci had written about similar concepts in the 16th century: how to construct a venue with optimal lighting for portrait painting, how to arrange the distance between model and painter in varying weather, and a technique closely related to photography: the camera obscura projection. Lin Hanlong's system was ingeniously designed. It came with a specialized manual, and a technician had been dispatched specifically to train the photo studio staff. Given the substantial investment in the lighting system, the second-floor studio naturally needed to generate high-value products to recoup costs. It would cater primarily to mid to high-end clientele. Although color photography remained beyond reach, there was no harm in preparing props and costumes in advance. To that end, Senator Huang had commissioned an array of premium garments from Wanzi Pavilion. Photography was still a novelty, and most common people had no conception of it. Aside from naturalized citizens who required photos for identification documents and employment files, ordinary folk had neither experience with nor demand for photographs. This meant the trade had to cultivate consumer habits from the ground up. Fortunately, once the industrial sector could reliably produce photography consumables, the Senate began implementing an identification photo system. With the rollout of identity documents across the entire population, Coconut Grove Photo Studio would never lack for business. Yet Senator Huang looked down on business that merely rode the coattails of administrative policy. Ambitious by nature, he intended to develop additional revenue streams. Tracing the life cycle of photo studios from the old timeline, the industry had begun with its introduction during the late Qing Dynasty, when it was initially viewed as soul-stealing sorcery. By the 1920s, the public gradually accepted photography and commercial studios appeared. After the 1930s, having one's photograph taken became fashionable. The industry popularized through the 1950s, wedding photography surged in the 1990s, and digital cameras eventually brought decline in the early 21st century. Most of Hainan Island currently occupied something like the 1920s phase. Common people no longer treated photography as witchcraft. Guangzhou, however, still lingered at the late Qing level. Since photography was no longer feared as sorcery, commercialization held genuine promise. But consumer habits remained undeveloped, requiring guidance and cultivation. Fortunately, Lingao enjoyed an enormous advantage. Among all territories under Senate jurisdiction, it had the deepest media industry penetration. More than 20 popular newspapers and magazines circulated here, with subscriptions reaching over 40% of the population. Photos published in these periodicals served as advertisements, subtly weaving the concept of photography into daily life. Of course, this alone wouldn't suffice. So Huang Yaomin had negotiated an advertising partnership with Ding Ding, arranging continuous promotions for the photo studio across major publications under the media group for an entire year. Beyond standard advertisements, the agreement included several soft marketing pieces, stories, novels, and comic strips promoting concepts like visit a photo studio for portraits, commemorate important occasions with photographs, and preserve your most beautiful moments. He had also arranged cooperation with the operators of the Lattice Skirt Club. He would photograph their theatrical troupe free of charge, the portraits to be displayed on the small theater's actor wall. He promised to shoot a complimentary photo album for members once photography technology improved, in exchange for the convenience of promoting his studio within the venue. Naturally, Guangzhou fell within Senator Huang's plans as well, but for now he couldn't attend to it. The photography resources allocated to him were simply too limited. He would develop Lingao first, familiarizing himself with the technology while training a core group of skilled personnel. Senator Huang strolled through the photo studio, inspecting and guiding the work in progress. Coconut Grove Photo Studio was nearly ready to open. The hardware was essentially in place. Only the software remained, decorations and accessories being rushed to completion. 3 to 5 more days at most. He calculated that the studio could officially open before the next rest day arrived. Surveying the studio he had built with his own hands, Senator Huang couldn't suppress a swell of pride. A pity he couldn't run a television station yet. Otherwise, he'd have insisted on being station chief. Observing the bustle of work outside with nothing left requiring his guidance, he decided to take a few test photographs of his maid, checking the quality of newly delivered equipment and chemicals. Quality control issues meant each batch of consumables performed slightly differently. Only actual shooting could confirm their reliability. He asked the maid to change clothes, then entered the darkroom himself. First he donned gloves and a mask, feeling rather like he was entering a chemical processing facility, but he had no choice. Currently assigned a wet plate camera, he had to work with the antiquated wet collodion process. Some materials in wet plate preparation were flammable and toxic. Cherishing life meant starting with personal safety. He gathered distilled water, a basin, a gram scale, an alcohol lamp, beakers, stirring rods, a large funnel, test tubes, graduated cylinders, filter paper, a glass cutter, and a silver nitrate bath. Everything ready, he began. First, he poured prepared collodion onto the glass plate, tilting it so the liquid quickly covered the entire surface, then poured the excess back into the bottle. He shook the plate gently to achieve a smooth, uniform emulsion layer. Into the silver nitrate bath it went for sensitization. After 4 minutes, he removed the glass plate, wiped the back clean with paper, and loaded it into the film holder. Returning to the studio, Huang directed the maid to sit before the blue cloth backdrop. Wet plates were sensitive only to ultraviolet, blue, and portions of the visible spectrum, responding weakly to warm light. He used an iron stand to support the back of her head, holding it perfectly still. In the era when wet plates first emerged, long exposure times meant subjects had to remain absolutely motionless for 5 to 10 seconds, not even blinking. He arranged the gas lamps, wrapped them in white cloth, and adjusted the focus. Loading the film holder into the camera, he removed the lens cap, which served as the shutter on wet plate cameras, waited 5 seconds, then replaced it. He retrieved the film holder and returned to the darkroom. Pouring developer over the plate, he agitated it vigorously. An image appeared within 6 to 8 seconds. He halted development around 15 seconds, rinsed the plate directly with water applied fixer after washing, and watched the image grow brighter and brighter as it dried. A final coat of varnish completed the process. Huang examined the finished image. Success on the first attempt. The quality was quite good. However, an Asian woman with natural makeup still wasn't quite as photogenic in black and white as a Western model. I should submit a request to the general office for a special expense budget, he mused. That had been merely a warm-up. Now for the real work. His gaze swept over the maid's clothing, and he signaled to her. She appeared momentarily startled, then immediately understood. She had served as Senator Huang's photography model more than once before. Even so, she still affected a show of bashfulness first. Just as she blushed and headed toward the changing room, Huang Yaomin's little PHS rang. End of chapter. Chapter 2857, Trial Operation 1. Huang Yaomin picked up the phone. It was Huang claiming he had an urgent matter to discuss. Old Huang, aren't you supposed to be in Guangzhou? Why'd you come running back? Did you get the approval for the Guangzhou Carriage 4S shop project? Getting approval is child's play. The problem is they only hand over the approval without any funding. What do they think I am, the god of fortune himself? Ha, looks like you took quite a hit on that 4S shop in Lingao. You're simply too ambitious for your own good, Huang Yaomin thought to himself. Ever since the Lingao vehicle plant launched their rickshaws and they sold like hotcakes, Li Chiqui and others had established a chain of rickshaw maintenance and repair shops. Why hadn't Huang participated in that venture? It might look rustic, but it turned a steady profit. Isn't that the truth? I've been roasted by so many senators over this mess. Seems I'm not exactly beloved in the Senate these days. Huang grumbled for a while longer. Enough small talk. You didn't come all the way back to Lingao just to whine at me over the phone, did you? He, then I'll get straight to the point. Huang gave a few dry laughs. He did have official business in Lingao, but the real reason he'd sought out Huang Yaomin was regarding the 82nd shop in Wanzi Pavilion matters. Take some product photos for me. I want to put together a product catalog. Easy enough. What do you want to shoot? What about models? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night, and we can hash out the details over the table. Senator Huang preferred not to discuss too much over the phone. I'll send a car to pick you up. By the time Huang Yaomin finished taking a set of photos for his maid, evening had already fallen. After returning home and finishing dinner, Senator Huang retreated to his study, switched on his computer, and posted a thread on the BBS. Which era of old timeline lenses can the optical department replicate? At present, Lin Hanlong's optical factory still couldn't manufacture lenses. Although the wet plate cameras used in the photo studio were manufactured in this timeline, the lenses remained old stock brought over from the other side, just like the cameras currently employed by powerful departments and propaganda media. The BBS had grown rather desolate these days, with barely a post every 10 days or half a month. It persisted mainly because certain technology enthusiasts still needed it as a platform for asynchronous communication. Moreover, the posting and replying format had no time constraints, making it ideal for filling spare moments. For this reason, after the IT department trimmed most of the resources originally allocated to the BBS, they still maintained a lightweight message board system that consumed minimal resources. He didn't expect a quick reply. Most senator technicians continued working after dinner and would only check in when they had a free moment. Unexpectedly, within half an hour, Su Chi from the chemical laboratory responded. I believe that as long as it doesn't involve special glass or multi-element lens designs, almost anything is achievable. After all, the mathematical calculations have already been developed. No need to reinvent that wheel. In practice, most designs will likely follow large and medium format lenses from World War II and earlier. The use of special glass and coating in modern designs remains a hurdle Lingao can't yet clear. Structures like Tessar and double Gauss, which use few lens elements and are well established, pose no significant manufacturing challenges. These relatively newer structures are actually easier to realize. However, they'll mostly need redesigning for a larger image field, but with software assistance, it shouldn't prove too troublesome. As for coding, the domestic coding machines available in this timeline are quite serviceable and reasonably priced. But obviously, no one brought high-purity materials for evaporation coating on the holy ship, and even if they had, it wouldn't help much without a continuous supply. As for climbing the tech tree to build coding machines from scratch, getting stuck on achieving and maintaining high vacuum is a problem that will leave us stumped for quite some time. Regarding coding design, there don't seem to be many brothers from optical machinery institutes among the 500 wretches. Although I sold quite a few products, I only tinkered with simple single-layer metal films myself. Truly trying to unlock the thin-film optics tech tree is another massive rabbit hole. By the way, I recall that early on, acid etching was used to form a corroded thin layer on glass surfaces for anti-reflection. This method should be achievable in Lingao, but I've never witnessed the actual results. Forget about coding, multi-element lenses are more than sufficient. At this point, Li Chiqi joined the discussion. Agreed. Without coding, 8 air surfaces are the practical upper limit. Fortunately, there are plenty of usable structures under that constraint. Can manual lens structures be copied directly? No redesign needed. Yes, as long as there's glass with matching serial numbers and the image circle distance matches. Just produce it directly according to the design, Lin Hanlong chimed in with his opinion. 8 air surfaces. Although Huang Yaomin wasn't an optics major, he understood that being able to produce multi-element lenses would suffice. He decided to search for more information and discovered a lengthy article titled Structure, Performance, and Selection of Large Format Lenses. Examining the structural introductions of several large format camera lenses within, he found that the dagger structure seemed most suitable for application in Lingao, so he copied these specific paragraphs. Designed in 1892, the dagger structure can be considered the dawn of modern optics. The dagger lens employs a 6-element, 2-group structure. It is also a symmetrical orthoscopic lens and can be viewed as a derivative of the hypergon structure. Due to the use of cemented lens technology, a lens element that would otherwise be difficult to process can be divided into multiple parts, with the workload distributed across several lens elements. Therefore, this lens was the first design capable of mass popularization. Additionally, because lens groups cemented from multiple elements can utilize different glass properties for superior dispersion correction. The dagger lens structure effectively occupies a middle ground between wide-angle and standard lens structures. The wide-angle characteristics inherited from hypergyn and the multi-element correction inherently create certain conflicts. Most finished dagger lenses cover between 60–80 degrees, but because this design corrects several basic higher-order aberrations quite effectively, the aperture can be made larger than in previous lenses. The general limit is f6.8, which is why the vast majority of lenses with this structure are rated at f6.8. When the dagger lens first appeared, coating technology did not yet exist. This structure also avoided the interface reflection effects caused by excessive air surfaces in its design, incorporating only 4 air surfaces. The light transmittance was considered remarkably high for its time. He posted the text to the forum, hoping for good news from the optical department, then switched off his computer and went asleep. Who invented the first practical popular camera, the flag brand wet plate camera, remains historically unverified. Today, we can only speculate based on the daguerreotype photography method mentioned in someone's notes. However, there are abundant records regarding the advent of the empire's first camera lens. Even today, when examining these materials, one cannot help but admire the scientific senators of the empire's optical industry. Their wisdom and achievements remain perhaps unsurpassable even now. The Tessar lens they designed themselves deserves particular recognition. What manner of brilliance was required to inspire such innovation, to design an optical lens with such extraordinary refinement? It earned the reputation of eagle eye in its time. Due to its simple structure and relatively low cost, it remains widely used to this day. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of the Tessar lens made the popularization of photography inevitable. History of camera development in the Senate the following day, Senator Huang rose early. Today marked the beginning of a 7-day trial operation period. For this occasion, more than 200 complimentary photography coupons and 1,000 visitor passes had been distributed to potential consumer groups in Lingao through various channels. Coming or taking photos wasn't mandatory, of course. The main objective was to gauge roughly how many people in this demographic would respond. Although not mandatory, considering human nature's fondness for spectacle, there would certainly be no shortage of visitors during the trial operation. Therefore, both visiting and photography were scheduled by number, with daily limits in place. Senator Huang remained apprehensive and had specifically requested the Lingao Police Bureau to dispatch a team of security officers to maintain order. At this moment, he paced through the hall, watching the queue gradually forming outside. Today was the mid-month half-day off, and quite a crowd had gathered. Moreover, many had come as entire families, the elderly supported by the young and children carried in arms. It appeared most were indeed here simply to witness the novelty. However, if a flood of photography customers descended on the first day, this newly established photo studio would likely be thrown into chaos. After all, wet plate photography involved numerous procedures and lengthy fixing times. He had tested it himself. The entire process took at least 10 minutes for a single person. For multi-person shoots like family portraits, merely adjusting postures and guiding expressions consumed more than 10 minutes. If everything proceeded smoothly, roughly 20 minutes were needed to complete such a session. With children involved, it took even longer. Thus he had limited distribution to 40 coupons on rest days and 30 on weekdays. 2 camera positions would operate simultaneously. He would consider adding positions and personnel based on circumstances following the trial operation. It all depends on how today goes. Senator Huang surveyed the business hall he had meticulously designed and arranged. From the style of the floor tiles to the color of the walls, the potted greenery, the furniture styles, right through to the lighting scheme on the ceiling, he had selected everything himself. The result somewhat resembled a television station broadcasting hall. Wandering through, it gave Huang Yaomin a comfortable sense of familiarity. The photo studio staff were already at their stations, waiting solemnly. Huang Yaomin glanced around and noticed that Chen Shixin, usually the most energetic of the bunch, was absent. He couldn't help frowning. "Where's Chen Shixin?" "Today is his scheduled rest day," old Zhang responded quickly. Old Zhang was the first photographer Huang Yaomin had personally trained. He was of the same generation as Chen Shixin's father, and also a craftsman with a background in color painting. Thanks to his artistic training, he possessed a keen sensitivity to patterns and composition. He could be considered Huang Yaomin's most accomplished disciple. Such a capable hand was actually off duty today. Huang Yaomin silently cursed himself for not thinking things through. Today was a public rest day, and the very first day of operations to boot. The crowds would certainly be at their peak. He should have asked Chen Shixin to swap shifts. Old Zhang was reliable, but the others were a bit. Just as these thoughts ran through his mind, he happened to glance through the glass window and spotted Chen Shixin among the crowd of onlookers gathering outside. He was wearing a brand-new high-end linen cadre suit, his hair combed sleek and gleaming, chatting and laughing with two young women. End of chapter. Chapter 2858, Trial Operation 2. I gave you the day off, not a day to chase girls. A pang of jealousy shot through Senator Huang Yaomin as he watched the young lad laughing with two youthfully radiant women. During his years at the TV station, Senator Huang had seen every variety of beauty, but as a lowly television laborer, he'd never had the fortune to get close to any of them. After becoming a senator, life secretaries were naturally available in whatever quantity he desired, but by then his youth had fled. The regrets of those earlier years had left old scars on his heart. Dating my ass. He immediately summoned a shop assistant. "You, go call Chen Shixin in from outside." Seeing the senator's sour expression, the assistant wondered. No one barged into the studio without knocking this time, so why the long face? Just as he was about to head out, he saw Chen Shixin already walking in with the two girls. "Chief." Chen Shixin greeted Senator Huang the moment he entered. "Business is booming today." Huang Yaomin nodded. The kid knew how to behave. Noting that he'd brought two girls along, he couldn't help sizing them up with curiosity. One looked vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place her. Judging by their hairstyles and attire, they appeared to be naturalized employees of considerable rank. Noticing Chief Huang's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Shixin quickly introduced He Xiaoyu and Gu Zier, explaining that he'd brought them specifically to broaden their horizons. Upon hearing they were designers from Wanzi Pavilion, Huang Yaomin mused that Senator Huang was formidable indeed. Even the female employees he recruited were this charming. What a waste for him to be stuck in military logistics. Zin, it's the first day of trial operation and the shop is very busy. Chen Shixin quickly replied, "I'll stay and help out. I just wanted to show them around." "What do you think?" Seeing him so tactful, Senator Huang was greatly pleased and immediately agreed to let him take the two girls on a tour of the shop, on condition that he help with the photography. After months of internship, Chen Shixin had mastered the entire operation and had been working independently for some time. Although he had no intention of becoming a professional photographer, Huang Yaomin felt confident that his skills surpassed those of the photographers currently undergoing specialized training. Taking advantage of the time before opening, Chen Shixin led the two girls on a tour through the photo studio from top to bottom. Beep, beep, beep. The final tone indicates 8:00 a.m. Lingao time. With the hourly time signal broadcast from the chat box on the street corner, the trial operation of Coconut Grove Photo Studio officially commenced. "Chief, let's open the door," the female receptionist reminded him. "Open the door." As the glass door swung open, the customers who had been lined up by the police at the entrance began filing in one by one. Since entry required coupons, order management was far better than it might have been, but the local fondness for spectacle still caused customers to involuntarily squeeze forward. Line up, don't push. Anyone who cuts in line again won't get a number. You, yes, you, I saw you cutting in line, get to the back. The moment the door opened, a dozen people rushed in at once. A crowd still pressed eagerly outside, forcing the assistants to shout and maintain order while controlling the entrance flow. To separate onlookers from actual customers, they were diverted into two streams starting from the entrance. With so many people wanting photographs, congestion formed immediately. Huang instructed Xinsheng to man camera position number 3 and speed up the shooting process. Guo and he served as assistants for Xinsheng. In this era when photography technology remained quite primitive, photographers not only required assistance, the assistants' workload was substantial. This was especially true when it came to soothing the restless crowd waiting outside and guiding customers who had no idea what to do with their hands and feet during the shoot. Xinsheng briefly explained their duties and points to watch for, and the two began their work. Here, the environment was completely different from the Wanzi Pavilion they knew so well. As newcomers, everything appeared fresh, and everything they did felt interesting. "Miss, may I ask if this is the line for photos?" Just as Xiaoyu came out to call a number and was preparing to return inside, a voice called from behind. She turned to find a man wearing a crisp Fubo Army NCO uniform standing there with two elderly people. The old man kept dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. The soldier's brow was beaded with sweat as well, and stains had already appeared on his collar. Were it not for military appearance regulations, he probably would have removed his hat to fan himself. "Yes, are you three here for photos? Where's your number?" Here. The soldier hurriedly presented a slip of paper. Xiaoyu examined it and handed it back. "This is a visit coupon, not a photography experience coupon." Then can I pay for it myself?" "Paying won't work either. For these few days, photos are by coupon only. You could try the counter outside to get an experience coupon, or come back in a few days. Taking photos is free during this period," Xiaoyu explained. The soldier accepted the visit coupon back with visible disappointment, glancing uneasily at his parents behind him. He spoke in a low voice. "My parents are over 50. They're getting on in years and haven't been to the city before. We missed the public carriage, so I rushed over as soon as I picked them up. I didn't expect so many people. I'm back on leave and thought I could take a photo as a memento." Though Xiaoyu had never worked in a photo studio, her years of dealing with clients at Wanzi Pavilion had sharpened her instincts. She had experience with such situations. With so many people around, if she agreed to accommodate him, others would make the same request, which would inevitably cause problems. She thought for a moment, then said, "I'll need to ask about this. Please wait a moment." With that, she went inside and spoke to Xinsheng. "It's definitely not possible right now. We haven't even finished with the people who have coupons. Can we add a number? It's not easy for him. He's on leave trying to bring his parents to the city for a photo." Xiaoyu pleaded on their behalf. "I'll add a number for you, but they'll have to come later." Xinsheng considered. "Tell them to come back at 4 this afternoon. By then the line should be mostly cleared. Adding a number won't be a problem." Xiaoyu took the added number coupon outside. Under everyone's watchful gazes, she didn't hand the coupon over directly. Instead, she announced loudly with a stern expression, "The quota for photography coupons is full today. No more numbers can be added. Why don't you pay at your own expense? No need to line up or wait for a number. Just come directly at 2 in the afternoon." As she said, "at your own expense," Xiaoyu winked at the soldier and emphasized the word afternoon. Seeing him smile and nod at her, she knew he'd understood. Xiaoyu pretended to guide them out, led them to the door, and then secretly pressed the photography coupon into the soldier's hand. "Come on time this afternoon. If the photographer leaves, you won't be able to get your picture." I know," the soldier nodded repeatedly. The photo studio used flag brand cameras produced by the Lingao optical factory. Wet plate photography was not a swift process. More troublesome still was that the required plates and solutions had to be prepared in advance, and the prepared materials couldn't be kept for long. They could only be made according to the number of tickets issued. Today's allotment was 40 tickets, but accounting for photography failures and other unpredictable factors, Huang had actually prepared 50 sets of consumables. Adding a number for 1 or 2 more people posed no problem. Back in studio number 3, Xinsheng had already become absorbed in his work. The first few numbers were all single portraits, mostly young people who had come to try it out of curiosity. It wasn't until number 6 that a couple in their early 30s appeared. Both wore factory work clothes and had 2 children in tow, a boy and a girl. They might have stepped straight out of an Australian propaganda poster, the model naturalized family. Are you taking a family portrait? What background would you like? We have the holy ship, barren town, farms, factories, and various Western and Nanyang landscapes. Yu Zier, now self-taught, introduced the options in a tone mimicking Xinsheng's. The so-called backgrounds were painted backdrops and props designed to make photographs look less stiff. The background walls here were large oil paintings that Senator Huang had specially commissioned from Trini's studio, sparing no expense. They were colorful and remarkably realistic, mounted on racks that allowed for quick changes. The couple led their children around to examine several background options and the sample photos hanging on the wall. They whispered and conferred at length before settling on the farm background. This made Xinsheng somewhat proud. He had built the tractor panel prop for that backdrop himself. He arranged the couple and children on fixed seats, then wheeled the tractor backdrop into place behind them, positioning them as though seated before an Australian tractor. The couple had clearly dressed with care for the occasion. Their clothes were new, their hair neatly combed. The 2 children were also tidied up properly. Only the older child's clothes, probably altered from something of her mother's, quite suit a girl of around 10. Xinsheng fetched a Fangqiati primary school girl's uniform without the school name or badge, gave her a prop school bag, and had her hold a prop copy of selected stories of senators. The younger child was only 4 or 5. Xinsheng had initially wanted to seat him on a toy wooden horse, but the boy rocked incessantly the moment he climbed on. In the end, Xinsheng had to stuff a rubber ball into his hands and have his mother hold him, placing the wooden horse at their feet as a prop instead. Once the couple and children were all posed, Xinsheng first walked them through a rehearsal of the process, staying still and holding the pose for 10 seconds. Both children were relatively obedient and didn't require fixing frames, much to Xinsheng's relief. He retrieved a plate that had been prepared just that morning from the workroom, loaded it into the camera, lit the gas lamp covered with white cloth, reminded them once more not to move, and then took his position beside the camera lens. Xinsheng called out "Start," and removed the lens cap, counting the numbers loudly to serve as a timer. The couple and their 2 children obeyed dutifully, gazing motionlessly at Xinsheng as he counted from 1 to 10. Then he covered the lens cap and announced "Done," exhaling deeply. Xinsheng removed the plate and returned to the workroom to register it. These plates would have to wait until the day's photography work concluded before there would be time for developing. End of chapter. Chapter 2859. Maniao Burger 1. Tan Xuanxi clutched the photography coupon tightly, his heart swelling with gratitude. Without her help, today's outing would likely have been for nothing. Bringing his parents to Barren Town had not been easy. The difficulty lay not in transportation, but in convincing them to go into the city at all. His parents were traditional country folk who harbored an instinctive wariness of urban places. Generations of accumulated wisdom had taught them that going to town meant getting swindled and spending big money. For them, attending the local fair at the market constituted the most formal outing imaginable. As for the county seat or prefectural capital, those were places one simply never went unless absolutely necessary. Even after the Australians arrived and their son enlisted as a soldier, The elderly couple's range of activity remained confined to the area around their village. The market they frequented was nearby Maniao town, which they considered quite bustling, a place that had everything, rendering trips elsewhere unnecessary. He glanced back at his parents. They surveyed their surroundings with visible trepidation, as though everything appeared simultaneously fragile and threatening. His mother was still chiding his father for dawdling and making them miss the public carriage. Saltfield Village wasn't far from Bern town, especially with the public carriage and city rail available. A round trip in a single day was perfectly relaxed. Yet he, a son who had traveled all across Liangguang, had inexplicably failed to bring his parents on such an outing for so many years. The realization stirred a wave of guilt in Tan Xuanxi's chest. He resolved to treat them well today. Leaving the photo studio, the family strolled through Bern town, visiting the famous large shops. As noon approached, Tan Xuanxi planned to find a respectable restaurant where his parents could experience the pleasure of a proper meal. However, his choice of dining venue met with resolute resistance. Passing by Peony Tower, he had already stepped inside when his parents dragged him back out, muttering it's so expensive, practically robbery, as they hauled him away, leaving him rather embarrassed. Next, they tried South Country, but his parents rejected that as well. His father requested a simple bowl of Lingao rice noodles from a roadside stall. His mother hoped to find a tea stall where she could rest her feet, claiming she had brought dry rations. Tan Xuanxi understood that his parents were partly unaccustomed to eating at restaurants and partly driven by an instinct to save money, but he refused firmly nonetheless. "We've finally come out for a trip, we should eat something good," he urged. "Besides, I have money now, plenty of it. You haven't even taken a wife yet, and when you retire and come home, won't you need to establish some property? Do you know how much prices have risen? Land has value but no buyers. Yes, you're paid well now, but what about the future? Can you be a soldier and draw wages forever? You have to think ahead." Tan Xuanxi talked until his mouth went dry, yet he couldn't sway his parents. Instead, they scolded him for not knowing how to live frugally. Amid this tug-of-war, the three of them found themselves at the entrance of an inconspicuous little eatery. Posters were pasted by the door. Delicacies from the Fubo army, the favorite of army brothers. The army's strongest weapon is still the Maniao burger. 50% discount for soldiers during the trial operation period. The three stood before the eatery, studying the signboard in confusion. What was a Maniao burger? Tan Xuanxi knew that Maniao Fort was the formal name for the army's Maniao base, essentially just a place name. The eatery's facade was simple in an Australian style, unlike the ornate luxury of the cooperatives. Without the words on the signboard, one would never have guessed it was a restaurant. Though he didn't understand what Maniao burger meant in this context, he gathered that it sold cheap fast food with a military style. "How about we sample our unit's food? They're even offering half price." This argument easily swayed Tan Xuanxi's parents. The family walked inside. The restaurant's layout resembled a military canteen. More than a dozen four-person tables stood in neat rows. There weren't many customers, half the tables sat empty, yet no waiter came to greet them. Just as they stood there bewildered, a voice called out from within, "Guests at the door, find a seat yourselves, then come here to order." Tan Xuanxi looked toward the voice. Behind a half-height counter inside the restaurant, a man who appeared to be the owner was waving at him. After settling his parents at a table, Tan Xuanxi approached the counter. The owner wore an old uniform stripped of rank and branch insignia, with an apron printed with Maniao burger tied over it. On his chest, uncovered by the apron, a red war wound ribbon was pinned. Clearly, this was a veteran. "Sergeant Comrade, what would you like to eat? Our shop just opened." The owner introduced the fare with animated enthusiasm. Military-style food, especially the Grassland series. At the mention of Grassland series, Tan Xuanxi's stomach instinctively recoiled. Wait, are they actually selling Grassland dry rations? For a moment, he regretted stepping inside. Seeming to read his fellow soldiers' thoughts, the owner quickly explained. Everything we sell here is military-style, market products improved upon unit meals. Premium ingredients, superb flavor, suitable for all ages. As he spoke, he produced an illustrated menu for Tan Xuanxi to peruse. Though he recognized every character, Tan Xuanxi couldn't identify a single dish. After studying it for a moment, he simply laid several bills on the counter. "There are 3 of us. This is the money. Prepare whatever you think best." This was his budget for today's proper meal. He would let this unknown comrade decide what to serve. Even if it wasn't delicious, he could consider it helping a retired fellow soldier. "This is far too much," the owner laughed, taking only 1 bill and pushing the rest back. "I'll have it ready for you shortly. Satisfaction guaranteed." He handed over a number plate. Returning to the table, Tan Xuanxi found his parents examining the morning's purchases one by one. His mother stroked the fabric of the new clothes lovingly while complaining about Tan Xuanxi spending money recklessly and blaming his father for choosing such a bright color. His father watched his wife's nagging with cheerful contentment, putting on and taking off the new straw hat. The Eastgate market hadn't been particularly lively that morning. Only a handful of shops had opened, and most of the shop assistants had been lazy, showing little enthusiasm for sales. Nevertheless, Tan Xuanxi, holding filial piety close to his heart, had bought new clothes and fabric for his parents. Watching them demur with their words while honestly cherishing the items, he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. The joy of seeing his loved ones happy somewhat compensated for the regret of spending years in the army, unable to share in his parents' burdens. "Customer number 12, please come to the window to collect your meal." Following the owner's call, Tan Xuanxi rose and went to the counter. It seemed this shop didn't employ servers to bring dishes. Customers had to retrieve their own orders when their number was called. Tan Xuanxi arrived at the pickup window, a large glass partition with the kitchen visible inside. Dishes were transported from there to the pickup counter outside. Several plates now sat on a large tray, covered with oil paper lids to retain warmth. A rich aroma of spices and grease wafted out, causing Tan Xuanxi to swallow involuntarily. The owner personally introduced the food: 3 chicken steak Maniao burgers. "Eat them while they're hot, they get a bit greasy when cold. 6 braised chicken wings. This is the grassland nutritious porridge. The blanched vegetables are complimentary, no charge. Come get more if it's not enough. There are also 3 bowls of miso soup. Take these over first, then come back for them." The small dining table was filled to the brim with food, creating a lavish spread. The fragrance made all 3 of them salivate, yet for a moment, none knew quite how to begin. Though chopsticks were provided, this thing, 2 thick buns sandwiching meat and vegetables, gave them pause. If it were a steamed bun or biscuit, they would simply pick it up and eat. But this was clearly not a steamed bun, and if they tried to lift it with chopsticks, something this large would almost certainly fall apart. Feigning experience, Tan Xuanxi stole a glance at the surrounding customers. Seeing them all eating with their hands, he relaxed. Mimicking the others, he picked up a so-called Maniao burger with the oil paper and introduced it to his parents. "Time is tight when the Fubo army is marching and fighting. Often we eat directly with our hands like this." So saying, he took a generous bite. Instantly, a rich, fatty fragrance flooded his mouth. The Maniao burger was 2 toasted rice cakes sandwiching a chicken meat patty. The patty was crispy on the outside and tender within, juices bursting forth with each bite. Tiny explosions of flavor seemed to detonate across his tongue, releasing the taste wrapped in rich meat essence, sprinting from tongue tip to forehead. In an instant, his face grew slightly damp with perspiration, and fragrance lingered on his lips. The rice cakes, having absorbed the meat juices, provided a satisfying crispness. The light vegetable leaves didn't overwhelm the rich meat flavor but served instead as a delicate accent. Taking another large bite, Tan Xuanxi recalled that he had indeed eaten this before, only the components had been separate. Back then, he'd held a rice cake in one hand and a meat patty in the other, and his manner of eating had been rather unsightly. His parents also picked up their burgers carefully and took tentative bites. Expressions of appreciation spread across their faces. Watching the change in their expressions, Tan Xuanxi's heart swelled with happiness. His mother ate 2 bites, then paused and asked, "Do you eat this well every day in your unit?" Regarding his mother's innocent question, Tan Xuanxi felt a touch of pride. Of course, it was impossible to eat this well in the unit. Most of the time it was simply about getting full. But wanting to show off and also to keep his parents from worrying, he couldn't help exaggerating. "Not every day, but close enough. I can eat 3 of these in one meal." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them because his parents stopped eating in unison. His mother handed over the Maniao burger she had bitten twice and said softly, "I've had a taste. It is indeed quite delicious. You should have this one. I brought dry rations." As she spoke, she reached for her bundle. End of chapter. Chapter 2860. Maniao Burger 2. Tan Xuanxi quickly stopped his mother, pressing the Maniao burger back into her hand. "That was during pre-war training when I ate a lot," he reassured her. "I'm on leave now, not training, so my appetite has shrunk. I've even put on weight, if anything. I'm drawing war allowances these days. If it's not enough, I'll order another portion." His parents exchanged a glance and smiled, tacitly accepting the explanation. His father chuckled, "Today, we're having ourselves an Aussie feast with our son." His mother and Tan Xuanxi both laughed, sweeter laughter than they'd shared in a long time. Tan Xuanxi sampled all the different dishes, drawing on his imagination to spin glorious histories and colorful anecdotes about these foods in the Fubo army for his parents' entertainment. The vast majority of these stories were invented on the spot. The Maniao burger is the signature dish of the army canteen. The Navy needs authorization from the general staff just to come eat it. The Navy's curry rice looks like pig slop, and the smell is overpowering. One bite and your whole head breaks out in sweat. The meat patty of the Maniao burger comes in various flavors: pork, beef, horse meat. It mainly depends on which animal was just slaughtered at the front. Grassland rations boiled into a paste, dip the barrel of a mini rifle in it before firing. After one shot, it bakes into a cylinder, fragrant and crispy when you eat it. Grassland rations boiled into a paste, with potatoes and vegetable leaves added, whatever's on hand. The key is to add a spoonful of chili and vinegar before eating. The cold zone version is the best. Grassland rations boiled into a paste. Crack open a bucket of spicy cabbage from Tianchu Sauce Garden and throw it in. Makes everything delicious. Has to be the large military bucket. The small bottles they sell outside just don't taste right. His parents exclaimed "oh" and "ah" repeatedly, marveling at the life of the Fubo army over and over. The family ate their meal in warm harmony. Tan Xuanxi didn't even notice the other diners glancing sideways at them. As they neared the end of their meal, Tan Xuanxi reflected that the food here was not only novel in taste but also reasonably priced. He went to the counter and bought 3 cups of lemon black tea. They had seen it sold on the street earlier, but his parents hadn't bought any, too expensive. Here, it cost less than half the street price. The sweet and sour beverage with its rich tea aroma made the 2 elders' brows relax with pleasure. Though they verbally scolded him for spending money recklessly and grumbled about selling a cup of sweet water for so much, it was obvious they liked it very much. Seeing how much they enjoyed it, Tan Xuanxi went back to the counter for refills. "This second cup is diluted, won't taste as good as the first." The owner topped up the water. "How about I add some more tea concentrate? At least it'll look strong." "Thank you." Casting about for a topic, Tan Xuanxi's gaze fell on the war wound ribbon on the man's chest. "Shopkeeper, did you also retire recently?" "That's right. Got wounded in Lianzhou last year." The owner nodded. "The wound itself wasn't serious, but I caught an infectious disease in the hospital and nearly lost my life. My body was weakened, so I was discharged." Many wounded and sick had died in hospital from infections. Tan Xuanxi had known several of them. He nodded and said with feeling, "Fighting isn't the scary part. Death comes in an instant. The truly terrifying thing is getting injured." "Isn't that the truth?" The owner's spirits lifted at once. The two traded stories about marching and battle. The Fubo army was still relatively small in scale, and within a few minutes they had discovered mutual acquaintances, their conversation taking on the warmth of old friends meeting for the first time. But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I learned this trade while recovering in Fashion, so I came back to open a shop. Been at it less than a month now. Feels all right, enough to keep myself fed. Hee. Grassland rations boiled with everything Fubo Army-style beauty jiggy. That's a good angle. In a corner not far from the counter, a man in a homespun cadre suit had been listening intently to Tan Xuanxi's family while jotting notes in a small notebook before him. He had already recorded quite a bit. Customer flow numbers for different time periods over the past 2 days, along with some feedback comments. Watching the lunch crowd gradually disperse and the restaurant empty out, the owner began cleaning up while he had the chance. The man in the cadre suit didn't leave. Instead, he crossed his legs and began reviewing his notebook. After the owner finished busying about, he sat down across from the man. "Chief, don't call me Chief. I'm here doing market research. You keep calling me Chief and you'll scare customers away." "All right." Old My nodded helplessly. "See anything in those stories we can use?" Old My smiled. Chief do most of it was bragging, that way of preparing grassland rations he described. I've never tried it. Making grassland rations into a paste and baking it dry on an entrenching shovel does make it a bit crispy. The taste is passable. Some soldiers bake it specifically to keep in their packs as snacks. Interesting. I'll try it later. Du Yibin turned to a blank page in his notebook. Let's talk about the problems during the trial operation phase. It's been over a month of trial operation now. You should have data, right? Ready. I've organized everything. Boss My hurriedly retrieved a ledger and a few crumpled pages from the drawer behind the counter, all covered with dense writing. The first problem is pricing. The Maniao burger's price should be acceptable here in Lingao. After all, for a meat patty this size, buying the meat and making it at home would cost about the same. But it doesn't feel cheap either. The thing is, ordinary families wouldn't eat this much meat every day. So many customers say they can't come often. I think prices shouldn't be set too high. Only when customers feel they're getting a bargain will they come regularly. Best to have some cheap alternatives. Pork and chicken are still too pricey. I wonder if adding more fish meat might work. The second problem is profit. Based on the food factory's wholesale prices and customer volume during this period, I filled out that calculation form you gave me. Feeding my wife and myself is no problem, but it's not enough to cover rent. Of course, once the promotional period ends and prices rise, profits will improve, enough for rent and such. But I'm worried about customer volume. Everyone's just here for the novelty right now. In my assessment, this shop is only suited for the husband and wife model, enough to feed a family. Hiring staff would be difficult. It can't be scaled into a big business. The third problem is taste. Most customers say the Maniao burger itself tastes very good, but the evaluation of other items is middling. Honestly, this isn't a shop suited for hosting guests for drinks. It can only be a quick-service snack shop for passers-by to grab a fast meal. Success depends entirely on whether the location is good. The fourth problem is portion size. I've eaten here a few times myself. Actually, one Maniao burger is completely sufficient to last until the next meal, but it just doesn't give that satisfaction of eating several bowls of white rice. Many customers also say it's not quite satisfying. Best to add something more filling. I think rice cakes could be offered separately as a side dish. If the grassland ration paste is improved, that stuff is actually very filling. Can add water if it's not enough. It's just that the taste isn't good. Boss Mai had come prepared, listing more than 10 problems in rapid succession. He didn't merely state the issues, he also discussed his own proposed solutions. Du Yibin took notes as he listened. When Mai finished, he laughed. You speak about business logic quite eloquently. No wonder the commercial division recommended you to open this shop. This humble one made a living opening shops before coming to Lingao. You could say it's my old trade. Boss Mai smiled, feeling proud yet somewhat wistful. It's a pity I kept opening small shops over and over, just scraping together a living for my family. Never did manage to build anything big. The Senate helped you open this shop. Bring out all your skills and figure out a viable business model. Not only will you make money yourself, but you can also benefit those comrades who have been similarly injured and discharged. Yes, it all depends on the Senate's cultivation. Boss Mai had a gift for gracious words. What Senator Du was doing now was yet another of his new initiatives. Currently, it was one of the financial support entrepreneurship projects jointly organized by the General Staff Political Department and the Commercial Departments. Strictly speaking, his actual position was County Director of Enping. But in that backwater, the County Director had nothing much to do except drum up sales for the Tiandihui. So whenever he had free time, he would run off to Guangzhou or Lingao to do projects. Quite a few people grumbled that he was neglecting his proper duties. The current project was part of the Retired Veterans Re-Employment Support Plan, proposed by Du Yibin and a group of senators. The plan aimed to address the livelihood concerns of retired soldiers. Of course, given the Senate's current rate of expansion, ordinary retired soldiers could easily find employment through recruitment and examinations. This support plan was actually aimed primarily at soldiers discharged due to injury who still retained certain labor capabilities, helping them become self-employed. Besides processing workshops using small amounts of machinery, the projects were mainly low-investment life service ventures like grocery stores, small restaurants, tea shops, and modest inns. The Senate provided venues and goods at a discount or free of charge, offered complimentary skills training, and followed a model where the supported person operated independently and bore sole responsibility for profits and losses. Following the Lianguang campaign, the Senate had acquired a large amount of confiscated property and related operating assets available for use. Startup capital came from DeLong's loans. Except for the need to provide loan guarantees, the input cost was limited. If these business projects could succeed, generate tax revenue for the regional government, and solve the placement problem for the wounded that burdened civil affairs and the military. More importantly, these retired soldiers could become the backbone of town and village organizations, inserting themselves into the lives of local commoners like nails, giving the Senate reliable spokespersons and mouthpieces at the grassroots level. Such a beneficial plan naturally received wholehearted support from all departments. Of course, if the project were bungled, never mind how many people would be offended, just the four-word verdict, ineffective handling of affairs, would ensure the senator could never recover politically. Du Yibin felt a chill just thinking about it. Therefore, Senator Du approached the feasibility of each project with extreme caution. Although the plans were borrowed from the most successful small businesses of the old timeline, ensuring these ventures didn't suffer massive losses due to acclimatization issues genuinely required Senator Du's worried attention and personal oversight. End of chapter. Chapter 2861. Senator Du's new business as Senator Du slipped out through the back door of Boss Mai's shop. The animation faded from his face. Several establishments he had proposed to the Civil Affairs Placement Office were currently in trial operation, and every business model he had copied from the old timeline's commercial system was showing signs of acclimatization in practice. Take the Maniao burger situation alone. On one hand, the concept drew inspiration from cheap burger joints in the old timeline. On the other, he had been encouraged by the popularity of Peony Tower. Since the old timeline had Pizza Hut, McDonald's, and KFC, yet still left room for Wallace, surely the new timeline's Maniao burger should find its niche as well. But after these few days of actual operation, he realized his thinking had been too simplistic. Unlike Chinese fast food such as boxed meals, this Western-style model depended heavily on cheap factory-produced food delivered through a cold chain system. If the shop owner had to prepare everything themselves, both the standardized taste and cost advantage would evaporate. The problem was that, Although the commercial department had established a rudimentary cold chain logistics system in Lingao and Guangzhou, one capable of small-scale refrigerated food delivery within those localities, this system had nothing to do with cheap. In short, Maniao Burger's cost control was a failure. The owner had only seen the cost of the meat patty, oblivious to the significant expense of delivering it. It seems absolute copying won't work, Senator Du sighed to himself. The profit figures on the calculation table had dealt him a heavy blow. How to reduce costs and increase efficiency had become the pressing question before him now. Unfortunately, he had never been a businessman by trade, nor had he ever run such small enterprises. The business logic underlying them remained utterly foreign to him. This matter would have to be discussed further with people from the commercial division and the placement office. But his time in Lingao was running short. He would have to return to the mainland in the blink of an eye. Chief, returning to the county seat, the guard secretary waiting at the back door stepped forward to greet him. To Bern. After the time siren sounded twice, Tan Xuanxi brought his parents back to the photo studio. The long queue from that morning had vanished. Only a handful of onlookers lingered near the entrance. Tan Xuanxi and his family passed through the main gate. The front lobby, so bustling earlier, now stood empty. Even the reception counter was unmanned. Tan Xuanxi glanced around, then followed a sign reading, "Go straight and turn right for photos," down a corridor. On the double swing doors of the first room to the right hung another sign, "Please wait here for photos." Muffled sounds emanated from within. Tan Xuanxi crept toward the door on tiptoe. Just as he was about to peek inside, a stern voice barked from behind. "Don't move! What are you doing?" He spun around. Through the open door of a wing room on the left, two fully armed Fubo army soldiers watched him with vigilant eyes, their right hands resting on the grips of the revolvers strapped to their chests. Though dressed in Fubo army uniforms, they bore no rank insignia. The black collar patches with gold trim marked them as guards from the Special Service Bureau. Tan Xuanxi recalled the regulations on capturing prisoners and hastily explained, forcing a smile, "Don't misunderstand, I'm here to take photos. The young fellow at the studio told me to come find him at this hour. My parents are outside too. Look, I've only got a few clothes in this bag." As he spoke, he slowly set the bag on the ground and stepped back. One guard came forward to inspect the bag and examine his identification. "Comrade, if you're here to take photos, just walk in openly. Why all the sneaking around? We thought you were silencing sentries." Before Tan Xuanxi could respond, laughter erupted from the room. Old Zhang ambled out at a leisurely pace. "Silencing sentries. His tactical level would be terrible then. I spotted his shadow through the curtains." Tan Xuanxi quickly explained, "The young fellow handing out numbers this morning told me to come at this time. I was worried you might still be resting." He paused. "How could it be silencing sentries? Uncle, are you also a veteran from the troops?" At any mention of his glorious history, old Zhang's face immediately lit up with the pride of back in the day when I started my unit. And so he launched into an endless recounting of his exploits. Bayonet fighting in the Bapu defense battle, the scar on his arm from bandit suppression in District 13, taking an arrow in the leg during the Xinsheng blocking action, breaking a few ribs in the liberation of Chiang Mai, seizing the fort at Human under Ming artillery fire. Chen Shixin, emerging behind him, had heard these tales no fewer than 800 times during his internship days here. The Guangzhou Quartet were also military enthusiasts, so after arriving in Lingao, Chen Shixin had visited the Fubo Army War History Museum and Public Library many times. He knew the Fubo Army's war history like the back of his hand. Comparing it to what old Zhang claimed, he recognized the bragging for what it was. Old soldier's mouth deep as the sea, he thought privately. "Old Zhang, why did you sneak out again?" A loud shout echoed from the inner room. Huang Yaomin strode out with purpose. "How many times have I told you? You have to watch over the photo developing. Well, I heard something abnormal outside, so I came out to check." Old Zhang's bravado evaporated instantly. He could only respond with an awkward laugh. What fresh sight is worth you coming out to see? Huang Yaomin frowned and scanned Tan Xuanxi. Seeing the newcomer was a soldier, his tone softened somewhat. Hurry back to work. Yes. Old Zhang snapped to attention, then added, Company Commander Q opened the plate box again just now. Company Commander Q was Huang Yaomin's eldest apprentice, hard-working and willing but rather dull. Huang Yaomin sighed with helpless resignation. Put your heart into it and teach him properly. A batch of newcomers arrives tomorrow. You need to seize the time and train them to master the photo studio's operations. Divide the work: reception, mixing chemicals, taking photos, developing. Separate it all, then rotate posts after a while. Chief, this task is a bit tight. I haven't even fully mastered it myself. Old Zhang sounded daunted. Seize the time. When the Guangzhou Great World Photo Studio opens depends on how quickly you train them. Don't you want to be a general manager, my great shopkeeper? Many thanks for the chief's cultivation. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. It's not that significant. This craft will be obsolete in another year or two anyway. Wet plate cameras are too troublesome. Dry plates will replace them sooner or later. Hand over this craft early and transition to other positions. It'll benefit you greatly in the long run. Chief, what is a dry plate? Xinsheng interjected. The next generation of photography technology. Huang Yaomin said no more, careful not to reveal too much. Is this the appointment you added this morning? Yes. Since you promised them, see it through. Don't keep people waiting. Huang Yaomin paused, then added, Come with me first, I have a few words to say. Only then did Xinsheng notice Tan Xuanxi. He smiled somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, I was busy developing photos just now. I'll arrange everything for you right away. No rush, no rush. We can wait a while, no problem. Tan Xuanxi waved his hands hastily. Goodness, there's a chief here. Tan Xuanxi's family settled onto the bench in the corridor to rest, or tried to. Upon hearing there was a senator in the room next door, his parents refused to sit and insisted on standing. It had taken considerable effort for Tan Xuanxi to convince them otherwise. Watching the two elderly people sit stiffly, backs straight as boards, not even daring to breathe loudly, he could only smile with helpless affection. Sitting in the corridor, fragments of dialogue drifted out from the room. I don't know the specifics either, but it'll be more convenient and simpler than what we have now. I'll tell you this much. In less than 10 years, cameras will become affordable for ordinary families. Taking photos will become commonplace. The photography trade has a tremendous future ahead. Ha ha ha. What do you think about the matter I mentioned last time? My personal interest still lies in art, although taking photos is similar, but I'll defer to the organization's arrangement. Organizational arrangements also consider personal aspirations. Don't hold back. Since that's how you feel, I respect your preference. When you return to Guangzhou, I'll arrange some photography-related work for you. You can take charge of all of it. How does that sound? Many thanks for the chief's cultivation. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I'm no art connoisseur, but I have a word of advice for you. Don't continue down the path of painting as realistically as possible. Once photography technology emerges, that road is a dead end. You do this yourself. You should understand from experience. In my view, art should express those impressions that don't exist in reality or that exist but are too fleeting for photography to capture. I'm no art connoisseur, just something for you to consider. Just as Tan Xuanxi was listening intently, a senator emerged from the room at a brisk pace. Tan Xuanxi started in surprise. What's going on with this photo studio? Two senators at once. Looking more closely, the face was familiar. Wasn't this Senator Du? He had seen him from afar at the collective wedding in Guangzhou. He sprang to his feet and saluted. The senator glanced at the second lieutenant saluting him, nodded in acknowledgement, and strode out of the photo studio. Xinsheng, following close behind, flashed Tan Xuanxi a quick smile before hurrying to escort the chief and his guards to their carriage, then returned. Du Yibin drained a full glass of iced kvass in the carriage, finally tempering his excitement. He had spoken with Huang Yaomin for over an hour just now, laying out his ideas, and the other man had been thoroughly supportive. How could he have overlooked this project at the start? Judging from the market response in Lingao, acceptance among naturalized citizens and the wealthy was remarkably high. Whether something was accepted or not came down primarily to economic capability. The market in Guangzhou might prove no smaller than Lingao's. After all, Guangzhou had more local magnates. The crucial factor was that the ID system would soon be rolled out comprehensively. Taking photos would become mandatory under administrative enforcement. Whoever opened a shop would make money. By now, Senator Du had already mapped it out in his head. First, secure a storefront at Guangzhou Great World to establish a flagship location. The flagship store would specialize in high-end photography products, large formats, and luxury portrait packages. Use bidding to attract private capital to operate it. Once the reputation was established, sink into the broader market and open a network of smaller photo studios, perfect placements for moderately disabled veterans with physical impairments. End of chapter. Chapter 2862, Extra Number 1, Stop at the city rail station up ahead. Du Yibin brought the carriage to a halt and addressed his life secretary. Get off here. Head to South Sea Cafe and reserve a private room. I have an important dinner with a senator tonight to discuss business. After that, you can go home. No need to wait for me. The life secretary murmured her acknowledgement and stepped down from the carriage, though not without a resentful glance. She lingered at the roadside, striking a pitiful pose as she watched the chief depart. Senator Du pretended not to notice. He tapped the side of the carriage. To the chemical department. The wheels began to roll once more. Come on in. I've called all the numbers. Anyone who didn't show won't be waited for. Those with extra numbers step inside. Chen Shixin beckoned to Tan Xuanxi. Tan Xuanxi, who had been waiting for over an hour, nearly leaped from his seat. He hurried to help his mother, whose legs had gone numb from sitting so long, rise from the bench, then ushered his equally excited father into the photography room. He wanted the holy ship backdrop. Tan Xuanxi had scouted this out beforehand. Though his officer's rank technically qualified him to visit the holy ship itself, heaven only knew when he might actually bring his parents aboard. Please have a seat. I'll prepare the plate. Chen Shixin checked the shooting records. A few glass plates remained. This provided some insurance since not every shot succeeded. Senator Huang had stipulated a loss rate of 75 positive prints per 100 plates. Fall below that number and compensation was required. Exceed it and you earned a saving award. His technique was skilled, and his losses rarely exceeded 20%. He always managed to save a few extra plates. The photos he had just taken for He Xiaoyu and her friend came from precisely these surplus plates. Wait, it's our turn. We have a number. A burst of female voices erupted from outside. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 girls descended upon the photography room door like a whirlwind. Good heavens, that momentum could rival a bayonet charge. Tan Xuanxi's first instinct was to let them go ahead, but he had been waiting a long time and his parents looked quite worn out. Who told you to be late, he thought. Everything must follow rules and being late is wrong. With that resolve, he stood and gripped the door handle firmly, opening it only a crack to speak through. You're late. Number calling has ended. Come back tomorrow. Before they could react, he shut the door and threw the bolt, giving the girls no chance to respond. The girls outside had no idea who had spoken from within. They assumed it was some clerk eager to finish his shift. The door had closed before they could even plead their case. They stamped their feet in frustration. Some wanted to knock and beg for mercy. Others, embarrassed, suggested returning the next day. Still others loudly scolded their companions for losing track of time while shopping. For a moment the courtyard sounded like a flock of ducks returning to the coop. Meanwhile, inside the room, Tan Xuanxi sat before the camera lens, nervously listening to the commotion beyond the door. He prayed the girls would disperse before the actual shop clerks discovered his deception and ruined his chance. When the photography clerk emerged from the back room holding a black box, Tan Xuanxi sprang up and seized his arm. We want the holy ship backdrop. You handle your prep work, I'll push the scenery. Let's hurry so we don't delay you getting off work. Xinsheng regarded him with confusion. Get off work. Not until 5. With that, he pressed the jittery soldier back into his seat. Sit still and don't move. The backdrop is very thin. I'll handle it myself. If it tears, who would be responsible? Tan Xuanxi could only sit rigid as a clay sculpture, watching the clerk make his leisurely preparations, listening to the faint voices drifting from the courtyard, tense with the expectation that his lie would be exposed at any moment. Sweat trickled down from his brow. Let's do a practice run first. Everyone look at my hand. Don't move and don't blink. Practice. Tan Xuanxi's heart hammered against his ribs. This was like the enemy charging within 100 meters, only for the company commander to tell you to clean your rifle before firing. Though he desperately wanted to tell the clerk to skip the rehearsal and just shoot, he didn't dare. After all, the cost of a ruined photograph was more than he could bear. Comrade, relax a little, we're about to begin for real. The clerk spread his hands, indicating that Tan Xuanxi had been the worst performer in the practice round. By now, he was too nervous to speak. He simply nodded rapidly, forcing a smile for the camera, praying the order to fire would come any second. Bang, 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 we have a number. The rapid knocking interrupted Xinsheng mid-preparation. Watching the clerk mutter something under his breath and move toward the door, Tan Xuanxi felt his nerves peak. He wasn't afraid of confrontation. He could be eloquent enough with soldiers during battle. But when it came to women, he never knew what to say. The door opened, and 2 girls immediately squeezed through. Several more pressed eagerly from behind, ready to force their way in. The girl in front recognized that Xinsheng was in charge. She waved her numbered paper with an imperious air. We have a number, number 50, we should be next. How can you let people cut in line? Xinsheng first gestured to the Tan family, who had risen from their seats, signaling them to sit back down. Then he addressed the girls with evident displeasure. I was calling for quite some time and you weren't here, so I let them go first. Their prep work is finished, they've already practiced. You expect them to step aside the moment you arrive. There's no such rule. He pointed to the customer notice posted on the wall of the waiting area outside. Numbers called in order, missed numbers must re-queue. The leading girl was clearly sharp-tongued herself. Seeing she couldn't pin the line-cutting accusation on them, her eyes darted about before she tried a different angle. Fine, if they have a number and go first, we have no objection. But this morning when you handed out numbers, you said there were only 50. So how can there be someone after us? This number was added in accordance with the Senate's policy of preferential treatment for soldiers and military families. Xinsheng had followed the senators for many years. He had encountered plenty of young men and women who had read a few years of Kun books, learned some catchphrases, and thought they could bluster their way through anything. He handled them with practiced ease. Sure enough, the invocation silenced the girls as if something had seized their tongues. Since the mainland campaign had begun, the principle of preferential treatment for soldiers and military families had been elevated to near-sacred status. Never mind that these girls were merely elementary public school graduates attending vocational classes. Even proper students from the Fangqiati selection group wouldn't dare object. Then, the leading girl was clearly at a loss, though she struggled to maintain composure and regain the initiative. Suddenly, she remembered something and declared with renewed self-righteousness, "Fine, we have no objection to soldiers going first, but you can't lie to us and claim you were closing." When did I say we were closing? Xinsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Tan Xuanxi's face flush crimson, he realized the soldier had probably been the one talking nonsense. He couldn't help but find it amusing, though he kept his composure. We operate normally until 5 in the afternoon. If you miss your number, you can't take the photo, that's all. What kind of reasoning is this? Below came another round of chattering complaints. Tan Xuanxi knew he had to step forward. He had caused this mess for Comrade Chen. He couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. He approached quickly, flashing an ingratiating smile at the girls, and spoke in the most sincere tone he could summon. Ladies, I'm returning to my unit tomorrow to prepare for deployment north. If I don't take this photo today, I don't know when I'll get another chance. You're right here in Lingao. You can come back any day you like. Could you do me this favor?" His words were genuinely heartfelt. Even Xinsheng spoke up on his behalf. "What urgent matter could you possibly have? He's going north to fight. Let them go first." A familiar voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Tan Xuanxi looked toward the sound and was startled to see Yang Jiadi squeezing in from outside the room. "Jiadi, how can you say that?" The leading girl grew agitated, seizing Yang Jiadi's hand and shaking it. "It's so hard for all of us night school classmates who work at different factories to get together. Finding another day when everyone is free, that's nearly impossible. Jiadi, what a coincidence. Brother Xuanxi, it really is you. I heard a voice that sounded like yours and had to come see." "Oh my, Brother Xuanxi," the girls erupted into collective laughter. Apparently, they had heard this particular form of address before. The topic shifted instantly from photo-taking disputes to gossip, and the scene spiraled out of control. "Everyone, quiet down." Xinsheng finally intervened to restore order. "Here's what I propose. There are 2 plates left. I'll do my best to succeed in one take and photograph the Tan family first. You ladies wait a moment. If the shot is successful, the spare plate can be used for you. How does that sound?" "Can you guarantee both will turn out?" Xinsheng spread his hands. "I can't guarantee that. I can only say I'll try my best. If it doesn't work, you can come back tomorrow or in a few days. I'll take it upon myself to give you an extra copy for free." "Fair." The girls huddled together to discuss, then agreed. However, they made a new request, to wear the photo studio's costumes for their shoot. These were a batch of song-style garments that Senator Huang had specially commissioned from Wanzi Pavilion for studio use. Xinsheng readily consented. He had the authority to waive the rental fee. Upon hearing this good news, the girls immediately cheered and crowded around the costume rack to make their selections. Only Yang Jiadi hung back from the commotion. Amid her friends' excited chatter, she approached to greet Tan Xuanxi's family. This group of girls were all close classmates from night school. Because they were about to graduate, several classmates were heading north, and one girl's factory had issued experience coupons. They had agreed to gather today for a group photo as a memento. Tan Xuanxi seized the opportunity to share news of his own upcoming deployment. Though he wasn't leaving tomorrow exactly, he doubted he would have such leisurely time to wander about after this. Today's chance encounter could serve as a proper farewell, making the entire trip worthwhile. After exchanging a few sentences, Tan Xuanxi found himself at a loss for words. It seemed 1,000 things had piled up at the edge of his lips, all clamoring to be spoken, yet not one was willing to leap forth. He could only gaze fixedly into Yang Jiadi's eyes, entirely oblivious to the fact that his parents and the shop clerk stood mere steps away. After the new year, due to major events at the author's unit, updates have been suspended until now. Please forgive me. End of chapter. Chapter 2863. Extra number 2. Today, Yang Jiadi did not evade as she had before. She met his gaze bravely, her eyes clear and expectant, waiting for whatever words might come next. Perhaps a single sentence, the right one, could change everything. But which words should he choose? Tan Xuanxi felt a suffocating tension, heat spreading through his entire body. He could almost hear the pounding of his own heartbeat. Xinsheng had old Zhang escort the girls to the changing room to try on clothes. Watching Tan Xuanxi and Yang Jiadi locked in that silent exchange of gazes, he seemed to understand something. The corner of his mouth curved upward despite himself. If only he could swing the camera around to capture this moment. No. A camera would not suffice. Photographs rendered only lines and the interplay of light and shadow. Only his paintbrush could truly record the tense longing of this moment, that trembling, yearning quality in the air. A desire to create stirred within him. "Jiadi, why don't you join us for the photo? We're all from the same village, practically family." The voice that shattered the tension belonged to Tan Xuanxi's parents, who could no longer bear to watch. Clearly, they were quite taken with this prospective daughter-in-law. There was a touch of cunning in it, using the invitation as a pretext to test the girl's feelings. That wouldn't be appropriate. I'll just watch from over here. Yang Jiadi broke free from the charged atmosphere, retreating to stand beside the camera with a graceful smile. Tan Xuanxi felt a twinge of disappointment, though he could not let it show. He sat down first. Come now, look here. Ready? At Chen Shixin's command, Tan Xuanxi entered that statue-like stillness once more. Unlike his mechanical stiffness before, his mind now raced with a single thought. Perhaps he would never see her again after this. The requirement to hold perfectly still gave him license to conceal his natural shyness, and he fixed his gaze entirely upon Yang Jiadi. She too watched him throughout with a gentle smile like a magnolia flower blooming quietly in the night. 3, 2, 1. Done. Those were the longest dozen seconds Tan Xuanxi had ever experienced, and also the shortest. Neither spoke, yet somehow it felt as though they had said everything. This is your pickup voucher. You can collect the photograph at the front desk the day after tomorrow. If the shot didn't turn out, you may retake it free of charge. Returned to reality, Tan Xuanxi remembered the day's primary purpose. He first took his parents to complete the collection procedures. Old Zhang filled in the number and pickup time on the voucher while explaining the relevant precautions. This photography method often encountered problems. Among 100 shots, there were always a few failures. In such cases, retakes were unavoidable. We'll make our own way back. You stay here and wait for Jiadi and the others to finish their photos. See them off properly. Say what needs to be said, don't keep it hidden inside. His parents left early, considerately pushing Tan Xuanxi away and firmly refusing his offer to escort them to the station. When their figures disappeared around the street corner, Tan Xuanxi returned to the photo studio. The girls had already changed into new clothes and were adjusting their poses under Chen Shixin's direction. Taller than the local girls, Yang Jiadi had been arranged in the very center of the group. She had not changed. She wore the same song-style blue dress with white floral patterns from their first outing together. The hem dancing in the wind had appeared in Tan Xuanxi's dreams many times, and now it drew him once again into a hypnotic dreamscape. Under the watching eyes of all those girls, Tan Xuanxi smiled like a fool. The girls possessed a tactful sense of discretion. After the photograph was taken, they teased Yang Jiadi briefly before heading off to change. Chen Shixin carried the freshly exposed plate into the workroom. The bustling space suddenly held only Tan Xuanxi and Yang Jiadi. Their eyes met. They faced each other in silence. Whatever courage Yang Jiadi had summoned seemed utterly spent. She unconsciously lowered her head, leaving Tan Xuanxi equally at a loss for how to break the stillness. The silence shattered with the sound of Chen Shixin pushing open the door. Both looked over instinctively. Chen Shixin retreated in haste. The two exchanged a glance and smiled, the awkwardness finally dissolving. Brother Xuanxi, are you heading north again? No orders yet, but I'm going to study. Study what? A training course. He explained about enrolling in the Class B diploma program. I've already earned my accounting certificate, Yang Jiadi said with a touch of pride. Brother Xuanxi, you must work hard. Indeed. Without this diploma, I'll be stuck spinning my wheels as an acting platoon leader forever. Tan Xuanxi felt the sincerity in her words. What are your plans? With the certificate, you could find better work. The farm is so grueling, the sun beats down mercilessly. I haven't really thought about what I want to do. The farm is actually quite nice. I heard from your classmates that several are going north. Haven't you considered it? At least you'd be with your mother. Yang Jiadi smiled wryly. So she can hit me whenever she pleases. She hits hard. If I went a fashion where nobody knows anyone, living in collective dormitories, if she beat me there, where would I hide my shame? That's true. Tan Xuanxi recalled what had been specifically discussed during sergeant training about why the Fubo army had no corporal punishment like military canes or floggings. The reasoning was that such punishment stripped soldiers of their sense of shame and degraded their military honor. He sighed. Your mother is also. Let's not talk about her. Yang Jiadi shook her head and said softly, I heard the troops will deploy again after a few months of rest. Probably not within 3 or 4 months. Our leave is 3 months at any rate. Then when will you come back? How would I know? We follow orders. Wherever they send us to fight, we fight. Maybe. At this, his mood turned somewhat melancholy. He nearly said might not be able to come back, but immediately thought better of it who curses themselves. He quickly amended, probably 2 or 3 years. Brother Xuangxi, can you still write letters after you go north? Of course. My military postal number is. He recited a number, then asked, where should I address them? Just write to Nanbao Tropical Crops Farm. I don't plan on moving for now. The farm is pleasant and the people are kind. Besides, I have good friends there. Even if I'm not around in the future, they'll help forward anything. The door creaked again. Both turned toward the sound. Xinsheng stood in the doorway, his face wreathed in smiles. I don't mean to disturb you too, but everyone inside has finished changing. They're just waiting for you. The two shared a smile. A faint blush rose to Yang Jiadi's cheeks. She said softly, wait for me. Without waiting for his reply, she walked in on her own. Those 2 words poured into his heart like a bowl of warm rice soup. Tan Xuangxi's mind spun, and he managed only a single response. Okay. While waiting, Tan Xuangxi found himself imagining the next several decades, even calculating how many sons and daughters they would have, what they would be named, where they would attend school. He nearly got as far as contemplating burial plots. A sudden commotion arose at the doorway. The girls who had finished their photographs emerged in a chattering, laughing cluster. As each one passed Tan Xuangxi, she would cast him either a furtive or boldly appraising glance, and an ambiguous, mischievous smile would bloom across her face. They whispered to one another in low voices, then suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter, leaving Tan Xuangxi restless and his face burning. After what felt like an eternity, the last of the girls departed. Yang Jiadi emerged from the studio, her own face flushed. Clearly she too had endured her companion's baptism. He rose hastily to greet her but found himself at a loss for words. The two simply stood there facing each other, heads bowed. Xinsheng walked in carrying a black box. Seeing them still standing there, he smiled knowingly. With a light cough, he asked, his own smile slightly self-conscious, there's 1 extra plate left. Any interest in taking another photograph? By now he understood the feelings flowing between this girl and the sergeant. Since the affection was mutual, he might as well capture it for them, a beautiful memory to keep. 1 extra plate. Tan Xuangxi's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Why don't you take one of the 2 of us? I'll pay for it myself. As he spoke, he probably did not dare look at Yang Jiadi. He imagined her face was surely like his own, burning red. Pay yourself. It's not cheap, Xinsheng said, drawing out his words deliberately. Tan Xuangxi was magnanimous. That's fine. I'm heading north soon, know where to spend my money anyway. Having a keepsake is worth it. Though his words were directed at Xinsheng, by the second half his eyes had drifted unconsciously toward Yang Jiadi, making her lower her head once more. The photo studio had recently been handling only complimentary experience coupons, and Xinsheng had not yet had occasion to familiarize himself with the paid procedures. He had mostly forgotten how to issue tickets and record the accounts. It took him quite some time to finally complete the transaction. Would you like to change into different clothes? No need. This is fine. Yang Jiadi answered quickly. The room fell quiet again, holding only the sound of the camera's adjustments and Xinsheng's instructions. Move closer, a bit closer. Offset your shoulders slightly, the lady in front, the sergeant behind. Tilt your heads toward each other. Very good, now smile. As they drew nearer, Yang Jiadi's hair occasionally brushed across Tan Xuangxi's cheek, sending an itch through him and setting his heart aflutter. Her hair carried a pleasant fragrance, something like the scent of soap pods from the village tree, mingled with some unfamiliar sweetness. It left him feeling flushed and light-headed. Look here. Xinsheng tapped a mirror mounted above the camera, focusing both their gazes toward the lens. Smile a little. Come on, just a little smile. Sergeant Comrade, don't look so serious. Through the mirror, Tan Xuangxi met Yang Jiadi's gaze. He could not blink, nor did he wish to. In the reflection, she was returning his look. Her lips seemed to curve ever so slightly, the dimples in her cheeks deepening, her expression transforming from intent concentration to tender warmth, like a pool of cool water on a summer's day. Perfect. Begin. End of chapter. Chapter 2864. The family case. The night shift officer at the Bairn Town police station stifled another yawn. Dawn was beginning to break, another grueling, sleepless night finally drawing to a close. The wall clock had already chimed 5 times. His shift was almost over. He surveyed his surroundings. The terrazzo floor still gleamed like new beneath the recently installed electric lights. Everything here was new. The Bairn Town police station had been completed less than 6 months ago, its modern facilities replacing what had once been the humble Eastgate Market substation. On the white walls hung the massive police emblem, flanked by 4 large blue characters in song-style script, National Police. Below hung Wendacy's own calligraphy, the 4 loyalties, rendered in precise regular script. The duty officer sat behind the counter beneath this wall, keeping watch over the nocturnal inhabitants of the lobby. Along the walls, several rows of backed benches held the night's collection of drunks, men found passed out on the streets and hauled in by patrol officers. They sprawled across the seats in various positions, their snores rising and falling in discordant rhythm. An old man and a youth, farmers who had come to the city for petty trade only to fall victim to swindlers, dozed curled up on one bench. Their case couldn't be processed until the day shift arrived to enter it formally into the system. A licensed prostitute with a swollen eye had reported being robbed and beaten while plying her trade at midnight. Too frightened to return to her lodgings, she huddled on a bench waiting for daylight. The officer glanced down at the duty log before him. Night work had eased considerably since last month, when Ran Yao had shown mercy during the station's upgrade. When Bairn Town substation became a full police station, a new substation had been established on Huang Street, significantly lightening the burden on night officers. After all, Huang Street had always generated the most nocturnal patrols and emergency calls. Still, night duty remained demanding work. Bairn was unlike anywhere else. It was the most prosperous commercial district in all of Lingao. Years of migrant influx had inevitably produced its share of desperate souls, along with opportunists who arrived specifically to strike gold. The public security situation was exceptionally complex, with criminal cases occurring frequently. Nighttime especially remained a peak period for thefts, robberies, and snatch and grabs. Even officers on watch duty who never left the station couldn't rest the entire night. He glanced at the security alert level posted on the wall, yellow again. In all his time since graduating from the police academy and arriving at this station, he had never seen it otherwise. On the adjacent panel, the counterterrorism alert level showed green. 2 years and 1 month, he calculated silently. That was how long remained in his service period at Bairn Station. Once it expired, he could transfer somewhere less demanding. Of course, he had no intention of becoming a stationed officer. Taking a post as a village cop meant essentially rooting yourself to that village for life. As his mind wandered, the station's revolving door suddenly began to turn. The patrol officers who had gone out were returning. Their team leader, a second-level commander, checked the wall clock, signaled the others to wait, then pulled a cigarette case from his pocket. He lit one, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke slowly with weary satisfaction. "Patrol's back," the duty officer greeted him. "Any incidents?" "Relatively uneventful." The leader took another puff, standing leisurely by the entrance. There were still a few minutes until patrol punch-out time. Behind him, his team members clustered around the water dispenser, drawing hot beverages from the thermal barrel. Every face bore the characteristic pallor of a sleepless night. One officer suddenly called out, "Is there still coffee?" "Long gone," the duty officer replied lazily, spreading his hands. "The criminal division's been pulling overtime every night this week. They finished it all by midnight." "Damn," the coffee-deprived officer cursed and rubbed his face. Drink less of that stuff, advised the middle-aged officer beside him. It's terrible for you when you're already running on no sleep. Criminal Division has a big case again. The team leader's interest was piqued. The duty officer chuckled. Ask them yourself when you go in. Another homicide, right? There've been noticeably more these past few years. There really weren't this many murder cases before. So many people have flooded in, all chasing wealth, said the middle-aged officer. When I was a constable, this was all farmland. Forget people, you wouldn't even see a ghost. Chase riches, find ruin, another officer remarked. A few days ago, a body surfaced at the hydroelectric dam. Autopsy ruled it suicide by drowning. Investigation showed he was from Jiangxi, lost everything in a failed business venture. Poor soul, his family probably doesn't even know. Why end it all? Go anywhere and work as a laborer or take short-term work on a farm. At least you'd have food to eat. They chatted idly until the clock chimed again. 5:30. Everyone punched out and headed inside to change clothes, wash up, and stow their equipment. The cafeteria would open at 6 when they could eat breakfast and go off duty. The duty officer sighed. He still had to hold out until 8. He made a trip to the restroom, then refilled his teacup with strong tea. He waited idly behind the counter, watching the hour hand creep toward 8. Fortunately, daylight brought activity. The formerly quiet lobby grew bustling. People arriving to collect relatives, citizens coming to report crimes, individuals processing ongoing cases, various liaison officers and coordinators. They came and went in steady streams, and the duty officer registered and processed them one by one. As a constable without specific processing authority, he could only log entries and handle matters by the book, work that required little mental exertion. He was just contemplating what to do after getting off work when several people burst through the revolving door. All wore traditional clothing. The duty officer recognized the man in front immediately, Xinsheng. Xinsheng was a fixture at the police station. He had made a thorough study of Australian law, and whenever the family needed to deal with the authorities, he was the one dispatched to handle it. His visit today obviously concerned the family case from several days ago. The duty officer wasn't a detective and knew nothing of the case's specific details. However, from snippets overheard from colleagues in the criminal division, he gathered that a maidservant of the family had been killed by one of the concubines. The case itself was straightforward enough. The suspect had been arrested immediately. Originally, it appeared to be a criminal matter arising from family disputes, not uncommon in this area. However, after the suspect was brought in, she refused to confess. During interrogation, she exposed several old cases and past incidents involving the family, revealing a case within a case. Several of the family's masters and servants were consequently detained. According to the detectives, it had nearly resulted in taking down the whole lot. "Comrade officer, I'm here to process bail procedures." Xinsheng was exceedingly courteous. With a gesture, the servant beside him immediately produced a document from his carrying case. Bail. The duty officer couldn't hide his surprise. The family case involved multiple homicides and intentional injury charges. Formal arrests had been made just 2 days ago. How could bail be granted at this stage? Indeed, Xinsheng replied with an ingratiating smile. This is the bail order signed by the Lingao First Circuit Court yesterday. Please review it. The bail document was enclosed in an envelope, appearing flawless from the outside. The duty officer had no authority to open it. He recorded its receipt in the document register and said, "Wait here." Then he rose and headed toward the back. The criminal division occupied the old building of the former Eastgate substation. Given the high caseload in this district, the 2-story structure was now used exclusively by their unit. Upstairs held offices and the records room. Downstairs contained the interrogation rooms and temporary detention facility. The duty officer found the detective who had just come on shift and handed over the bail documents. "Yahweh, it's for the family case," he noted. "The families." Lai Yahweh also seemed taken aback. He casually opened the envelope, and his eyes widened in disbelief. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, he said, "Wait a moment. I need to report this to the section chief first." He took the document and walked toward the section chief's office in the inner room. The Criminal Division Section Chief of Bern Police Station was a graduate of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Training Class, personally conducted by Mu Min. Academy trained, a disciple of the Emperor's own program. This was why he occupied this position. Though only around 30, he was experienced and shrewd. Upon receiving the document, he was immediately puzzled. Bail itself was nothing extraordinary, but the family case remained under active investigation. Confessions, witness testimonies, and physical evidence had not yet formed a complete evidence chain. The investigation was far from concluded, yet here was a bail order. Moreover, it granted release to multiple suspects simultaneously. The section chief was baffled. He read the document repeatedly, scrutinizing every detail. Black ink on white paper, the judge's signature and court seal clearly visible, absolutely legitimate. The bail receipt was attached as well, 3,000 yuan. He drew in a sharp breath. This family was truly wealthy. Though suspicions gnawed at him, the court's document carried supreme authority. He had no choice but to comply. "Release everyone named on the list," he ordered. "Chief, this case isn't closed yet. The evidence is incomplete," Lai Yaowei reminded him. "I know, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups." The section chief's brow furrowed. "Release them first." "Yes, sir." Lai Yaowei was about to leave when the section chief called him back. "Contact your most capable informant. Have him watch the family. You continue monitoring this case." "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately." Lai Yaowei went out and processed the procedures as swiftly as possible, releasing the 3 suspects on bail. 3 sedan chairs waited outside the station. The moment the released parties emerged, male and female servants immediately patted them with pomelo leaves for purification. Xia Zhang beamed, bowing and clasping his hands repeatedly. "You've suffered, you've suffered." Watching the sedan chairs disappear into the distance, Lai Yaowei felt his unease deepening. He had personally handled the family case. The facts had initially seemed simple enough. Zhou Xunyan, a concubine of the family, had endured mistreatment by the legal wife and harbored murderous intent. At night, she crept into the legal wife's bedroom, intending to kill her. Unexpectedly, she killed a maidservant who happened to be sleeping in the same room instead. After Zhou Xunyan was brought in, she denied having any murderous intent. She admitted going to find the legal wife that night, but claimed it was only to inquire about her brother's whereabouts. Furthermore, she insisted she was now a free person with no subordinate relationship to the family. She had no reason for killing in desperation. Lai Yaowei was trained to detect when people were lying. He could generally see through deception, but Zhou Xunyan's words struck him as half true and half false. Perhaps her stated intent to kill was fabricated, but her visit to the legal wife that night was probably not a simple discussion either. End of chapter. Chapter 2865. Madame Xia Zhang returned to his study, exhausted in body and spirit. Securing the bail had cost him considerable effort and even more money. Only through such expenditure had he managed to establish the necessary connections. Though he had purchased merely a few carefully chosen words, those words had turned the tide and allowed him to process the bail successfully. But while the bail was processed, the matter was far from over. Xia Zhang had never been a litigation master, but under the Great Ming he had served as a steward specifically tasked with handling government offices. He knew official affairs intimately. After arriving in Lingao, he had made a point of studying the Australians' various laws and regulations. Whether he truly understood them or not, he had at least committed them all to memory. At present, though the legal wife and the others had been released on bail, the case remained open. Zhou Xunyan was still in police custody. Heaven knew what other inappropriate things she might say. With the case unresolved, the legal wife and the others remained suspects, who could be remanded and reinterrogated at any time. Once prosecuted and brought before the court, prison time would be inevitable. Even if the legal wife and the others got what they deserved, he would have no face to show master. His own livelihood would be finished as well. What was he to do? Under the great Ming, bribes could have silenced her in prison. Such methods would not work with the Australians. Everything had to be done according to law. By following the law, he had managed to secure release on bail. Now, how could he make the legal wife's case dissipate like smoke? Just as he was pondering this, a servant came to report that the legal wife requested his presence. Xinsheng straightened his attire and followed the servant into the inner residence. Madame had already bathed and changed clothes, though her hair remained damp, pinned loosely in a simple bun. These past few days of imprisonment had left her complexion wan and pallid. She was a noble lady from a great family, pampered since childhood. After marrying into the family, she had become renowned for her skill in household management, clear in dispensing rewards and punishments, decisive in judgment, ruthless in her methods. She kept the large household in perfect order. No matter how many concubines and maids the family acquired, each was brought to submission under her hand. Yet she managed to avoid her husband's resentment and had earned a reputation for being virtuous. Xinsheng had served in the household for many years and knew her methods well. Standing before her, he held his breath and focused his mind, not daring to show the slightest laxity. "Master Xia, please sit." "Yes, thank you, madam." "This time I have truly troubled you," madam said. "I don't deserve such words. It is all due to madam's deep blessings. Master Xia, you have been with the household for many years now. You are an old hand who came along from the beginning. And here we are in Kun territory, all in the same boat. How exactly should this case be concluded?" Her tone was utterly calm, yet her eyes betrayed a trace of guilt and a hint of panic. Xinsheng understood the source of her distress. The carefully constructed halo of household mastery she had built over the years had been shattered by Zhou Xunyang. She herself was now implicated in a legal case, and whether under the great Ming or here with the Australians, entanglement in such a lawsuit could bankrupt a family. Most critically, the master was away on the mainland. Originally, he had not been expected to return for several months. Because of this case, a telegram had already been sent to him, disrupting his itinerary and business. Moreover, even if he received the telegram and immediately traveled to Shanghai to book passage, it would still be at least a week before he could return. During this time, there was absolutely no one to consult. The family master and wife had 7 or 8 children between legitimate and concubine-born. The eldest son was only 16. The rest were either girls or young children. None could be relied upon. "Madam, please be at ease," Xinsheng said with a bow. "Though this case is dangerous, there is no great peril. Please elaborate." "Yes." Xinsheng had already run the calculations many times. However, before speaking, he needed to ask some questions. This humble one is bold to ask. "During these days with the Australians, what has madam said? I must know everything clearly in order to formulate a plan." "What else could I have said? Nothing but old accounts." Though her words were calm, fear showed plainly on her face. Needless to say, these past days of interrogation had been difficult to endure. The old cases Zhou Xunyang had exposed were two. First, that the legal wife had beaten a concubine to death while administering household punishment. Second, that the legal wife had secretly ordered someone to dispose of a maid who had violated household rules, putting her to death. Regarding these two matters, madam must have told the Australian police about both. Yes. Madam looked ashamed. When first summoned, she had remained calm and composed, her heart unmoved by the prospect of interrogation. She had not expected the Australians to break down her composure in just a few rounds. What happened after that she could not quite remember. She recalled only a blur, losing all distinction between day and night. The interrogators kept changing, going over the same old matters repeatedly. Her usually sharp mind grew muddled. She answered whatever was asked, saying many things that should never have been said. "This Zhou concubine is truly my nemesis." Madam gnashed her teeth. Thinking it over, everything traced back to her. In the past, she had handled groups of concubines and maids with practiced ease. Yet whenever she encountered Zhou Xunyan, a nameless fury would rise within her and she would do many rash things, yet she had never gone all the way and disposed of her cleanly. "Madam, please remain calm. Just tell me everything you said to the Australian so I can assess the situation." After speaking, he gestured meaningfully. "Please dismiss the attendants." "Yes," Madam nodded. This matter involved old murder cases. The fewer people who knew, the better, even close confidants. Under normal circumstances, she would never allow herself to be alone in a room with a man, but now she could not be bothered with such proprieties. She dismissed the attendants and roughly recounted the contents of the interrogation. Xia Zhang had always possessed an excellent memory. He took no notes, simply listening in silence. Of these two matters, he knew about the concubine being beaten to death. He had personally handled the official paperwork, ultimately reporting it as sudden death from acute illness, and having her taken out and buried to close the matter. But the disposal of the maid was news to him. Hearing Madame describe it now, he felt a secret alarm. What ruthless methods this Madame employs. These two matters are ancient history. Who knows where that wretched creature heard about them? Madame gnashed her teeth. Most likely those two cheap maids Feiyu and Ruilan. Seeing her grinding her teeth in fury, Xia Zhang hastened to advise, "Now is not the time to make more trouble. If Madame wishes to deal with them, it will not be too late to wait until things have settled." "You are right." Madame exhaled a turbid breath. "Please continue." Xia Zhang thought for a moment and said, "Though the people have been released, the Australian police probably are not willing to let this go. They will continue investigating these two cases. Now that they have confessions, they still need physical evidence and witness testimonies." Being released on bail was not the same as being declared innocent. She would still have to stand trial in court. If the evidence proved conclusive when the time came, Madame could not avoid prison, and if it truly came to that, he need not bother continuing as a private secretary. He might as well pack his things and leave. At this point, Madame's expression visibly tensed. Fortunately, both these cases occurred under Ming rule. Time has passed and circumstances have changed. Though a few people know of them, it is all uncorroborated testimony, and there are not even any aggrieved parties. Zhou Xunyan merely reported based on hearsay. It does not count as evidence. But the confessions. No matter how iron-boned someone might be, what confession cannot be extracted in the hands of constables and bailiffs? The Australians know this themselves. Therefore, conviction based solely on confession is not acceptable. Simply put, the court also understood that uncorroborated evidence could not stand alone and that conviction would be difficult, which was why they had agreed to grant bail. This gave him the confidence to say, though dangerous, "There is no great peril." But risks still remained, namely Nanny Bao and Cheng Wu, the legal wife's confidants who had been arrested at the same time. Though he had not yet spoken with them, they had probably spilled everything like beans tumbling from a bamboo tube. Confessions might constitute uncorroborated evidence, but as long as the confessions of the three could corroborate one another, they would form what the Australians called an evidence chain. Xia Zhang knew the Australians placed the greatest emphasis on the evidence chain when handling cases. If this chain of evidence fit together perfectly, it would not be so easy to muddle through. "In that case, what should we do now?" Madame asked anxiously. "Who knows when the master will return? Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire." Xia Zhang knew clearly that even if the master returned home immediately, it would not help. True, the master had some connections among the high-ranking naturalized officials, but these senior cadres would most likely be unwilling to wade into such muddy waters. Unless they could connect with a senator. But why would a senator stand up for the family? "What if we go back?" Madame said in a panic. "At worst, we abandon the money." No, absolutely not." Xia Zhang shook his head quickly. 3,000 yuan is nothing, but the master's entire family fortune is in Lingao. If you flee after posting bail, the entire family business will be ruined. Madame covered her face and wept. Had I known it would come to this, why did we ever come to Lingao? If we had stayed nicely in the great Ming, there would have been no trouble at all. That damned old coffin. Woo woo woo. Xinsheng felt deeply awkward and could only offer a few words of consolation. Madame cried for a time, then composed herself. The master has not returned. I have lost all sense of what to do. Please help me devise a plan. Get us safely through this current crisis. There will be rewards for you afterward. With that she rose, took out a pair of heavy gold bracelets from the Japanese lacquer mother-of-pearl cabinet and placed them on the table. A small token of appreciation. But Xinsheng did not reach for them. I appreciate Madame's generosity in my heart. There will be many expenses ahead. Please keep these bracelets, Madame. They may have other uses. Madame understood his meaning and did not stand on ceremony. In that case, Master Xia, whatever you need for entertainment and expenses, simply tell me. Two things must be done right now. First, Nanny Bao and Cheng Wu must be kept under watch. There must be no more unexpected changes, especially they must not have second thoughts. Madame nodded. Second, the old servants in the household, especially the old servants close to Madame, must be secured to avoid further issues. As for Feiyu and Ruilan, I do not know what they know or how much they know, but they too must be kept in hand. The entire household must keep inside words in and outside words out. Those two have been old servants in the household for over 10 years. They know quite a few things, and they have always been close with Zhou Xunyan. Madame said grimly. Madame, it is fine. I know what is prudent. Madame smiled. I can still distinguish between priorities. End of chapter. Chapter 2866. LingaoGuangzhou Exchange Conference. 1. Xinsheng returned to his lodging and turned the matter over in his mind, examining every cause and consequence in meticulous detail. Then he retrieved from his bookshelf the Senate imperially designated legal series, specifically, the compilation of laws applicable to criminal cases, the compilation of arbitration, tribunal judicial interpretations on various historical issues in criminal cases, and the compilation of arbitration, tribunal judicial interpretations and guidance on cases involving the Ming, and pored over the bookmarked sections again and again. After several readings, he felt a measure of confidence returning. It seemed the experts' guidance had been sound after all. Yet one concern still nagged at him. Laws were merely laws. What truly mattered were the people who enforced them. He had dealt with government offices for nearly 20 years in the Great Ming, and knew all too well that the King of Hell might be easy to see, but the little demons were hard to deal with. Whether legal provisions would actually be applied in practice still depended entirely on the officials handling the case. This time, processing the bail had gone surprisingly smoothly. He had initially wondered whether to grease some palms beforehand. He was familiar with the Australian's reputation for integrity, but this was a case involving human life after all. To be cautious, he had specifically consulted the expert, but the man had merely looked at him with disdain and told him to just go handle it. Xinsheng couldn't tell whether his contact had already made arrangements behind the scenes or whether the Australians truly handled things according to law. His heart remained unsettled. After much deliberation, he concluded that his only option was to seek out this connection again for another conversation. With that decided, he gathered his spirits and began composing an invitation card. News of the family's bail soon appeared as a development in the weekly developments bulletin of the Lingao Police Bureau. Though the procedures were entirely legal, granting bail to persons involved in major criminal cases still under investigation was unprecedented. Lai Yaowei feared the document he had received couldn't bear this responsibility, so he reported the matter to his direct superior. As it happened, the team leader also found the situation somewhat delicate, so he simply filed it as a development. After all, the current official director of the Lingao Special Municipality Police Bureau was still Ran Yao himself. Ran Yao naturally saw the report. These days he was overwhelmed with administrative duties, and rarely involved himself in individual cases. Only the truly difficult problems ever reached his desk. A murder case with clear circumstances and complete witness and physical evidence, already so transparent, appearing in the developments told him at once what the criminal division was thinking. Though he wasn't as well versed in legal provisions as the senators in the legal sector, based on general legal principles, whether Madame had committed murder in the past constituted a separate case, entirely unrelated to the current one. Since bail had been granted, there was no need to complicate matters further. Arresting Madame in connection with this case had itself been of questionable legality. Detectives who had been born as naturalized citizens, no matter how much modern police theory and law they absorbed, always unconsciously applied certain old notions to their casework. This was inevitable. Ran Yao generally didn't demand too much of them. Qingruo walked along the corridor carrying a tray. Her light green dress, tailored to embrace her figure, paired with a vest adorned with glazed colored threads, set off her dark hair beautifully. Anyone who saw her would think, what a lovely young lady. Qingruo moved with unhurried grace, though her eyes occasionally stole glances at the courtyard below. This inner courtyard featured a pond with rocks piled artfully along its banks and miniature bonsai mountains. Several dozen koi swam within, multicolored creatures gliding through the clear blue water as if suspended in air. Such an exquisite scene, even Qingruo, who hailed from a city as refined as Hangzhou, had never witnessed its like. The fish were the rarest Australian koi, the most precious variety. A single mature fish of merely middling quality would fetch 50 taels of silver in Hangzhou. Qingruo herself hadn't sold for 50 taels. In the waterside pavilion by the pond, guests were banqueting. The faint strains of string and bamboo instruments drifted over, mingled with a woman's low singing, conch opera. She knew the waterside pavilion likely hosted a senator, for this conch style was rarely appreciated locally in Lingao. On the contrary, certain senators who liked to affect cultural refinement were quite fond of it. Senators rarely came here. No more than a dozen visited regularly. After all, Heiyuan Street was the red light district, and coming to Ximing Tower still carried some measure of impropriety. Qingruo wasn't like some of her sisters, who eagerly hoped to catch a senator's favor and contrived endless schemes to attend upon one. She harbored no such ambitions and had no desire to continue eating from the bowl of serving through beauty. Qingruo had originally been a girl from a musician household in Guangzhou, which is to say, she had been born destined to eat from the bowl of entertainers and courtesans. Trained by her mother from childhood in playing, singing, and performing, at 15 her mother had arranged for a wealthy merchant to comb her. This transaction was excellent income for her family, but for the young girl herself, it was hardly a blessing. Yet being born into an entertainer household, she had no choice. After a few years, as the merchant's favor waned and he no longer visited, she could only sell smiles in a pleasure house. After drifting along for nearly 10 years, watching her looks gradually fade and gifts diminish, neither the madam of the pleasure house nor her own parents had kind words for her anymore. What became of courtesans whose business declined? Qingruo, from an entertainer household, knew all too well. Though she technically worked independently, merely renting a room in the pleasure house, her own birth parents were not necessarily more kind-hearted than the madam. If she could no longer stay in a high-class establishment, they would naturally send her to a low-class brothel to make money. Fortunately, heaven took pity on her. With one cannon shot, the Australians entered Guangzhou. The pleasure houses were shuttered and Qingruo regained her freedom. But though her body was free, she had nowhere to go. Her parents were like tigers and wolves, not people to rely on. As for marriage, having spent so long in the pleasure houses, her reputation was ruined. She couldn't marry into any decent family, yet she wasn't willing to lower herself and marry an ordinary commoner. Just as she was hesitating over her future, she heard that Ximing Tower was recruiting female attendants. The announcement clearly stated that whether to take a yellow ticket and conduct business was entirely up to her. She thought that, although she had no intention of doing business anymore, she was familiar with the trade, so she decided to join. Upon entering Ximing Tower, she realized pleasure houses could operate like this. Ximing Tower was not only luxurious and dazzling, but the assignment and arrangement of the girls also followed an entirely different set of rules. Based on different services, the house was divided into two groups, the bathing group and the dining group. Within each group, based on the nature of the work, there were further specializations, each with different pay. What King Guo did was called attendant. The work involved serving tea and water, arranging dishes, welcoming and seeing off guests, and guiding them through the establishment. In a traditional pleasure house, this would be the role of maids and amas. But in Ximing Tower, it was called service staff. To be service staff, the most critical qualities were quick eyes and nimble hands, along with an understanding of human feelings and the ability to read expressions. King Guo came from a musician household and had been an established name herself. Over a dozen years of cultivated skills in reading people's expressions and catering to their desires, combined with her good looks, quickly earned her a promotion to deputy head, in charge of serving food and wine in several private rooms. Before long, she was selected as a business backbone and transferred to Ximing Tower's branch in Lingao. Ximing Tower's main establishment was in Guangzhou. Lingao was merely a branch. However, due to its location, this branch held great importance within the Ximing Tower system. Therefore, those selected for transfer to the Lingao branch were all backbones with strong potential for business development. Besides excelling at her work, King Guo had been transferred largely because of her language abilities. Girls from musician households made their living in welcoming and seeing off guests, interacting daily with people from all over. She could speak not only Mandarin but also the major dialects of the province. She could even manage Hokkien. With such a foundation, after arriving at Ximing Tower, she had picked up new speech very quickly. Lingao had become a commercial city, bustling with merchants and travelers. Those responsible for reception and service naturally had to be fluent in various tongues. Unexpectedly, not long after arriving at Lingao's Ximing Tower, she encountered a big assignment. This big assignment was that Ximing Tower had undertaken the reception work for the first LingaoGuangzhou Progressive Gentry Experience Exchange Conference. Ever since entering Guangzhou without bloodshed, the question of how to further unite the gentry of Guangzhou's urban and rural areas and put them to good use, thereby reducing resistance to reform and assimilation, had been a matter of constant concern in Lingao. To win the gentry's hearts, mere intimidation would not suffice. The esteemed district chief Wen had pointed out, if we only use whips and bayonets to suppress them, we will inevitably push them to the opposing side. Once circumstances change, they will become the most dangerous enemies at our bedside. The truly fundamental approach was to make the gentry realize the enormous benefits that submitting to the great song, this powerful ruler, would bring them, to make them genuinely support the great song from the bottom of their hearts. To achieve this goal, the most effective means was to have those who had already benefited from the great song speak from personal experience. Against this backdrop, the convening of the first LingaoGuangzhou Progressive Gentry Experience Exchange Conference was only natural. The main purpose of the conference was to facilitate meetings and communication between the gentry of Lingao and Guangzhou, boosting confidence in the Senate on both sides. As Xinsheng put it, don't they really envy Lingao for making big money? Then let's proactively send them to see for themselves. And so Xinsheng organized a Guangzhou gentry visiting delegation, selecting more than 20 each of gentry actively striving for progress and progressive gentry from Guangzhou, packaging them together and dispatching them to Lingao for a visit and study. The Lingao side attached great importance to this exchange conference. After 2 days of intensive meetings, exchanges, and tour, A grand banquet was arranged that evening at Ximing Tower to host the gentry of both Lingao and Guangzhou. This evening banquet had required considerable thought from the Lingao organizers. There were quite a few high-end venues in Lingao now, but some were too formal, while others lacked class. And this class wasn't merely about luxurious decoration. The Australian content had to be substantial enough to demonstrate the importance placed on the visiting delegation. Additionally, tonight's banquet wasn't an official reception. It was more recreational and leisurely in nature. Considering all these factors, along with Ximing Tower's high reception standards and quality service staff, it naturally emerged as the leading choice. Originally, the first-floor main hall had seemed the most suitable option, spacious and bright, convenient for both hosts and guests to mingle and converse. However, the main hall wasn't quite private enough. After much discussion, Mayor Qian finally decided to hold the banquet in the second-floor private rooms. The gentry of Lingao and Guangzhou would be seated alternately to facilitate communication and foster connections. The hosts would simply have to bear the inconvenience of carrying wine glasses and moving from room to make their rounds. End of chapter. Chapter 2867, LingaoGuangzhou Exchange Conference 2. Fu Baer sat in the Four Seas Pavilion, facing more than a dozen gentry from Lingao and Guangzhou arrayed around a round table draped in an ornate gold-threaded tablecloth. He felt thoroughly out of place. Though he bore the title of progressive gentry, he had nothing whatsoever to do with the gentry class. He was simply a prosperous local farmer. Under the great Ming, these Guangzhou elites would not have deigned to spare him so much as a contemptuous glance. He understood his own position clearly enough. As one of the first aboard, the chiefs naturally trusted him more than these latecomers. Yet facing this assembly of provincial sophisticates with their dignified bearing and cultivated discourse, he could not suppress a creeping sense of inadequacy. His words came haltingly. The gentry in the private room were mostly engaged in industry and commerce, not a single pure farmer like himself among them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, conversation withered. Moreover, the Guangzhou delegation had spent recent days on study tour, and this was their first meeting with the Lingao contingent. Unable even to recall one another's names, the gathering turned cold. Some gentry half closed their eyes, feigning rest. Others debated the merits of the plates and chopsticks with their neighbors. A few took to studying the structure of peanuts in the cold appetizer dishes with scholarly intensity. Only when the serving girls glided lightly across the threshold did the gazes of these men, whose every gesture followed propriety, fix upon the dishes the girls carried, or upon other things near the dishes. Today's cuisine was something special. Since the great song's arrival, its thunderous reputation had spread not only goods but also gastronomy. Lingao gentry were thoroughly familiar with Australian dishes, and even prominent figures in Guangzhou had long sampled Ximing Tower's foreign fare, scrambled eggs with tomato, stir-fried cauliflower and broccoli, and the like. Serving these again would win no favor. Therefore, for this banquet, Xinsheng had decided to innovate by introducing Kaifeng cuisine. First, to offer the gentry some novelty. Second, to promote it grandly on this occasion, establishing Kaifeng cuisine as the new standard of refinement and fashion. Led by Mayor Qian, several senators from the commercial, agricultural, and industrial sectors visited each private room to toast and convey the Senate's sincere hope of mutual support and shared development with all present. Then service staff in form-fitting dresses brought out large serving platters topped with domed metal covers. When the staff lifted the covers in unison, steam billowed and dispersed, revealing the curious items beneath. More than a dozen plates held various offerings, accompanied by several large bowls of soup. One central platter bore a heap of golden, glistening chunks. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be fried, but their surfaces were studded with small, round, flat pieces, quite unlike any ordinary fried food. Another plate held more than a dozen round cakes, flat on the bottom and domed on top, with a dark brown layer sandwiched in the middle. A piece of emerald green lettuce poked out from the edges of the brown substance. In form, they somewhat resembled stuffed buns, yet what stuffed bun displayed its filling so brazenly? One gentleman at the table mentioned that in the Northwest there was a food called roux mo, the meat sandwich. Though he had never seen one himself, descriptions he had heard matched what lay before them. It was probably a variety of meat sandwich, but what the Australians meant by serving them this northwestern fare he could not fathom. The gentlemen exchanged glances, none willing to raise their chopsticks first. Courtesies flew back and forth. "Elder brother, please, you first." "Ah, worthy brother, please, you first." Since ancient times there has been an order by age and seniority. How dare I presume, "Please, you first"? Not at all. "Worthy brother, have you not heard the story of Boy yielding to Shuki? Please, use your chopsticks first." Oh no, no. In ancient times there was Kong Rong yielding pears. Today, please, elder brother, take the first bite. A table of rotund gentlemen exchanging courtesies with considerable enthusiasm. The service staff standing by covered their mouths and giggled, causing several faces to flush and several pairs of eyes to widen. Gaozhou, as the earliest Guangzhou gentry to follow the dragon, was also seated at the table. He had subtly become the head of Guangzhou's unaffiliated gentry. Watching this endless yielding spiral nowhere, he grew uneasy. If the Australians took offense and grew resentful, the consequences would be severe. At this thought, beads of sweat appeared on Gaozhou's forehead. The Australians might well be deliberately testing those present. Gaozhou straightened in his seat and cleared his throat. The gentry at the table understood the stakes and fell silent at once, looking to him for guidance. Gaozhou cupped his fists and spoke in a ringing voice. "Everyone, we gentry and merchants of Lingao and Guangzhou, devoted to the great song, though residing in two places, we share one heart and mind. Our hearts are pure as ice, our loyalty undivided. To be graced with a banquet from our superiors today is truly a blessing cultivated over many lifetimes. What Master Gao says is absolutely right." The gentry at the table understood perfectly. Secretly alarmed, they hurried to agree in unison. Gaozhou continued, "Consider our great song, crossing from beyond thousands of miles of waves, a nation rich and abundant. Its cuisine represents the pinnacle of the world's achievements." Here Gaozhou raised his joined arms high, praying toward the heavens. "Long live our great song emperor for 10,000 generations. Long life to Chairman Huang and State Councilor Ma. May District Chief Wen enjoy fortune and longevity." The gentry at the table hastened to follow suit, bowing and offering endless praises. After the prayer, Gaozhou steadily raised his chopsticks. "Everyone, this foolish elder will rely on his modest reputation to take the first bite." With that, he picked up one of the golden pieces, placed it in his mouth, closed his eyes and chewed slowly, saying nothing. Seeing Master Gao take the lead and not wishing to appear ungrateful, thereby inviting trouble, the other gentlemen each shakily picked up a piece. They bit off small, timid mouthfuls, swallowing as if drinking bitter medicine while pinching their noses. But after the food slid down their throats, a fresh fragrance welled up from within. This thing was actually quite good. Having tasted its flavor, their courage grew and their chopsticks gradually became more active. Fu Buyer was timid by nature. During the earlier exchange of courtesies, he had cowered to the side. Others, noting his neat clothes but vulgar appearance, had no desire to engage with him. Only after everyone had begun eating did he timidly pick up a piece from the edge of the platter and take a small bite. The moment the food touched his tongue, the rich fragrance of deep frying combined with the crispy coating burst across his palate. Beneath that richness, a fresh sweetness lingered on the tip of his tongue, refusing to fade. Fu Bar had dined at fine restaurants in Lingao, but this texture was entirely new to him. After a few bites, his courage grew. Seeing others pick up the stuffed cakes to eat, he boldly reached out to take one. But the cake was large and difficult to grasp with chopsticks. In his eagerness, Fu Bar simply reached out and grabbed it with his hand. Lin Quanan, seated beside him, shot him a sidelong glance and cursed silently. "Country bumpkin." Fu Buer could not hear Lin Quanan's unspoken ridicule. With the stuffed cake in his mouth, he felt thoroughly satisfied. The meat patty, rich with fat, and the bun's base, brimming with the fragrance of grains, were enough to satisfy any medieval commoner's mind and stomach alike. As for the piece of lettuce on top, that was merely decorative. Despite being the famous farm owner of Hainan, with multiple farms across northern Qiang and several tropical crop plantations in southern Qiang and the Huazhai mountain area, listed first on the agricultural sector's above-scale planting enterprise registry, Fu Buer still maintained the traditional farmer's virtues of thrift and diligence in his personal life. His everyday meals rarely included meat. Only during busy farming seasons did the fare improve. When it came to various Australian pleasures, he had actually experienced less than these Guangzhou elites who had traveled from afar. Fu Buer bit into the stuffed cake while his eyes fixed on someone at the table picking up yellow strips and dipping them in a deep red sauce. He hesitated. Should he swallow the cake first, or set down the cake and grab his chopsticks to secure some? A scholar at the table intoned with swaying head. Just now, Chief Xing mentioned this is Kaifeng cuisine. This humble one hails from Kaifeng, yet I have never encountered such dishes. I imagine our great Song ancestors, dwelling myriad miles distant, still harbored their ancestral temples in their hearts, thus bestowing this name, signifying that one must never forget one's ancestors and homeland. Such loyalty truly inspires profound admiration. Others echoed, "Indeed, indeed." While everyone offered praise, the door opened and service staff filed in to deliver drinks. There was fine Lanling wine and guoshi wushwang. Even the rarely seen Languern and Princess Dating were among the offerings, though rumors had long circulated in Guangzhou that Princess Dating was brewed with rhubarb and proved extremely laxative. Ordinary people dared not try it. It was said that red-haired foreigners overseas adored this wine tremendously, paying dozens of gold pieces for a bottle. Common folk speculated that foreigners, loving to eat raw meat like beef pie, found it hard to digest. Their stomachs must become blocked. Unable to defecate and bloated with agony, they relied on this potent wine for relief. Whenever this topic arose, everyone laughed in scorn. Besides wine, several accompanying sweet drinks were brought in. Rumors among the common folk held that Australians called these yin nio, drink urine, causing all who heard to shake their heads and sigh at the Australians' utter crudeness for making such vulgar remarks without shame. However, a later expert in Australian studies pointed out this should be yin liao, beverages, meaning sweet drinks so delicious they proved addictive. There was pale yellow kvass, dark red kombucha, and various fruit juices with colorful ingredients suspended within. Especially eye-catching was a black liquid in a large crystal bottle, its color dark as ink, still as a deep pool, truly novel. Fu Buer watched the girl delivering drinks place this large bottle of black water before him. She announced the drink names to everyone, and he learned this black water was called cola. Fu Buer had seen but never tasted this substance. It had only appeared recently and was expensive. He could not bring himself to spend the money. Never mind this novelty. Even kvass and the various sodas that had gradually become common locally, Fu Buer was usually reluctant to drink. Whenever he saw the children enjoying them, he would inevitably lecture them on frugality. Pop! With a crisp sound, the girl deftly pried off the bottle cap, startling Fu Buer. Then a fine fizzing reached his ears, making his teeth ache. The girl poured half a glass of the black water into the transparent crystal glass before him and said softly, "Please enjoy, sir," before moving on to serve others. Fu Buer savored the girl's soft voice while carefully studying the tiny bubbles rising through the dark surface in his glass. These fine bubbles climbed to the surface, creating the gentle rustling sound he had heard. The black water must have been chilled before serving, for the glass wall was beaded with condensation. Without even tasting it, he already felt refreshed and cooled. End of chapter. Chapter 2868, LingaoGuangzhou Exchange Conference 3. Fu Buyer raised the glass to his lips and tentatively touched the tip of his tongue to the liquid. His mouth twisted involuntarily. What in the world is this stuff? Sweet, yet bitter and astringent all at once. It tasted like some medicinal decoction that had been sugared and then left to sour. Yet glancing around the table, he saw all the distinguished gentlemen savoring this black water with evident pleasure. Not daring to set down his glass and reveal his weakness, he could only hum appreciatively and feign enjoyment. After forcing himself to take a few more sips, however, he gradually discovered that the bitterness concealed a sweetness within, and once the sourness and astringency faded, an indescribable fragrant aftertaste bloomed across his tongue. A surge of energy spread through his body. The exhaustion from a full day of rushing about vanished completely, and even his mind felt sharper than before. He marveled silently. These Australians truly had their ways, capable of concocting all manner of strange wonders. What Fu Buyer didn't know was that this was Coca-Cola, a beverage that Lingao Pharmaceutical Factory had painstakingly reverse-engineered. The formulation itself wasn't particularly remarkable. Cola's ingredients were not rare, and replicating them was well within their capabilities. The true difficulty lay in how to carbonate the beverage. In earlier years, Lingao's carbonated drinks, kvass and fruit sodas, had relied on natural fermentation of grains or fruits. It wasn't until just before the Guangzhou landing that this knockoff cola finally entered production, after they had solved the process of injecting carbon dioxide into liquid and maintaining its effervescence. However, because director she harbored an innate distrust of coca and possessed the most basic conscience of an intellectual, she had been half resisting the market release of this knockoff cola. In the end, it was Deng Boyuan, for wherever there was a revenue stream, Senator Deng's rotund figure could be found, who patted his chest and guaranteed that the coca extract dosage used by the pharmaceutical factory was negligible. Presenting relevant data from America before director, she finally uttered those two words: approved. Thinking that once this drink hit the market, his own wastrel children would inevitably follow the trend and buy it, Fu Buyer felt another wave of displeasure wash over him at the thought of his offspring. These past few years, with the backing of the Tiandahui, Fu Buyer's fortunes had soared. His land holdings expanded until he felt he couldn't possibly oversee it all. Naturally, the children at home were all put to work. Just as he had once driven them to labor in the fields, now he drove them to manage. Though Fu Buyer lacked formal education, he possessed a natural talent for putting people to work. Among his children, the most promising was undoubtedly Fu Fu, whom he had once written off as a discarded piece. Fu Fu had joined the army and risen to become an officer over the years. In military uniform with an Australian sword at his waist, he cut a magnificent figure walking down the street. Yet Fu Buyer had received no benefit from him. After years of military service, the young man hadn't earned his father a single penny, and the moment he achieved his officer's commission and returned home, he opened his mouth to propose marriage. He wanted to wed Fu Yijin. Years ago, Fu Buyer had personally promised Fu Fu that once he became an officer, he would give his daughter to him in marriage. Now that Fu Fu had achieved that rank, and Yijin was already past 20 and could not be delayed any longer, he formally engaged them. Marrying into a Fubo army officer's family wasn't a loss, after all. In an era when military men commanded respect, the status of being a military family wasn't a bad thing. But apart from this military family status, Fu Buyer had gained nothing. Local bride prices were certainly substantial these days, but before the engagement, several officers from the political department had visited, gently reminding him to respond to the New Life movement and promote new wedding customs. The core issue, of course, was the bride price. Fu Buyer's heart bled, but he could only actively respond. In the end, he received not a single penny, only the 8 categories of engagement gifts. Though some valuable pieces of jewelry were included, those would have to accompany his daughter as dowry anyway. He had got nothing. Fu Buyer was deeply aggrieved. One money-losing proposition wasn't enough, there had to be two. Fu had also grown up eating his rice after all. Then there was Fu Zai. Following Chief Wan's advice years ago, he had sent her to learn accounting. After 3 or 4 years of study, she returned as another Fu. Upon graduation, she took a position directly with the Tiandahui. She had become a public servant. That manner of hers, that bearing, not only he himself, but even his wife, who used to beat Fu Zai until the girl rolled on the floor begging for mercy, now felt 3 inches shorter in her presence. Fortunately, Fu Zai held no grudges and remained quite attentive to him as a model household. But she was no longer truly family. He couldn't use her, and didn't dare to. Luckily, ever since Fu's glorious homecoming, Fu Buyer had kept his wits about him and made special efforts to win over his other adopted children. Their living standards improved dramatically, and through several intense episodes of domestic violence, he prohibited domestic violence against the children. Moreover, he declared multiple times that they're all children of his household and none would be treated unfairly. Fu Yue, Fu Qing, and Fu Xiang, after receiving some education, all returned to help with family affairs. Now they served as important cadres in Buyer Agricultural Limited Company. As for his 2 biological sons, the younger one, San Tong, was very clever and currently attending middle school. The whole family could be said to be quite prosperous. Only his most valued eldest son, Yin, gave him the greatest headache. Yin had also been sent to study, with the original hope that he would learn agriculture or finance to assist the family business. But unexpectedly, this Yin insisted on studying medicine. Studying Australian medicine was indeed an excellent livelihood these days. Even if one chose not to work in a large hospital, opening a small clinic meant money would come rolling in. But Fu Buyer's family enterprise had grown so large that he looked down on such small earnings now. Yin, as his eldest son and future heir, could study agriculture, could study business. So why had he gone and chosen medicine? Father and son had quarreled over this several times. Fu Buyer couldn't win against his son, and Senator Fu had come to put in a word, saying the young man was promising material. One couldn't refuse a senator's face, so he had to bear it and prepare to work on him gradually. The banquet was reaching its climax. On one side, pretty girls brought out dishes in an endless stream. On the other, gentry clinked cups freely. Fu Buyer had matters weighing on his mind and inevitably drank a few cups more than he should have. Strong liquor paired with cola, he felt the alcohol rushing straight to his head, and his tolerance seemed diminished compared to before. Dizzy and bleary-eyed, he leaned back in his chair watching the gentry at the table, who after a few cups had already shed their reserved manner and were toasting and chatting freely with great camaraderie. Though he had no one to converse with, he inexplicably felt happy inside and couldn't stop grinning. Amid the merriment, Fu Buyer's vision blurred as a beautiful woman in a green dress seemed to float through the door like a drifting cloud, red lips and white teeth, like a fairy descended from an opera. This fairy floated through the doorway, curtsied gracefully, and spoke in a clear voice. "Blessings to all the gentlemen. This humble servant Qingguo wishes you all well." Gaozhou had recently found himself in ever greater favor with the Australian superiors. Not only had he become chairman of the Guangzhou Chamber of Commerce, but he had also recently taken on the role of advisor to the Guangzhou municipal government. On this trip to Lingao, Chairman Huang had personally received him, praising his firm stance and active pursuit of progress during the currency reform. Moreover, a project he had bid on recently had commenced smoothly and was about to enter production. Everything was going well, and he was feeling quite expansive. Just now at the table, his fellow countrymen had been very complimentary, frequently toasting him, so he had drunk a few cups more than usual. Now seeing such a girl enter, one whose manner was clearly that of someone in charge, he steadied himself and said with dignity, "That's enough formality. What is your business, miss?" King Griwo remained in her curtsy without rising, speaking in refined tones. How can the gentleman's golden evening banquet be without music for entertainment? Our establishment has a clear singing troupe with quite fine voices. Shall I have them come in to sing a fashionable tune and add to the elegance? Since Ximing Tower's reconstruction, the clear singing troupe, under Senator Pei's cultivation, had seen their skills improve dramatically. Newly arranged ditties like Story of a Small Town and Sweet Honey had become wildly popular in Guangzhou, driving the city's young dandies mad with obsession. Having them perform specially for the gentry of both regions today was also an important way to fully demonstrate the great song's cultural influence. Gaoju was about to agree with a chuckle when suddenly someone at the table shot to his feet and spoke with a smarmy smile. "What do we need those little husses for? Miss, you're so ravishing, you must be an old hand at this. Why not just stay and drink and sing with us?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, an oily hand reached straight for King Griwo's shoulder. Gaoju frowned. He recognized this as the eldest son of boss Mi Yijing. The Mi family were old night soil lords who had monopolized the city's night soil routes for generations. One might say they made a fortune daily. They also possessed the power to make anyone's home stink to high heaven at any moment. Even the city's most prominent gentry had to show the Mi family some respect. Since the Australians entered Guangzhou, under the pressure of circumstances, the Mi family had proactively surrendered their night soil routes, donated large sums for military expenses, and purchased many shares of South Sea Company stock, essentially exchanging all of this for a safe transition. Now they had invested in several new enterprises that were operating quite well, barely maintaining their status. For this trip to Lingao for study, Boss Mi couldn't get away himself. Feeling that his son was already in his 30s and should see the world and build connections with senators, he sent this young master as a representative. This Mi Yijing wasn't exactly a good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, and indulge in pleasures. He could hold his own in business. But the young master was also notorious as a ringleader at pleasure quarters and a leader among the ladies of the night. After a few cups of liquor muddled his wits, seeing King Griwo enter, half drunk and half looking for trouble, he reached out to grab her. Gaoju was about to intervene when, before he could speak, he saw King Griwo's smile remain unchanged. She simply stepped back slightly. Mi Yijing, drunk and unsteady, missed his grab and lurched forward as if about to fall. King Griwo, her hands withdrawn into her long sleeves, caught his arms through the fabric and said sweetly, "Thank you, sir." With that, she straightened up gracefully, as if Mi Yijing had merely been kind enough to help her rise from her curtsy. Mi Yijing steadied himself with that catch. He stood frozen for a moment before coming to his senses, feeling both embarrassed and angry, only to find cold sweat breaking out across his body. His face was flushed crimson from the strong liquor churning in his stomach. He decided to brazen it out and stepped forward boldly, snatching up 2 wine cups from the table and thrusting them into King Griwo's hands. "Let's not be hasty, miss. There's a saying at the drinking table. Wine in the cup, not drinking makes you a pup. Why don't we share a wedding toast today, shall we?" Several drunk gentry at the table, seeing entertainment afoot, cast sideways glances to watch the show unfold. End of chapter. Chapter 2869. LingaoGuangzhou Exchange Conference 4. Watching this wealthy young master push his luck, King Griwo felt anger stirring in her chest. In the private rooms each day, guests lost themselves in pleasure, and inevitably some grew bold enough to make suggestive remarks to the waitresses. She had witnessed it all. She was no green girl fresh off the boat, not easily offended. She knew how to handle such situations. But even when guests grew willful, they rarely dared to get handsy right from the start. This Master Mi had been a patron of hers during her days at the pleasure house. Back then, he hadn't been a particularly objectionable customer. What had possessed him today, she couldn't fathom. Though anger simmered within her, her face maintained its practiced smile. She laughed gently. "This gentleman certainly knows how to amuse. I suppose he wishes me to match couplets with the loser drinking a forfeit. "Very well, this humble servant shall oblige. Wine in the cup, not drinking makes you a pup. A pair of oily hands just like pigs' trotter stumps." As her words landed, all the gentry at the table, save for Fu Baer, who still sat there in a daze, erupted in laughter. Mi Yijing had spent years rolling through pleasure quarters. His face had long grown thicker than city walls. He declared shamelessly, "Such literary talent, miss, such talent. I'll drink a cup myself." With that, he drained his cup in one swallow. King Guo immediately smiled and curtsied. "Master is most magnanimous." She turned to withdraw. "What? You won't even share one cup with me?" Mi Yijing stepped into her path. "This servant is merely an attendant here. The rules forbid me from accompanying guests in drinking." "Oh." Mi Yijing tapped his fingertip against the table, eyeing King Guo sidelong with a knowing smile, as though this were the most natural thing in the world. My, dear Miss Qing, how have you been?" He deliberately stretched out "miss" into a suggestive drawl, his voice carrying that particular hoarseness from the courtesan quarters. "After all these years apart, I've missed you terribly. What's this? Changed your signboard and now you don't acknowledge old patrons. Don't forget when you were at Lotus Fragrance Court, I, Master Me, supported you for a full 3 months." Those few words were like lifting a curtain, scattering King Guo's past across the room for all to see. The gentry at the table exchanged glances, curious yet not daring to interject. In truth, several of the Guangzhou elite who frequented pleasure houses had already recognized King Guo, but observing her current appearance and occupation, they had pretended otherwise. Who could have expected this rash fool to expose her so publicly? Yet King Guo's eyelashes didn't so much as flutter. She maintained that same mild smile. "Master Me has quite the memory." She curtsied, her voice pitched neither too loud nor too soft. "This humble one remembers your patronage from those days. Now, thanks to Senator Pei's favor, I manage the singing troupe at Ximing Tower. I sell art, not smiles. If you're feeling nostalgic, why not request a tune? This humble servant will make an exception and sing one for you, as a way of returning the kindness of those years." A single sentence drew the boundary crystal clear. How could Mi Yijing accept such a gentle rebuff? He toyed idly with the gold ingot used as a paperweight, tapping it against the table's edge with a rhythmic clinking. "Enough with the act. I know perfectly well what the top girl at Lotus Fragrance Court commanded. Back then, I paid 10 taels for a single song from you, and now you're changing your tune. Spare me the pretense. Name your price. How much for a night in the outer quarters? I'll pay, plus double the name change money." As he spoke, his left hand had already circled around King Guo's waist, his fingertips hooking into her sash. With a light tug, the bow loosened halfway with a soft rustle. King Guo felt a chill on her back but didn't flinch. Instead, she spun with the momentum, letting the sash slip through Mi Yijing's fingers like a silk fish refusing to be caught. Her voice remained soft, yet carried a crispness honed from years of handling wayward customers. "Your lordship's favor is appreciated, this humble one is grateful, but Ximing Tower is not Lotus Fragrance Court. The rules here are not those of the great Ming. Since your lordship has come here to enjoy himself, he must follow Australian rules." She smiled through every sentence, yet every sentence elevated rules above all else. Mi Yijing found himself suspended midair, his heart itching like cat's claws, yet unable to tear through the pretense in public. So he simply leaned in closer, nearly brushing her ear, and spoke in a voice meant only for the two of them. "Playing coy with me. Have you forgotten that night you begged me to ransom your freedom? If Master Me can save me from this fire and water, King Guo will serve at your side for life. Those were your own words. Now the water's receded and the fire's out, and you want to welch on the debt." His voice was low, but he deliberately breathed hot air into King Guo's ear, reeking of wine and provocation. A flash of cold light finally crossed the corner of King Guo's eyes, vanishing in an instant. She tilted her head slightly, letting a loose strand of hair fall past her ear to block Mi Yijing's breath. Her voice was soft as the rolling notes of a pipa strummed in an old courtyard. "Your lordship has quite the memory, still recalling this humble one's foolish words from those days." but times have changed. Her fingertip traced a light line across the tabletop, leaving a trail of moisture, as if wiping away an old debt with a single stroke. If your lordship had rescued this humble servant from the life of wind and dust back then, naturally I would have served at your lordship's side. But it was the Australians who saved me. Now I eat Australian grain, and my contract is with Ximing Tower, not your me residence. If you come to enjoy yourself according to the rules, this servant will pour your tea and attend you. If you refuse to follow the rules, I cannot oblige. The words were soft as cotton, yet each one cut like a knife, pressing heavily upon the word senator. Mi Yijing seethed within, but his face smiled even more brazenly. He suddenly straightened, snatched 2 wine cups from the table and thrust them at King Griwo. He pressed his cup hard against King Griwo's lips. The rim bore rouge, leaving a faint lip print. Back then you fed me, now I feed you. 1 cup for 1 cup, call it interest. King Griwo lowered her eyes to regard that lip print. A flash of disgust finally crossed her gaze, yet she still refused to take the cup, only raising her hand to push the wine aside. Her voice dropped very low, yet remained loud enough for those at the nearby tables to hear. At Lotus Fragrance Court, wine was for honoring guests. At Ximing Tower, wine is for honoring rules. If your lordship forces this drink, you force this humble one to break rules. And when rules are broken here, there is no room for old feelings. Do not forget, your lordship, you are a guest of the Senate. Do not lose face for the senators. Mi Yijing's heart jolted, but his grip only tightened. He blocked King Griwo entirely with his body, obscuring the view of others, and laughed softly. Using the senators to pressure me. When you were singing tunes in my arms back then, you weren't nearly this spirited. His right hand secretly reached for King Griwo's waist to pinch her. If he pinched hard, King Griwo would surely cry out in pain, and then he could counterattack, accusing her of putting on airs. Just as his fingertips touched her thin blouse, he grabbed at empty air. King Griwo's entire form had slipped beneath his arm using the motion of a curtsy, her steps so light she seemed to be treading on cotton. She stood steady at arm's length away, her voice still soft, yet audible throughout the room. Your lordship, please choose your words carefully. Lotus Fragrance Court is old scenery. Ximing Tower is a new chapter. No matter how beautiful the old scenery, it cannot cover the seal of a new chapter. If your lordship truly values old feelings, then please be gracious and do not make things difficult for this humble one, or embarrassing for yourself. The word embarrassing landed like a sleeve wind slapped in public, stinging Mi Yijing's ears. When he moved to pursue, he saw that King Griwo had already retreated to the beaded curtain. She sank into a deep curtsy, her green dress flowing like water, and vanished in an instant. The curtain swayed a few times before falling still, leaving only a wisp of cold fragrance drifting among the cooking oil and wine fumes, like an old tune with new words, ending abruptly. Mi Yijing stood frozen in place. After a long moment, he spat a harsh ba, raised his foot to kick over a stool, but then remembered he had come to Lingao bearing his whole family's fortunes. He could only force down that surge of anger which burned his own ear tips red. The gentry throughout the room, seeing there was no more entertainment, each lowered their heads to pick at their food, yet couldn't help exchanging glances. Young Master Mi's old flame had obviously refused to rekindle. Instead, she had wielded the word rules to peel off a layer of his face in public. Mi Yijing remained standing there, his face flushed crimson. Gaoju had already risen first and reached across half the table to press down on his shoulder, the palm carrying the subtle force practiced in officialdom, though his tone remained as mild as casual conversation. Master Mi, today is a banquet courtesy of Chairman Huang, and also a welcome for our fellow countrymen from Guangzhou. If we cause any kind of scene when the report goes up tomorrow, Chairman Huang will not look good. Your father just won that South Sea fertilizer powder project in the city, and he's counting on the Senate's continued support. Ruining proper business over a woman, it isn't worth it. A few words that both beat and cajoled, invoking Chairman Huang while also pointing out the Mi family's new venture. Mi Yijing's veins pulsed at his temple, but he finally stopped struggling. Gaoju smoothly called toward the door. Someone come. Bring a hot towel for Master Mi and steep a pot of strong pu'er to sober him up. Bring 2 bottles of iced kvass as well. Turning back, he smiled at the assembled guests. Please pour for yourselves, everyone. Let us use tea in place of wine and continue listening to the tunes. Licentiate Liu nearby was the most skilled at playing along and quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. The singing troupe has been waiting half the day. Their throats must be itching. Miss Kingriwo went to urge the food along and will be back shortly. Let us request a full bloom and round moon first. Everyone echoed in agreement, as if trying to bury the earlier embarrassment beneath a veneer of liveliness. 2 attendants entered, one on each side, to help Mi Yijing take his seat. A hot towel pressed against his face, the white steam obscuring those bloodshot eyes. Mi Yijing's chest heaved, but knowing that making more of a scene would only bring disaster upon his family, he could only take the opportunity to step down gracefully. He sulkily drank a glass of iced kvass, still muttering under his breath. Just you wait. Fu Buyer watched this grand spectacle unfold, feeling quite pleased with himself. He held a handful of melon seeds, having neither risen nor spoken from beginning to end. Now he cracked one open with a sharp snap, the shell splitting into 2 pieces, and his thoughts split into a few murmurs as well. A whore is a whore. Change the building and she's still got that foxy bone. What's she putting on airs for? But, she really did smooth out this provincial master. That timing, that sense of proportion, every retreat and advance calculated to perfection. These musician household girls truly aren't to be underestimated. He stole a glance at Gao Ju. Chairman Gao's face was layered with smile lines, like the drape before a shrine, covering everything completely. Not a hint of genuine emotion showed through. Fu Bar clicked his tongue inwardly. Official types really do talk pretty, every sentence a soft knife, cutting people without raising a temper. Then he turned to observe Mi Yijing. That face had been steamed purple by the hot towel, looking like a pig's bladder inflated on a winter day, yet unable to vent his anger. Fu Bar suddenly found it amusing. His mouth split open, nearly swallowing the melon seed shell. He hurriedly coughed twice to cover his reaction. Someone came to pour tea for him. He waved them off, his mind continuing to mutter, that Kingriwo girl, bah, lowly class, but this move of soft knife-cutting flesh is even sharper than the sickle in my field. Thinking this, he actually felt a measure of schadenfreude. He grabbed another handful of melon seeds and cracked them noisily. End of chapter. Chapter 2870. Private Secretary Zia, one Gaoju's gaze slid toward Fu Bar. Seeing the wealthy local farmer wearing an expression of pure amusement, he shook his head inwardly while keeping his smile firmly in place. He raised his cup to the gathering. Come, come, the tea is served. Let us continue enjoying the music. Today is for fellowship. Let's not squander the Senate's kind hospitality. A chorus of agreement rose around him. Strings and bamboo pipes struck up their melody, and delicate footsteps whispered beyond the beaded curtain. It seemed another act was about to begin. What's happening out there? At that moment, in a private room not far away, someone posed the question. Nothing of consequence. A gentleman from the exchange delegation had too much to drink and was harassing the service staff. The matter has been settled. The attendant who had stepped out to investigate had returned to report. Also, Mr. Zia has arrived and is waiting outside. The man who had asked gave a slight nod, a trace of disdain crossing his features. Such incidents were hardly uncommon in Lingao. Under the Senate's rule, old-era habits frequently collided with new-era order, striking just such sparks. That the troublemaker happened to be a member of the exchange delegation, representatives of Guangzhou's most progressive circles, was somewhat reckless of him. You may withdraw, he said quietly. The attendants filed out of the private room. The man glanced at the woman beside him, and the two rose and excused themselves without a word. He picked up the teacup from the table, blew gently across the foam, and took a measured sip. The tea was fine black tea, its liquor red and luminous, its fragrance mellow and rich. This was excellent Fujian leaf, shipped to the Limu Mountain Tea Factory in Lingao for fermentation and processing. What they served here was the finest premium grade, available exclusively at Store 82. Even the tea served to guests at Ximing Tower spoke of something extraordinary. Everything about this place proclaimed its distinction. A light knock came at the door, and then it swung open. Zia Zhang stepped inside, his face wearing the characteristic smile his kind assumed before important figures, deferential yet close, reverent yet slightly constrained. The Zia Zhang before him had shed his customary wide-sleeved robes and square scholar's headwrap, donning instead the cadre clothes, commonly seen on local naturalized citizens, a gray uniform with a standing collar and 4 pockets. This attire had originally been exclusive to naturalized citizens, but nowadays it had become common enough in Lingao streets and alleys, especially among commoners eager to embrace the new order. On him, however, the outfit had an incongruous quality. The tailoring was well fitted, the fabric visibly high quality, not something ordinary people could afford. The problem lay with the man wearing it. As a private secretary, he was accustomed to being deferential to superiors and commanding with inferiors. But this cadre suit was designed to be crisp and smart, emphasizing a spirited, upright bearing. The squared shoulders formed a subtle contrast with his slightly hunched posture, making it seem as though the clothes were propping him up rather than the other way around. His movements also appeared somewhat stiff. Still unaccustomed to the relatively tight sleeves and fitted waist, his arms swung up unconsciously when he bowed, carrying residual traces of the old-style clasped hands greeting. Most amusing of all was his hair. Apparently to conceal his topknot, he had put on a Store 82-style Panama straw hat, yet the hair around the sides refused to gather neatly beneath it, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. "Chief N," he called out respectfully, and Zai's gaze lingered on him for about a second longer than necessary. That brief stare made Zia Zhang's smile freeze momentarily. Then Zai resumed his normal expression and nodded slightly, indicating he should sit. "Mr. Zia's attire today is quite sharp." And Zai's tone was flat. One couldn't discern whether it was praise or something else entirely. Zia Zhang relaxed slightly and quickly took his seat, unconsciously reaching to smooth wide sleeves that weren't there. Halfway through the motion, he caught himself and awkwardly placed his hands on his knees, his posture stiff. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Senate has ushered in a new era. Though this humble one is slow-witted, I aspire to it as well, so I acquired a set to avoid, appearing too outdated. And Zai understood. This incongruity revealed Zia Zhang's true situation and mindset at this moment. He was eager to embrace the new order for the sake of survival and advancement, but the marks of the old era weren't so easily washed away with a mere change of clothes. "Please sit." Zia Zhang removed his hat, bowed slightly, and settled into his seat, wearing his customary, carefully measured smile. There was a small disturbance outside that disturbed the chief's peace. "No matter," and Zai set down his teacup, his gaze calm. "When a forest grows large, all manner of birds appear. Our enterprise is in its founding stage. Our personnel come from complex backgrounds. Some old-era habits are unavoidable. The key is to understand and follow the rules." His remark seemed like casual commentary, yet also seemed to carry a pointed meaning. Zia Zhang nodded repeatedly. "The chief speaks truly. Without rules, nothing can be achieved. Especially the law, it is the foundation upon which society operates." He smoothly steered the conversation toward the day's main theme. Thanks to the chief's guidance last time, those insights about retroactivity, jurisdiction, and completeness of the evidence chain truly enlightened this humble one. After returning to report to my employer and proceeding according to the plan, the police did indeed cease pursuing that old case. Yesterday, the official notice of case dismissal arrived, and the bail money was fully refunded. Madame is extremely grateful and specifically instructed me to convey her heartfelt thanks to the chief. And Zai smiled slightly without committing to anything. At the time, Master hadn't even been in Lingao. Left at home were only women and children. Madame, as the person in charge, had been summoned and held at the station for questioning. To whom exactly was Zia Zhang supposed to have reported? Having been a private secretary for so long, especially one doing this kind of work, caution and deflection were deeply ingrained habits. The case itself wasn't difficult. Years before the family moved to Lingao, there had been a household matter involving 2 or 3 possible deaths. Under the Ming laws of that time, it had been handled as an ambiguous case. Under Senate rule, however, someone had reported it, and confessions were obtained from the parties involved. Madame, as both the person in charge and a suspect, could hardly escape involvement. Zia Zhang had found his way to Wanzi through layers of connections to ask for assistance. Given Wanzi's current position, he ordinarily wouldn't trouble himself with such matters. As Secretary of the Law Society, his official title was Permanent Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Administrative agencies weren't the centers of power, yet they wielded the most power. Though his title wasn't as impressively grand as Minister of Justice, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, or Prosecutor General, he was the top administrative bureaucrat in his department. He lacked neither money nor position. He had already reached the pinnacle of personal power. There truly wasn't much that could move him. Out of certain considerations, he had ultimately decided to intervene. He hadn't directly interfered with the judiciary, however. He had merely offered some pointers within the legal framework, highlighting the gray areas where old and new laws intersected, as well as possible flaws in the evidence-gathering procedures. For a law student who had been steeped in cases for years, attended countless discussions, and participated in the transcription-style legal compilation, even one with just adult education credentials in law, this had been effortless. "Mr. Zia flatters me too much," Wanzi said evenly. "I didn't do anything. I merely offered some principled views based on current law. How matters are ultimately determined is the judiciary's affair. Senate law emphasizes evidence and procedure. Yes, the chief is principled and speaks fairly." Zia Zhang smiled in agreement, though his mind was clear as a mirror. The more lightly the other party dismissed it, the more enormous his influence appeared. For Senator N, it had perhaps been just a word or two, but for the family, it had averted a disaster that could have ruined them entirely. He couldn't say he had any deep feelings for the family, but since he was doing work for them, he should at least prove worthy of their courtesy and payment over the years. As for the other case, Madame has also said, although Xinsheng did attempt premeditated harm against her, unsuccessfully, a life has been lost after all. She doesn't wish to pursue it further and has issued a letter of understanding. The follow-up matters for Nanny Han will be handled by the family. Wanzi made no comment, merely nodding, but Zia Zhang knew the other party was satisfied with this handling. The Zhou Xinsheng case, the sooner it was closed, the better. He hurriedly produced a flat brocade box from within his sleeve and pushed it forward. Senator N is self-restrained and incorruptible. Ordinary gold and silver this humble one dare not use to sully your good name. This item was something my employer happened to acquire. A manuscript notebook belonging to an old retired official from the previous dynasty, one skilled in legal matters. It may contain some precedents regarding the handling of old legal cases in the Lingnan region. I thought it might be of slight reference value for Senator N's research into the evolution of laws past and present, a small token of regard. I humbly hope you will accept it. Wanzi's gaze lingered on the brocade box for a moment. Gold and silver treasures. He truly had no interest in them. What senators lacked least were such things, and true power and resources weren't exchanged for with mere wealth. The manuscript, to be honest, didn't interest him either. Fundamentally, he wasn't a person who loved or excelled at study. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been just a law student graduated from adult continuing education. But this gift was interesting. Clearly, considerable thought had gone into it. This thank you gift was neither vulgar nor off-target. Moreover, it hinted that the giver remembered his pretense of legal research. After all, research into the dark corners of old-era justice was something of a prominent subject at the Law Society. He didn't reach for it immediately. His fingertip tapped twice on the smooth tabletop, producing a light tock-tock sound. Mr. Zia is too thoughtful, he began slowly. Studying old law is for better implementing new law. For the Senate to establish an unprecedented new order in this land, a few hundred senators alone aren't enough. More people need to understand, accept, and implement our ideals. The judiciary is an important avenue. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping almost casually over Zia Zhang. Mr. Zia, you familiar with the old ways yet able to read the signs of the times, also having studied the new laws, are truly rare talent. Zia Zhang's heart stirred. He straightened his back involuntarily, his smile widening even as a few degrees of caution crept into it. The chief praises too highly. This student failed the imperial examinations and only delved into litigation matters to make a living, muddling through in the old dying vat, barely literate. That I'm able to make a living now is entirely thanks to the clear skies under the Senate's rule. The chief and all the senators are the pillars establishing this prosperous era. This humble one can only devote all effort, adapt to the times, and hope not to fail the grace of the Senate's enlightenment. End of chapter. Chapter 2871, Private Secretary Zia II, Adapting to the Times. Well said. Wanzi nodded, his tone flat yet carrying some elusive meaning. But riding the wave can carry one high or low. Some merely drift with the current, others rise with the tide. The key lies in finding the right momentum and mastering how to harness it. His words shifted slightly, circling back to their earlier topic. The family weathered this storm safely, partly because the case itself left room for deliberation, but also thanks to Mr. Zia's mediation and navigation, knowing how to find a path forward under the new rules. That is commendable. He paused, as if weighing his next words. His voice dropped lower yet grew clearer. The Senate's enterprise is vast. In the future, across many fields, especially at the level of bridging old and new, executing specific affairs, there will be need for certain, reliable and capable individuals. Such people may not need to stand in the spotlight, but they must know clearly which way the wind blows and which road to take. At this, Wanzi finally reached out and accepted the brocade box. He did not open it, merely setting it beside him. This token of regard I accept. Studying the experience of predecessors is indeed necessary. He regarded Zia Zhang, his gaze calm and still as water. I trust Mr. Zia will continue to develop his strengths. The private room fell silent. Only the faint sounds of revelry drifted in from outside the window. Zia Zhang felt his back grow cold yet somehow also flush with heat. Wanzi's words were like a thin veil, obscuring certain naked truths while clearly outlining the shape beneath. He understood the implication. Wanzi had no interest in a one-time gift of thanks or the family's gratitude. What interested him was Zia Zhang himself, and the ability he represented, the skill to navigate the intricate networks of old-era relationships and rules with practiced ease. This senator was planning for the future. So long as he proved sufficiently reliable and capable, he could gain far more room and benefit under the Senate's protection than he ever could as a private secretary for the family. Though he did not yet know how this senator intended to use him, risk and opportunity were two sides of the same coin. This path might mean handling more matters that walked the edge of the law or beyond it in times to come. Should anything go wrong, he could easily become a discarded pawn. But conversely, if he could earn this man's trust and shelter beneath the senator's great tree, the prospects, whether for the family or for himself, would far surpass anything a wealthy family's private secretary could hope for. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the stirring in his heart. His demeanor became more respectful than before, yet shed its earlier deliberate fawning and gained a certain gravity. The chief's teachings are thunderous enlightenment. Though this humble one is dull, I understand the principle of following heaven's way and human nature. Henceforth, I shall study the new laws more diligently and strictly observe the Senate's rules. If the chief has any instructions, he need only give the word. Zhang will spare no effort to repay the grace of this recognition. He made no explicit promises, but his stance was already clear. A faint smile, nearly imperceptible, appeared on Nzai's face. He asked as if in passing, "Mr. Zia, how old are you this year?" Zia Zhang started, then quickly replied, "This student was born in the Yue year of Wanli, 1595, having squandered 42 years. The prime of life. Is your family here in Lingao as well?" This seemed like casual conversation, both conveying the intimacy of one of us and clearly probing his background. Zia Zhang dared not be careless and replied with a smile, "This humble one's family is all local. I have 3 children, one daughter already married, my eldest son working for Master, and the youngest still in school. No wonder you devote such effort to the family's affairs." And Zai laughed. The tone was not entirely friendly. "Just trying to make a living." Zia Zhang hurried to distance himself, but then feared this might leave the chief with an impression of ingratitude and coldness. "Master has treated me well. Though merely working for him, one must live up to such recognition. I hear you're quite formidable in the family service." And Zai smiled. I wouldn't dare." Zia Zhang's heart lurched, and cold sweat instantly seeped from his back. A refined scholar publicly beating people in a fabric shop, that's hardly proper, is it? He had thought that incident long past, just a minor public security violation, settled with a fine and a warning. He had not expected this chief to know of it. Not daring to conceal anything, he quickly rose and bowed. "Reporting to the chief, it is true. This student was momentarily confused and acted rashly, causing trouble for the Senate. I am truly ashamed. What matter required you to come to blows with shop assistants and even alert the police?" And Zai inquired leisurely, as if genuinely curious. Zia Zhang dared not embellish or shift blame. Gritting his teeth, he stated as objectively as possible, "It was to pursue a runaway concubine of the family, called Lianji. Because she could not endure, she seized an opportunity while buying fabrics to escape through the back door of Rui Hexiang. This student chased her into the shop, had a disagreement with the shopkeeper, and in my haste, started a conflict. This student knows well his error. The Senate's laws are strict and do not permit such bullying. Afterward, I have reflected deeply and will never dare do so again." He glossed over could not endure the madam's mistreatment, focusing instead on admitting his fault in resorting to violence. And Zai nodded. "Mr. Zia, the Senate emphasizes rule of law. Everything follows rules. Even pursuing a runaway concubine requires proper procedures through legitimate channels. Parading through the streets with household servants as in Ming times is no longer acceptable. Cause serious trouble and it won't be settled with just a fine. Some things can be ruined by small details." Yes, the chief's admonishment is correct. This student will certainly engrave it upon my heart. Henceforth, I will strictly follow the rules and never dare overstep again." Zia Zhang agreed repeatedly, visibly shaken. Seeing his submissive attitude, and Zai did not press further. Changing the subject, he seemed to recall something, speaking of the family's inner household matters. "I have heard that after the family came to Lingao, they treated their former concubines as company employees and even signed some kind of romance prohibition contract. This approach is quite interesting. Was it your idea?" Finding the topic turned to something he took pride in, Zia Zhang relaxed slightly. With caution mixed with an imperceptible hint of satisfaction, he said, "Reporting to the chief, it was indeed this humble one's modest suggestion, primarily to conform to the Senate's promoted, the New Life movement, and also for compliance. Converting concubine status to employment relationships clarifies rights and obligations while avoiding complications from old-style family arrangements. This romance prohibition clause also referenced requirements in relevant Senate regulations regarding employee discipline and morality, ensuring they remain in their place, neither affecting company reputation nor family harmony." "Good. You know how to adapt and have grasped the spirit of the new regulations." And Zai nodded approvingly, which steadied Zia Zhang's heart somewhat. But the words that followed stirred fresh waves in his mind. Mr. Zia, being a private secretary for a wealthy family like this, handling these inner household disputes and land trivialities, offers limited scope and foreseeable career prospects. Zia Zhang understood this was the critical juncture. He immediately assumed an expression of respectful attention. And Zai leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping further with guiding intent. The Senate's legal system is entirely different from the Ming laws you are familiar with. There is not only criminal law but also civil and commercial law, involving contracts, companies, finance, trade. In these fields, the tricks of traditional litigation masters are no longer sufficient. The new society needs those who understand new law and can provide professional services for clients under the new rules. Lawyers. Lawyers, Zia Zhang murmured, repeating the new term, a glint flashing in his eyes. He was not entirely unfamiliar with this. He had long noticed this emerging profession within the Senate's judicial system. He had observed court trials. He read every issue of the monthly judicial rulings. Lawyers were not like traditional litigation masters, who could only focus on manipulating petition wording and polishing textual games. They emphasized the application of evidence, procedure, and substantive law. And Zai continued with his reading list, naming fundamentals of jurisprudence, introduction to the Senate legal system, detailed commentary on civil law general provisions, commercial law draft annotations, principles and cases of civil procedure, rules and practice of evidence, standard contract formats and common clause analysis, theory of property rights, fundamentals of tort liability law, and the collected judicial interpretations of the arbitration tribunal. Zia Zhang, blessed with an excellent memory, committed each title to mind as Zai spoke. Finally, and Zai's tone grew somewhat meaningful, there is a book called Legislative Spirit and Jurisprudential Origins of the Senate. You may read it slowly. This book can help you understand why we have established such laws, what reasoning lies behind them. Only by understanding these can you truly follow heaven's way and human nature. This last sentence struck Zia Zhang to the core. He understood at once the book's special weight. It concerned stance and ideology. He bowed solemnly once more. This student remembers. I will certainly find every book the chief has listed, study them diligently, and never fail to meet expectations. And Zai observed the excitement and gravity flickering in his eyes, knowing his groundwork had taken effect. He lifted his teacup again, his tone returning to normal. The path has been pointed out, the scriptures have been given to you. How you study them and what you make of it is up to you. All right, the tea has gone cold. Let us change it. Zia Zhang hurriedly agreed, personally rising to refresh Zai's tea and presenting it respectfully with both hands. His movements were more composed than before. End of chapter. Chapter 2872. Romance Fu Urian had been leaning against the ornately carved, multicolored pillar in the back building's corridor for quite some time. Today had been his morning shift. After finishing his clinic duties and changing clothes, he had grabbed 2 packages and made his way to the back door of Ximing Tower. The gatekeeper recognized this cadre in his 4-pocket jacket as a doctor from Bern General Hospital, one who came to the building for rounds every month. Without requiring any greeting, the gatekeeper bowed and ushered him inside with practiced deference. Fu Urian settled into a corner of the corridor, just as he had arranged with King Guo. This was the most secluded spot in all of Ximing Tower. Beneath his feet, insects chirped among the flower bushes, and the intoxicating fragrance of gardenias hung thick in the air. The evening wind carried faint sounds of laughter and music from the front building. It might as well have been another world. Just today, he had officially become a clinic physician at Bern General Hospital. His monthly salary and allowances were now enough to support a family. After saving for another year and borrowing a bit here and there, he would have roughly enough for a down payment. Of course, if he were willing to ask his father, none of this would be an issue. His parents, though incredibly stingy in most matters, were still generous when it came to their children's major life events. Thinking of major life events, his heart swelled with sweetness. He only wondered what King Guo thought. Surely she had no objections. At this thought, his fingers tightened around the object in his pocket, as if the pressure might grant him some reassurance. His thoughts drifted back to a year ago, when he had been a trainee rotating through the clinic. Once, he was dispatched to Ximing Tower for an emergency house call to treat a wealthy merchant complaining of chest pains. The merchant turned out to be fine. Fu Eryan prescribed some calming medicine, gave instructions, and prepared to leave. Just as he was passing through the bustling front hall, he glimpsed in a corner a girl in attendant's clothing crouching on the ground. She was carefully pressing a clean cloth against the hand of a young maid who had been cut by a broken wine glass, murmuring words of comfort. With practiced movements, she took a small bottle of wound medicine and bandages from her own pouch and began dressing the wound. Her focused and gentle profile stood utterly apart from the surrounding flashiness, instantly capturing his attention. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the girl looked up and met his eyes, nodding with a politeness that remained deliberately distant. In that moment, Fu Eryan felt as if the surrounding clamor had suddenly fallen silent. He saw only her clear eyes, still as water. Later, he learned she was Miss King Guo, the one Senator Pei valued so highly at Ximing Tower, specifically transferred from Guangzhou to manage the singing troupe. Not an ordinary attendant at all. Their real connection began with an accident. King Guo, preparing for an important banquet, had been exhausted from days of work. Combined with a slight cold, she nearly fainted at the stairwell, and happened to be caught by Fu Eryan, who was there again for rounds. He professionally checked her forehead temperature and observed her complexion, then told her directly that she needed rest and medicine. At first, King Guo only thanked him politely, thinking nothing of it. But the next day, when Fu Eryan wasn't on duty, he still remembered her pallid appearance and specifically had an acquaintance among the staff deliver a package of mild cold-dispersing medicine he had prepared himself, along with detailed instructions for taking it. If one were to speak of men trying to please her, there were at least 20 if not 50. But this medicine contained only a healer's benevolence and a friend's concern. Perhaps it was precisely this respect and sincerity that opened King Guo's heart. From then on, after Fu Eryan finished work, the two would occasionally share brief conversations in this secluded corridor. He discovered she wasn't merely gentle on the surface. When discussing how to care for voices or arrange repertoires, her eyes would flash with lively brilliance. Her conversation revealed genuine insight, nothing like the crude greed he had imagined of women in such establishments. At the corner of the corridor, light footsteps approached. The clear tinkling of silver bells and pendants unique to Ximing Tower's female attendants pulled Fu Eryan back to reality. Sister Qing. Fu Eryan recognized King Guo's graceful figure from afar and called out eagerly, "Brother Eryan." King Guo's flushed cheeks could not hide her inner joy. Her steps quickened, the bells dancing merrily like playful notes on a distant pipa. But as she drew near, she seemed to hesitate again, the tinkling growing fine and small, betraying a young girl's shyness. The two gazed at each other, standing quietly face to face. Even the insects at their feet seemed to fall silent. The crescent moon had climbed to the tip of the willow branches without anyone noticing. The crickets by the green stones once again struck up their huqin. Sister Qing. The two sat side by side on the wooden railing. Watching King Guo lower her head to play with the hem of her skirt, Fu Eryan spoke up. King Guo raised her head. Her eyes, like black jade, were crystal clear in the moonlight. "My training period is over. I've been officially assigned to Bern General Hospital." Pride colored Fu Eryan's words. He was among the first batch of doctors trained through the Senate's medical system's 3+2 program. Though this cohort's initial education was only national middle school graduation, they were genuine full-time, complete process graduates. "Really? Congratulations, Brother Eryan. That's wonderful." King Guo jumped with joy. Fu Eryan nodded emphatically, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. King Guo took Fu Eryan's hand. "Brother Eryan, I'm truly, truly happy for you." Suddenly, she seemed to realize what she had done. She quickly withdrew her hand, a cloud of red rising to her cheeks. The soft moonlight filled her cute little dimples, veiling her in silver radiance. Fu Eryan opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He could only speak deliberately, word by word. "Sister Qing, don't worry, from now on I'll work hard following the chiefs. I'll definitely be able to give you a good life." King Guo's pretty eyes glistened, moist enough to spill over. She said slowly, "Brother Eryan, I know you can do it, it's just—" Her brow furrowed slightly, words dying on her lips. "Just what? Sister Qing, if you have any troubles, just tell me." Fu Eryan saw her worried expression and asked anxiously, "Just," King Guo bit her lip, "just that I'm afraid I'm not good enough for Brother Eryan." "How could that be?" Fu Eryan was greatly alarmed. "Brother Eryan, you're a cadre under the chiefs now, but I'm still just doing this. If others found out, they'd laugh at you." King Guo bit her lip, leaving a pale mark. "Sister Qing." Fu Eryan gently straightened her posture and gazed into her eyes, speaking solemnly, "I don't care. What's wrong with this? You're also working under the chiefs. If we're upright, we don't fear others' gossip." At this, he steadied himself and fished a small box from his pocket. The box was covered in black velvet, very delicate. Fu Eryan carefully opened it. In the moonlight, a silver ring stood upright inside, a gem cut in a diamond shape refracting brilliant light at its crown, a product of Xinsheng jewelry, a beautifully crafted silver ring set with precision-cut glass from Lingao Glass Factory. In this era, it was indeed gorgeous, and since the materials weren't precious, the price was completely acceptable for a middle-class family. Fu Eryan picked up the ring and gently took King Guo's slender hand, about to slip the ring onto her finger. The instant the silver ring touched King Guo's fingertip, she jerked back her hand as if scalded. The delicate ring slipped from her fingers and landed with a soft clink on the wooden railing between them. The glass diamond flashed a mocking glint in the moonlight. "Brother Eryan." "I can't accept it." King Guo's voice held an imperceptible tremor. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Fu Eryan's suddenly frozen expression, nor at the disbelief and disappointment flooding his eyes. That moment in the front hall earlier when Mi Yijing had recounted their old flame had been like cold, dirty water splashed across her heart. Now, facing Fu Eryan's pure devotion, she felt even more ashamed. "Why?" Fu Eryan's voice was tight. He picked up the ring and gripped it in his palm, the metal edges digging painfully into his flesh. "Sister Qing, I know you might think that working at Ximing Tower some people will gossip, but we work for the Senate, earning our keep with our abilities. What's not respectable about that? I don't care." His tone grew urgent, trying to dispel the gloom in her eyes. "I'm a regular doctor at the General Hospital now. Good salary. In another half-year we can make a down payment and have our own little home. Sister Qing, I truly want to marry you and give you a good life." "A good life," King Guo murmured, repeating the words. How could she not long for it? Fu Eryan was steady, ambitious, and treated her with complete sincerity, a rare warmth in this cold world. But the more she yearned for this warmth, the more she feared. If he knew she had once been the top girl at Guangzhou's Lotus Fragrance Court, had been combed to become someone's kept woman, had been extravagantly supported by wastrels like Mi Yijing, would his eyes still hold this devotion? Even if he remained devoted, his Fu family was now new gentry in Lingao. How would Fu Bar ever allow his son to marry a woman like her? And Fu Bar had been at tonight's banquet too. All this beauty would shatter to dust, and even Fu Eryan's future could be dragged down by her disgraceful past. "Brother Eryan, you're too good." She raised her eyes, moisture glinting in them yet full of struggle. "But I'm truly not good enough for you. You're a cadre valued by the Senate, a doctor with a limitless future, while I'm just a tavern attendant welcoming and seeing off guests. We're not well matched." This talk again. Fu Eryan was growing vexed. He didn't understand why King Guo kept using these worldly views to draw a chasm between them. "What does well-matched even mean? I value you as a person. You're clever, resilient. You manage things at Ximing Tower better than many men. The Senate talks about breaking old customs and everyone is equal. Why should we still care about those old ways? He tried again to take King Griwo's hand, wanting to put the ring on. His tone softened, carrying a note of pleading. Sister Qing, don't think so much, please. Trust me this once. But King Griwo, like a startled rabbit, suddenly stood and stepped back, creating distance between them. The evening wind stirred her skirt hem. The bells tinkled, no longer merry. Brother Uryan, you don't understand. Some things aren't as simple as you think. She thought of Mi Yijing's determined eyes, of those gentry's leisurely expressions as they watched the show, and a chill rose from her feet. Let's just stay as we are. Stay as we are. Fu Uryan rose as well, his face full of confusion and disappointment. What does that mean? Sneaking around, never seeing the light of day. King Griwo, what I want is a proper marriage, to be with you honestly and openly. What exactly are you afraid of? She raised her eyes, her face straining to maintain an almost professional smile. Brother Uryan, your feelings, I'm deeply grateful. Her words came carefully, as if handling a thorny matter of business. Your future is bright, you're valued by the Senate. A woman with a clean background and upright character would be a proper match. I'm just an ordinary attendant at Ximing Tower. To catch your eye is already an unexpected joy. I dare not have any presumptuous thoughts. She paused, as if making some resolution. Her gaze fell to the shadow at her feet, her voice soft as a sigh yet utterly decisive. In the future you'll meet a better person, well-matched, living in harmony. When that time comes, if you still remember me and let me serve you, I'll be content. Anything else I've never dared hope for and can't afford. You, what are you saying? Fu Uryan recoiled as if struck by lightning. He had offered his whole heart, wanting a proper marriage, yet she said such words. This was more confusing and infuriating than outright rejection. King Griwo, what I want is to be with you properly, to grow old together. What kind of person do you take me for? King Griwo finally raised her eyes and gazed at him directly. Under the moonlight her face was somewhat pale, yet her expression was extraordinarily resolute, even carrying a calm finality. Brother Uryan, some roads once started wrong can never be taken back. What you can give me, I cannot bear. What I give you, you can bear even less. She drew a deep breath. Let's leave it at this. As long as you don't despise me, I'll always be your King Griwo. But this ring, please take it back for someone who should wear it. She suddenly turned and stumbled away, lifting her skirts, leaving only a string of scattered, receding bells. Fu Uryan reached out in vain, grasping only a handful of cold night wind. He stood frozen in place, staring at the lantern-lit corner where King Griwo had